Chapter 277. At dawn, Xiao Hong and some people began to get busy. The farmers had already started to work. The children had to go to school. The rest of the people who had nothing to do were arranged to cook for the people of the river, and so on. In addition to the main family of Zhang Wang and Zhuangzi, the other farmers had things to do. They had to mark the livestock and poultry in their houses and let Xiao Hong take care of them. A group of pigs, chickens, ducks, geese, and so on were led by Xiao Hong to the small bridge by about 20 people. These were the farmers. The Zhuangzi of Zhang Wang and Zhang Wang had their own, but there were also some people who were scattered to take care of them. When they arrived at the small bridge, Xiao Hong looked around, squatted down, and touched the head of the leading goose. She said, "I'll take you to eat something good today. Let's go. It's free." As she spoke, Xiao Hong got up and walked upstream along the river. There were now more than 10,000 poultry. There were originally 20,000, but some were killed and sold during the new year. When the spring plowing was over, cherries would continue to get chicks. With such a large team, anyone who knew a thing or two would be able to tell which team they belonged to. The work of widening the river and clearing the mud was still in progress. The extra soil was piled up in the empty space on the riverbank, which was Lil Red's purpose this time. There were some shellfish, shrimps, crabs, and so on in the mud. People couldn't find food in it, but the poultry could. As long as they didn't run around, they could search in the mud at within a certain range. Sure enough, Little Red brought a huge team over. The poultry that hadn't eaten anything in the morning immediately rushed into the mud. They used their claws to dig at the mud and used their mouths to eat. Occasionally, they even snatched a bite from others. The big geese were a little worse in this respect. Fortunately, there was some growing grass nearby, so they also had something to eat. Nobody knew where Rong Rong got its high prestige. Under Xiao Hong's arrangement, it could really control the other poultry. Xiao Hong gave it something to eat as a reward. The people who came to work had just arrived. Some of the people who lived far away were the first to work. They couldn't go back home, so they could only stay by the river or in the village by the river. Some of them simply set up a small tent and spent the night in it. The people from the Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi were specially sent to cook. They got up before dawn and came here to prepare the food first. The main family was in charge of the food. During this time of emergency, the main family was also mobilized. The only people who were free were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Even the two old masters of the two families also followed the instructions. Those who were working didn't need to be urged by others. As long as they arrived at the place, they would first eat some hot porridge, big steamed vegetable buns, and small salted vegetables. After they were 80% full, they began to work. The division of work method made it impossible for them to be lazy. If they didn't work, others couldn't help them either. The people from Sanshui County looked at the team led by Xiao Hong. They knew that the Zhang family and the Wang family were rich and imposing, so there was nothing to be surprised about. However, some people who came from other places didn't know about it. Looking at the poultry walking along the river, the team was very long. From time to time, there would be a few who wanted to leave the team, but they were chased back, or they were called back by Xiao Hong's whistle and the big goose's fluffy voice. They seemed to be more disciplined. This was also a kind of talent of Xiao Hong. Others couldn't understand these poultry, but it was very easy for her to deal with them. She came up with a set of methods that could be very good at controlling the poultry. Occasionally, there would be a disobedient one, but it would be chased back by others with a long bamboo pole. "Daughter, where are you going to sell these things? How much are they?" A person who came from another county saw these poultry and thought that they were going to sell them. They looked good and planned to buy one, so he asked Xiao Hong, "Brother, I'm not selling them. The farmers are rushing here to eat. If you want to sell them, you can go to the market. It's not expensive." Xiao Hong looked at the person in front of her and said with a smile. She knew that the person had taken a fancy to her furry. His eyes were fixed on furry. Furry couldn't be sold. It could only die of old age. She had thought about it. Even if furry died of old age in the end, she wouldn't eat meat. She would bury it properly. That person really wanted to buy furry. Furry was the biggest among these chickens, ducks, and geese. It looked majestic. If he bought it back, he could use it to guard the house. Seeing that the other party didn't sell it, he was a little regretful and confused. Just as he was about to ask something, Xiao Hong had already walked a distance in front of him. "Brother Ma, you have taken a fancy to other people's furry? That goose is very good. It won't sell it no matter how much it costs. Don't count on it." A person from Sanshui County, next to the person who didn't buy furry, said to him, "Which Zhuangzi is it from? Who raises so many of them?" The person looked at them enviously. In his eyes, these poultry were not only poultry, but also money. Such a long line, he couldn't see the end of it. No matter what, there were at least 8,000 of them. Who else could it be? In the entire Sanshui County, the only ones who can raise so many ducks and geese are naturally the Zhuangzi of Zhang family and Wang family. "Brother Ma, look, those chickens have seen their own family." When the person from Sanshui County talked about the Zhuangzi of Zhang family and Wang family, he straightened his chest and showed a proud expression, as if the two Zhuangzi were also related to him. He pointed to the side with his hand. There, more than 30 chickens gathered around an ant who was cooking and cooed. The person who was cooking looked at the chickens as if they were her own children. She used her hand to push the chickens into the line and said, "Don't come over. Follow Xiao Hong. I will make food for you when we go back at night." The person from another county believed it. At first, he thought that the person who was cooking was from a poor family. He didn't expect that more than 30 chickens belonged to someone else. It seemed that life was not bad. He seemed to be talking to himself. Why isn't this chicken worth 30 or 40 copper coins? "Brother Ma, you are wrong. If you want to buy this chicken, no one will sell it for less than 60 copper coins. It is the time for laying eggs. It used to be expensive, but now it is cheap. The century eggs that can be seen everywhere are made by the Zhuangzi of Zhang family and Wang family. When a farm chickens lay eggs, they will make the century eggs for the master." The person from Sanshui County knew a lot. It seemed that he often inquired about the Zhuangzi of Zhang family and Wang family. At this time, it was a good time to share it with others. The person surnamed Ma was fascinated by it. He saw that Brother Fong, who usually liked to talk, was so happy. He also had a posture that made people feel that he was better than others. He smiled and asked, "Brother Fong, what are you so happy about looking at other people's things? You don't understand. Zhang family and Wang family's things are good, but as long as they have more things, the people of Sanshui County will also follow suit. Last year, you also bought cheap soy sauce, right?" The person surnamed Fong asked. "It was cheap. At first, it was only a little cheaper than usual. Later on, you could buy 2 caddies of soy sauce for 1 copper coin. Don't tell me that the soy sauce is from Zhuangzi? That's right. If it's not from them, then who?" In the end, every family in Sanshui County gave it to them for free. There was too much soy sauce. Other than shipping it to other places to sell, each family in Sanshui County gave 5 caddies of soy sauce. In addition to the soy sauce that we bought before, we still haven't finished it this year. We have to draw cattail leaves every 2 days. Otherwise, we can't eat it anymore. When the person surnamed Fong mentioned this, he raised his head. The person surnamed Ma was very envious. He had never heard of a Zhuangzi in a county that would give other people things in the county. Looking at Brother Fong, he didn't seem to be lying. He smacked his lips and said, "That's good. It's a pity that I'm not from Sanshui County." "What are you afraid of? Don't you grow things on your land? You just casually plant something there and leave it there? Otherwise, you wouldn't have so much free time, and you wouldn't have to wait for 20 days to get paid. You might as well stop planting, sell the land, and come to Sanshui County with your family. Look at me. My family doesn't have land, but I earn a lot of money. Not to mention that I get paid every day. My wife earns more than me. It's hard to control her now. In the past, she didn't dare to disobey me. Now, even if she says something, I have to think about it." The person surnamed Fong began to persuade the person surnamed Ma to come to Sanshui County. Things were as he said. Those who didn't have land could get paid directly, and those who had land needed to do manual labor. The Yamen of Sanshui County was in charge, and the prefectural middle school also agreed. As long as they were from the prefecture, they could do this. The reason why he persuaded people to come here was because the Yamen posted a notice a few days ago. There was a literate person reading it to others. The general idea was that the more people there were in Sanshui County, the better life there would be. It was said that the people wanted to tell their relatives who had left Sanshui County before to come back. If they had relatives and knew where they were, they would find people who went there and bring them a message. If they didn't have relatives, they would start to think about other people around them. This was the idea that the people of Sanshui County came up with when they gathered together and chatted after dinner. When their lives were better, they seemed to be smarter and knew how to find people from other counties. The person surnamed Fong was working hard. Seeing that Brother Ma was thinking, he quickly said, "Brother Ma, maybe you don't know what my wife does? Let me tell you, she sells crepes at the dock of Little Luoshui. When the weather is hot, she will sell liampi. She can earn 30 to 40 copper coins a day. If it's a lot, she can earn 60 to 70 copper coins." "Big Brother Fong, you're not lying to me. Is it really that much?" The person surnamed Ma was moved. According to this, wouldn't they be able to earn more than 10 strings of money a year? After saving up for a few years, when his son grew up, he would have to choose a wife again and again. "That's right. Why would I lie to you? Come quickly," the person surnamed Fong said seriously. Chapter 278. More than 10 people were strolling by the river. From time to time, they would stop to look at the mud they dug out in the opposite bank. There were many people coming and going these days, so no one paid attention to them. There is only one bailiff who was responsible for guarding this side, so they didn't care about these people who came to watch the fun. The dozen or so people looked around and saw a flock of chickens, ducks, and geese near Little Red. Because they were on the other side of the river, the dozen or so people quickened their pace and came to the small bridge. They went around the small bridge and chased along the road. "Eat well. Don't make trouble. If you make trouble, I won't give you anything to eat." Xiao Hong called back a goose that wanted to go to other people's fields to look for food. She touched its head and taught it there. There was nothing in the fields now. This goose was not as smart as Furry, so it naturally did not understand what it meant. Anyway, it came back and continued to follow the group. Little Red walked in front, and the people behind tied the pigs into a string. The people who were herding them followed. Poultry digested things quickly. They ate and pooped as they walked, and the things they pooped were eaten by the pigs. In addition to the feces of the poultry, some uneaten grass and things in the mud were also eaten by the pigs. They didn't need to feed the pigs, so it saved a lot of trouble. More than 10 people who came from the other side saw the pigs first. They all looked surprised and looked at each other. They temporarily ignored the pigs and continued to move forward. After walking for an hour, because Xiao Hong's team didn't walk fast, these people finally caught up. They followed the river and hid from the mud and soil that were brought up by the people who were working. They pretended that nothing had happened next to Xiao Hong. They were still looking around like before. But more often than not, their eyes would look at the poultry and Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong also noticed, but she didn't care. There were many people who were curious. It was not the first time that people looked at her like this. There were more than 30,000 animals when they walked back and forth. 10,000 animals were not too many. These people began to whisper as they walked. Their voices were so low that others couldn't hear them and didn't know what they were talking about. Xiao Hong was not in a hurry. It would take a while for these poultry to be full. There was not much food, and they had to walk a long way to the front. About half an hour later, there was a turn in front of them. Xiao Hong's eyes lit up when she saw that there was a naturally formed pond, which was a water bubble. There were some reeds that had just sprouted. People couldn't go in, but ducks and geese could. That place was really not small. Xiao Hong noted it down. She was going to tell Little Young Master and Little Miss when she went back. This place definitely didn't belong to anyone. She thought that Little Young Master and Little Miss should have the ability to change this place. Buying land was easy. The Yamen didn't have a county magistrate. As long as the Zhang family said that they wanted to buy a piece of land that belonged to the Yamen, they just had to pay the money. What's more, it was a swamp with reeds. He had to tell them about this when he went back. Now, he could let the ducks and geese go in to find something to eat. There There was a lot of food in there. Rong Rong, take them in to play for a while. Remember to wash yourselves. Look, what have you done? The big white goose has turned gray. Xiao Hong patted Rong Rong's head gently and ordered it. Rong Rong had a high IQ. It was sensible at that time. After so many days, it often stayed with Xiao Hong, so it became smarter. As soon as Xiao Hong finished her words, Rong Rong shouted and rushed in first. The other ducks and geese saw that there was a leader, so they also rushed in. The ducks and geese seemed to have the same habit. When they saw water, they wanted to go in to play. Stop! Don't follow us! Lil Red shouted again, scaring the dozen people. They thought Lil Red was talking about them. While they didn't know what to do, Lil Red threw out the retractable pole in her hand and whipped the chicken that was also squeezed in the group of ducks. Go out? Where are you going? Can you swim? Do you want to drown? Go out and eat over there. Can't I control you? Xiao Hong drove the chickens out one by one, and there was a cooing sound in her mouth. Only then did some stupid chickens realize that they shouldn't go in the water. The dozen or so people heaved a sigh of relief and looked at each other. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, stood up and approached Little Red. Little Red saw that there were still people working nearby, and there was even a bailiff not far away. She wasn't afraid and just watched as the person approached. She wanted to know what they were going to say. Are you from Zhangjia Zhuangzi? The person stopped a few steps away from Xiao Hong and asked Xiao Hong. Yes, I am from Zhangjia Zhuangzi. What do you want? If you want to buy something, you can go to the market in Zhuangzi. I don't sell here. Xiao Hong admitted her identity, thinking that the person wanted to buy Mao Mao like the previous one. The person shook his head. We don't want to buy things. We want to buy people. We want to buy you. If you go back with us, we will give you more money, as long as you help us hatch chickens, ducks, and geese. How much do you want? The person stared at Xiao Hong and seemed to be a little excited. Xiao Hong stared at him. Buy me? Can you afford it? Let me go to your place. Where are you from? There were people from all kinds of places here. Some of the countries nearby. As long as they could come, people would come. It was a mess, and Xiao Hong couldn't distinguish them. The person pointed to the west with his hand. It's in the west. Come back with us by boat. We will let you wear better clothes, eat better food, and find a better man. Now, Little Red understood. Listening to the voices of these people, looking at the clothes they were wearing, and saying that the West was definitely Tufan. Little Red was smart. She remembered that these Tufan people had asked her to go over there and had even talked about hatching chicks. The first thing that came to her mind was that Sangrini, who bought things last time, really brought those chickens back alive. Cherries was in charge of that and brought back many chickens. It seemed that they had grown up and laid a lot of eggs. These people also wanted to raise them and make a lot of money. Humph! Not to mention that she didn't know how to hatch chickens. Even if she did, she couldn't go with them. The two sides had just fought and lost in Songchen. Now they dared to come here to buy people. Xiao Hong glared at them and said, I don't care who you are. Go back to where you came from. I won't go with you. Don't talk to me about this. Xiao Hong walked to the chickens as she spoke. The people from the inner courtyard who followed her also looked at these people vigilantly. The leader of the Tufan group was stunned. He didn't expect that this woman was so difficult to talk to. However, he didn't give up and walked to Xiao Hong again. He kept saying that she should wear the best clothes, eat the best food, find the best man, and so on. Seeing that Lil Red was ignoring him, he stretched out his hand and was about to pull her away. At this moment, the people from the inner court took action. Several people rushed up together and started to punch and kick him. How dare he be so rude to Lil Red? Lil Red was the young master and young lady's person. As soon as they made a move, the 10 or so Tubo people also rushed over. When Little Red saw this, she immediately put the whistle in her mouth and blew it with all her might. The people working there and the bailiffs also saw this and rushed over with the tools in their hands. Catch her and run quickly. You will get a great merit when you go back. Seeing that things were not going well, the leader decided to fight. There were also people from the Tufan group in front of them. They were riding horses. They planned to catch her and run over before they were surrounded. The chickens, ducks, and geese here were in a mess and could block others. The other people from the Tufan group, who were still fighting, immediately rushed toward Xiaohong. Xiaohong also turned and ran. When that person was about to catch her, the geese in the pond rushed back. Thousands of geese saw that Xiaohong was being chased away. They lowered their necks, put their heads on the ground, and moved their legs quickly. Lil, Red turned and ran into the group of geese. The two men who came to catch Lil, Red, were surrounded by geese and twisted. If it was only their legs that were twisted, it would not be a big deal. It would just hurt a little. At most, they would be bruised, and they would be fine after some rest. However, these geese had already gone crazy. They did not just focus on their legs. With a flap of their wings, they jumped into the air, kicking with their feet and twisting with their beaks, making it impossible for the two people to resist. The chickens also rushed over and flew back and forth as well. This kind of attack was more powerful than the geese. As long as the sharp beaks bit on the body, it would be a small hole. It was the same when the claws scratched the body. The two people no longer wanted to catch Xiaohong. They used their arms to protect their heads, not letting the beaks and claws touch them. They screamed and wanted to run out of the poultry's encirclement. Not only were the two of them attacked, the Tufan group who was fighting with the inner courtyard also couldn't escape. More than 10,000 poultry surrounded them. Under Rongrong's command, they attacked from all directions. The people from the inner courtyard took the opportunity to retreat. They didn't care about the feathers on their bodies. They stood at the side and watched with lingering fear. It was too scary. This was the first time they saw poultry attacking people. Fortunately, the poultry knew each other. Otherwise, they would also attack them. Not only were the chickens' beaks and claws powerful, when they flapped their wings, it would also leave a red mark on their faces. The bailiffs and the people who were working ran over. They couldn't see anyone at all. There were flying chickens everywhere. The screams of people and the cries of poultry mixed together and reached the bailiffs and the others' ears. They all stood there and sucked in a cold breath. When they looked at Xiaohong again, their gazes were different. Originally, they respected Xiaohong, a member of the inner courtyard of Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Now, they were afraid of her. These poultry were only a part of the total. If all the poultry of the two Zhuangzi came, even if each person had a knife, how many people could resist this kind of attack? Chapter 279. The Fowl Scattered. Everyone craned their necks to look. They could hear a slight humming sound, so they knew that they were not dead yet. Other than the feathers of the three fowls on the ground, there were only some rags on the clothes. More than a dozen people were covered in feathers. Some feathers had been dyed red. It seemed that the feathers were stuck to their bodies by the blood. There was also chicken feces. Everyone looked at each other. The Yamen runner said to Xiaohong, "What happened just now?" "Nothing. They actually wanted me to go to Tubo with them. I said I wouldn't go, so they came to catch me. If I don't let them know how powerful I am, they won't understand that Zhangjia Zhuangzi is not to be trifled with." "Oomph," Xiaohong said angrily. Looking at the people lying on the ground, she laughed and said, "I deserve it. I'll nag you to death and let you catch me. I'm also a person with a team." The bailiff was just asking. He didn't care what the reason was. Even if the Zhang family's manor bullied people without a reason, he would accept it. He would even find a reason to help the Zhang family's manor get away with it. If that didn't work, he would lock up the person who was bullied. When the person who was bullied admitted that it was his fault, he would let him out. The Yamen runner called a few people of Sanshui County to check on the condition of the dozen people. There must be a lot of wounds on their bodies. They also thought that they deserved it. They actually dared to catch Xiaohong. They must have eaten a bear's heart and swallowed a leopard's gall. They turned the people over. Someone got a bucket of water and washed them. After the feathers on their bodies were washed away, the people looked at Xiaohong with eyes full of fear. The clothes of the dozen people were all gone. They didn't know how they were broken. The boots on their feet were also twisted off by the goose. Two people's boots were originally tied with a rope, but the rope was also broken. How many times did it take to do that? When he looked at these people again, he could not find any good spots on their bodies. The people in front were better off. They were lying down with their heads wrapped. Their backs, legs, arms, and the scalp at the back of their heads had been bitten until their flesh was torn apart. Even if we try to save him, we might not be able to save him. It's all over. That chicken beak is poisonous and will eat anything. It's so bad. Xiao Hong, you better think of something. Otherwise, this is also considered murder. A person who came from another county to watch the show shook his head and said, when he saw these people being nagged to such an extent, he even asked Xiao Hong to think of a solution. Xiao Hong didn't care at all. They were the ones who started it. Just as she was about to speak, the Yamen runner spoke. It's like this. I saw it with my own eyes. The people from Tubo wanted to capture Xiao Hong as a slave. When Xiao Hong was escaping, she was pushed down by them. I don't know what happened, but they wanted to capture chickens, ducks, and geese to go back with them. In the end, they were injured by the poultry. This matter has nothing to do with Xiao Hong. It's an accident that they died. If they didn't die, the Yamen will convict them. Everyone saw it, right? Isn't that the case? Yes, that's what happened. Xiao Hong was almost harmed by them. Now, Xiao Hong's whole body is still hurting from the fall. That's right. These people from Tubo are really bad. They should be arrested and punished now. We can't let them get away with it. They must have come here with a conspiracy. Send them to the Yamen to be punished. Xiao Hong is such a good girl, yet they have the heart to hurt her. They are worse than animals, yet they still dare to capture those poultry. They deserve to be unlucky. We should arrest them and ask for their accomplices to see if they have any injured poultry. If they do, they have to compensate. If the poultry are frightened, it won't be easy for them to lay eggs. The people of Sanshui County started to talk. The people from other counties were stunned. They finally knew what it meant to lie through their teeth. They were also scared when the poultry were frightened. They were the ones who were really frightened. The Yamen runner knew that this would be the result. If the people of Sanshui County didn't protect the Zhang family and the Wang family, who would they protect? Many people were involved in the business of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Now, they had a unified understanding of what had happened. Since everyone says so, then it's settled. When the time comes, everyone will have to testify. Come and help me. Wrap them up. There will be blood everywhere. When the weather is hot, there will be more mosquitoes and flies. I will immediately send someone back to call the county deputy and the registrar. We will interrogate them here and see what kind of conspiracy they have. The Yamen runner didn't care about the lives of these people. He just wanted to close the case before they died. The people of Sanshui County all felt that this should be done. Those who wanted to capture Xiao Hong shouldn't have a good ending. At this time, Xiao Hong said, "It will take a long time for the county deputy to come here. Why don't we go to Zhuangzi of the family to interrogate them? Or we can go to between the clouds and the water and ask Grandpa to come here." Okay, let's go now. Some people were willing to do this. They agreed and ran to the bridge. Although it took Xiao Hong a long time to walk here with the poultry, it didn't take much effort to run there. When a messenger ran to between the clouds and the water, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, Li Sun, Lu Er, and Xinair were learning from the old man. When the old man taught them, he didn't use a book at all. He directly recited to them. If there were words they didn't know, he would write them down separately. When a messenger saw the 6 people in the pavilion, he panted and said, "Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong of Zhangjia Zhuangzi sent people to look for trouble. They are over there. They are from Tubo. There are more than 10 of them. Xiao Hong, what happened to Xiao Hong?" Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were still sitting. When they heard that more than 10 people from Tubo were looking for trouble with Xiao Hong, they immediately stood up and asked anxiously. Little Red ordered those fowls to attack, and they nearly killed more than a dozen people. I don't think they will live for long. Those people's bodies were bitten rotten. The bailiffs and we suspect that those Tubo people are up to something, so we asked someone to interrogate them. The informant finally explained the situation clearly. "Uncle, are you saying that Xiao Hong is fine now? Those people were attacked by poultry. Is something wrong?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. The man nodded vigorously. "Yes, Little Red is fine. Before those people could even touch her, they were surrounded by poultry. It was so miserable. 10,000 chickens, ducks, and geese were flapping around and fighting. The claws of the chickens left 2 or 3 gashes, and a hole was left in the ground with a single bite. Their flesh was bitten and torn off by the geese. They were covered in blood. Some of them even exposed their bones. I don't think they will live for long. Now, everyone was relieved. It was good that Little Red was fine. Imagining the scene of those domestic animals attacking, a few of them could guess what would happen to those people from Tubo. It was impossible to say that they would be directly bitten, but if they were not careful, it would be very easy for them to bleed to death. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that if they were infected again, there would be no hope. They could not let them all die. They had to live for a few days and ask them properly. Go and get some of our wine. It is better to have pus under the scabs than to die from infection. At most, we can just open the pus. Since we want to catch Xiao Hong, we have to be prepared to suffer. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan also agreed. If you are willing, we can make a big deal out of this. It is not important if the Tubo people can reveal anything. What is important is what we want to accuse them of. I suspect that they have found out that the little prince is here. They want to catch Xiao Hong to get specific information. They want to kill the little prince. Good idea. Let's do that. Let's go and ask first. What if there is really a conspiracy? Li Sun was happy when he heard Wang Wan's words. His identity was very useful. As long as someone came to find trouble, he would be able to get involved. A few days ago, there was a battle over there and the Tubo people lost. At this time, they could make a big deal out of them. The Tubo people's furs and other things were not bad. The old man was also smiling. As long as they had something on them, they could use it. As for the details, it was not their business. Li Sun called for a car. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked people to go back and get some wine. The group of people took the car and went to the other side. The informant also got into the car prepared by Li Sun. He sat there excitedly and did not know what to do. This was Master Ho's car. After today, he would not have the chance to sit in it again. He was waiting to go back and let those people take a good look at him. When the group of people arrived at the place, there were already a few bailiffs there. They were in charge of guarding and were also there to ask. More than a dozen people were injured. It was not good to torture them. They were afraid that they would accidentally kill them. These people from the Tubo people were really stubborn. No matter how they were asked, they did not say anything. They just lay there, panting or gritting their teeth to endure the pain. They did not answer the other people's questions. Zhang Xiaobao got out of the car and did not care about them. He and Wang Wan went directly to Xiao Hong's side and asked if Xiao Hong was frightened. Xiao Hong was not afraid at all. Instead, she was very excited. She commanded the team to take care of more than a dozen people. This was also considered her ability. After asking Xiao Hong and seeing that Xiao Hong was fine, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were relieved. They went to the side of more than a dozen people and looked at them. Zhang Xiaobao asked, "Tell me, this time you came as Zhuangzi and wanted to catch Xiao Hong. What are you plotting? But don't blame us for not being polite. Let me count. Oh, 14 people. As long as one can survive in the end, it will be fine. Come, pour wine and help them." The sound of wine splashing rang out. When the wine of more than 50 degrees touched their wounds, the 14 people screamed in pain. Some even fainted. The person in the lead raised his head. His whole body was trembling. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You are really vicious. Just kill us. We won't say anything." Chapter 280. From the words of the Tubo people, Li Sun guessed that there must be something going on. The others also thought so. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so tough. It seemed that this time, they really found something to do. After Li Sun finished asking, these Tubo people didn't speak anymore. They looked like they were ready to die. "Someone come, use torture. I don't believe that I can't pry open their mouths." Li Sun called the people he brought along. Immediately, the people over there used all the methods they knew on these Tubo people. The screams never stopped, but the Tubo people were really tough. No matter how they were asked, they didn't say anything. They fainted again and again, and they were woken up by splashing water on them time and time again, but it didn't work at all. This made the faces of Li Sun and the others become ugly. It wasn't because these people didn't say anything but because these people were so tough, it meant that they weren't ordinary Tubo people. Zhang Xiaobao looked at them, and, at the same time, he was thinking about why these people came here. They definitely didn't come here to catch Xiao Hong. They definitely didn't come here just to starve Xiao Hong. It wasn't worth it to send these Tubo people. Could it be that they really came here to deal with Li Sun? It was useless. There were so many people in the Li family. Even if they killed or kidnapped Li Sun, would they still be able to get the imperial court to do anything? Moreover, if they came here to deal with Li Sun, they shouldn't have gone to catch Xiao Hong. It was stupid to cause trouble. These people didn't seem to be that stupid. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't think of anything at the moment. Seeing that the Tubo people still didn't say anything, he could only say to Xiao Hong, let your chickens and geese attack them again. I haven't seen so many poultry attacking a person. Don't use them first. Get the pigs here. Pigs eat everything. Tie up these 14 people and stuff their mouths. Let the pigs eat them. Anyway, it's not like they're recruiting, and we can save some food for the pigs. You've grown up, and you don't know how pigs eat humans. Look for something new. Hurry up and find it. Following Zhang Xiaobao's instructions, Li Sun's bodyguards tied these people up and stuffed something into their mouths. They gathered the pieces of meat that fell from their bodies and drove 2 pigs over. They fed the 2 pigs some of the meat first, and the pigs immediately started eating. Little by little, he led them to a tubo and placed the remaining minced meat on the tubo's body. The pigs then started to eat. After eating the minced meat on the tubo's body, the pigs also started to eat the remaining meat on the tubo's wound. That person didn't know if it was because of the pain, the itch, or the fright, but he struggled with all his might and made a whimpering sound. His eyes were wide open and filled with fear. Unfortunately, he was tied up and could only move his head. He shook his head vigorously and even used his head to smash the ground. However, the ground was earth and not concrete, so it was useless even if he smashed it. When pigs eat, they would also pick places with more meat. Right now, they were gnawing on this person's stomach. It seemed that they would be able to eat through it after a few more bites. Take out the thing that's stuffed in this person's mouth. I want to watch the pigs eat while listening to his cries. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was about time and said to Li Sun's bodyguard. The bodyguard walked over and took out the thing that was stuffed in the person's mouth. As soon as he took it out, that person shouted, I'll tell you, don't let the pigs eat me. I'll tell you everything. Stop, stop. As soon as he shouted, the pigs were naturally driven away. The pigs seemed to be addicted to eating. They were driven away from this person and walked towards other people. The bodyguard could only chase them back and forth. Every time the 2 pigs turned towards that person would tremble. Someone drag him to the side and ask him if what he said is the same as what the others said. If it's not the same, then feed him to the pigs. Zhang Xiaobao gave another order, and Li Sun's other bodyguard dragged the man away. While being dragged away, the Japanese man thanked Zhang Xiaobao. Why did he confess? Li Sun curiously asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, using torture and eating people are 2 different feelings. Think about how you feel when you're alive and see your body being eaten by pigs. Then you'll know why he confessed. Li Sun stood there and thought for a moment. He immediately trembled and said, it's really too scary. And, in the future, we'll use torture like this. It's much better than other methods. With one of them confessing, the rest of the Tubo people were no longer as stubborn as before. Looking at the pig that wanted to come over to eat, all of them were willing to confess. They were all brought to a place further away for questioning, leaving only the leader behind. Li Sun decided to personally ask this person this time. He asked someone to take out the things in the leader's mouth and asked this person, speak, tell me the reason why you came here this time. If this marquis is in a good mood, then I'll cure you and let you go back. In any case, others have already said it. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. If you don't, then I'll feed you to the pigs. The Tubo leader was unyielding. He turned his head to the side and said, if you want to eat, then eat. Don't think that you can get a single word out of my mouth. Li Sun was stunned. It worked for others, but it didn't work for him. How could he accept this? He angrily said to the bodyguard, "Bring those 2 pigs here." I don't believe that he won't talk. Wait. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao stood up and said, "Good man, I like good men. When I grow up, I'll also be a good man. This kind of good man can't be fed to the pigs." He's not afraid at all. After questioning others, let him go. After all, he has relatives at home, and they might be waiting for him to go back. When Zhang Xiaobao said this, he looked at that person. Sure enough, this person had relatives at home. When he heard what he said just now, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. At this time, Wang Wan also said, My Xiaobao will definitely be like this uncle in the future. He will be an indomitable man." "Uncle, can you tell us your name? If your injuries are too serious and you die, we won't even know the name of a good man." My name is Wang Wan. "Uncle, you can call me Cuckoo." The leader turned his head and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. For a moment, he didn't understand what these 2 children wanted to do. Could it be that they really thought that he was a good man? That Xiaobao or something. Just now he was watching the pigs eat people, and now he changed his mind? Cuckoo's little girl was not bad. "Uncle must be thirsty and can't speak. Go and get some water for Uncle to drink. Don't use water, use wine. Good men all drink wine." When Wang Wan saw that this person didn't speak, she ordered. Soon, someone brought the wine and directly poured it into the leader's mouth. This Tubo leader also opened his mouth and drank a mouthful. He shouted, "Good wine again. It's worth it to be able to drink such wine before I die." The bodyguard began to pour more wine for him. After 5 to 6 mouthfuls, the bodyguard finally stopped and retreated to the side. "Come again, little boy. Let me have another sip," the leader of the Tubo group shouted from the side. Wang Wan shook her head. "Uncle, you can't drink anymore. Uncle has to go back alive. Otherwise, the people at home will be sad. If my father goes out, and one day I know that he won't be able to come back, I don't know what to do. Uncle, you will definitely get better and go back home to be with your family." Yes, Cuckoo is right. I am afraid that one day I will lose my family. If my father doesn't come back, my mother and I will definitely be bullied by others. They all have fathers to help them, but I don't. Zhang Xiaobao also said at the side. After the 2 of them finished talking, the Tubo leader finally couldn't take it anymore. He closed his eyes and sighed. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao looked at each other. Wang Wan asked again, "Uncle, we still don't know your name. I heard of a person called Sanri Nigan. He seems to be one of Uncle's people. He bought a lot of chicks from my house. Uncle, do you know him? If you know him, when you go back, you can tell him that there are a lot of chicks in my house now. There are geese and ducklings. It's very fun. Ask him to buy them and sell them to him at a low price." Sambu Nakang. The Tubo leader finally said a name. Uncle Sambu Nakang? That's a nice name. When I go back, I will think about it and come up with a name like that. "Uncle, is your house far from here?" Wang Wan asked again. This time, Sambu Nakang didn't speak. He looked at the sky blankly. Wei Wei opened his mouth and lay there motionlessly. If it wasn't for his rising and falling chest, people would think that he was already dead. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao this time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan immediately sat beside Sambu Nakang. "Cuckoo, do you think Uncle Sambu Nakang has children as old as us in his house? If we can go to Uncle Sambu Nakang's house, we can play with him." Zhang Xiaobao sat there and supported his chin with one hand. "Who knows? If there is, they should be older than us. Look at Uncle Sambu Nacheng. He's older than our father, so his children are also older than us. It's good to have a big brother and a big sister. If it's a big brother, he'll definitely be a good man like Uncle. As for the big sister, she'll be very beautiful, just as beautiful as Aunt Sanbu Nacheng." Wang Wan hugged her knees with both hands and blinked her big eyes. When Sambu Nakang heard the 2 children's words, there was a trace of attachment in his eyes. Zhang Xiaobao saw it from the corner of his eyes and continued. "If it's a big brother, he will be very powerful. After all, a big brother has a powerful father, just like my father. When I was young, he carried me and told me stories. Now, he is teaching me how to read. I want to remember all these things and think about it when I grow up." Chapter 281. When Songbu Nacheng heard what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said, the look in his eyes changed again. There were memories, warmth, and a hint of a smile as if he had thought of something funny. Zhang Xiaobao continued, Cuckoo, what do you think Songbu Nacheng's children are like? Were they taught to read and write when they were young? I don't think so. Uncle Songbu Nacheng is a good man. He should teach the boys how to ride a horse, shoot an arrow, or practice martial arts. If it's a big sister, then I don't know. What can she teach? Uncle Songbu Nacheng, are the children in your family male or female? Wang Wan asked Songbu Nacheng, who was lying on the ground. Songbu Nacheng said, 2 boys. Are they older than Xiaobao and me? Wang Wan asked again. Yes, the older one is 17 years old, and the younger one is 9 years old. Songbu Nacheng said the age of his sons under the influence of the alcohol, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The expression on his face was not as stiff as before. Perhaps it was the effect of the alcohol, but the pain in his body was much less. Zhang Xiaobao said, Uncle Songbu Nacheng, you should find a younger sister for the 2 big brothers. I want to have a younger sister. Uncle Songbu Nacheng, what did you teach the 2 big brothers? Songbu Nacheng said faintly, soon, when we go back, the child will come out. Maybe it's a girl this time. I teach them archery, ride a horse, and swim by themselves. There's a river near my house. When I have nothing to do, I take them to the river to catch fish. The fish there are big, dozens of pounds. That's good. Uncle Songbu Nacheng, where is it? There's a river in front of my house, but my father has never taken me to catch fish. When I go back, I'll ask my father to take me and Xiaobao to catch fish. Wang Wan asked curiously and moved closer to Songbu Nacheng. Songbu Nacheng looked at Wang Wan's innocent smile, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He said, in Laragang, very far from here. What is Laragang? I've never heard of it. Are the people there like Uncle Songbu Nacheng? Are they all good men? Do the people there eat the same food as us? Wang Wan looked at Songbu Nacheng and thought of her, so she continued to ask. It's similar to what you eat, but it's not as good as what you eat. There's always a shortage of food. In summer, you can catch fish to eat, but it's not easy. The water is cold, wet, and wet. If you want to go to Laragang, it'll take you more than a month. For ordinary people, it'll take you 3 or 4 months, or even half a year. Songbu Nacheng explained to Wang Wan. When he saw Wang Wan's appearance, he thought that when he went back and saw his child, she should be as cute as Wang Wan. Wang Wan picked up a goose feather from the ground and fiddled with it. Her eyes looked to the west. After a while, she said, It's so far. I can't go there. When I grow up, I'll definitely go to Uncle's house to see big brother and little sister. I'm older than her. Uncle, drink some more wine. Wang Wan said and asked someone to bring the wine over. She fed Songbu Nacheng little by little. After drinking a mouthful of wine, Songbu Nacheng sighed. That's good. Our place is humid. If we can drink this wine, it'll be good. If Uncle likes to drink it, my family's Zhuangzi made it. If Uncle likes it, drink more. This wine isn't worth much. Uncle, I heard from my mother that girls have to marry when they grow up. What kind of person will my little sister marry when she grows up? I can only marry Xiaobao. Wang Wan fed Songbu Nacheng another mouthful of wine and thought about the future. Songbu Nacheng suddenly laughed. Little girl, you're thinking about marriage at such a young age. When the time comes, my daughter will definitely marry a capable person. I'll prepare the best dowry for her. Oh, then my family will also prepare the best dowry for me. Xiaobao's family also has to give me a lot of things. Otherwise, I won't marry. Uncle, drink another mouthful. Wang Wan puffed up her cheeks and said, Yes, I won't marry if they don't give me anything. Ha ha, cough, cough. This wine is really strong. Songbu Nacheng squinted his eyes and smiled. You won't marry? I won't marry either. Uncle Songbu Nacheng, what kind of wife will my 2 big brothers find in the future? Zhang Xiaobao also stood up. Songbu Nacheng turned his head and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. He smiled and said, Big brother already has a wife. Not bad. Second son still has to wait for a few more years. Wang Wan immediately reached out and turned Sambu Nashing's head back to face her. She poured another mouthful of wine and said, Uncle Sambu Nashing, do you have any special products? You don't have anywhere else. Yes, there are big oranges, sweet ones, and walnuts. The walnuts taste good in the mouth, and Sambu Nashing's eyes were about to close as he spoke. Uncle Sambu Nashing, don't sleep. Tell me how big the oranges are. Uncle, drink another mouthful of wine. Wang Wan fed Sambu Nashing another mouthful of wine and gestured with her hands. Haha, it's not as big as what you're drawing. It's a little smaller. Yes, it's this big. I always eat it when I was young. I even use the skin of the oranges to make water to drink. Sambu Nashing struggled to open his eyes and said, Ah, you can make water to drink? Then, Uncle, why are you here this time? Wang Wan asked casually. We're here to do some damage. There's a disaster here, and the food needs to be transported from the south. We're divided into many small teams. If there's a chance, we'll find a way to make the food here lose some. I have a secret mission, which is to kill Zhangjia Zhuangzi's people. Even if I can't go back, it's worth it. Sambu Nashing yawned and said. After he finished speaking, he suddenly woke up and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan smiled sweetly and said, Uncle Sambu Nashing, if you want to kill Xiao Bao's people, then you can't go back. You won't be able to see your family again. Those who kill will be killed. Although you didn't have time to do it, we'll take it that you did. You can drink another mouthful of wine. Xiao Bao and I have wasted too much time on you. As they spoke, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao stood up at the same time. Hand in hand, they walked in front of the stunned Li Sun. Zhang Xiaobao said to him, We found out. His name is Sambu Nashing. He lives in Larragay. He has 2 sons and an unborn child. This time, he's here to do damage and assassinate my family members. I'll leave the rest to you. Li Sun nodded blankly. He shivered and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a trace of fear in his eyes. He didn't even care about death, but these two were able to find out the identity of this person. He really thought that these two were doing this for some good man. He didn't expect that, as they chatted, they would talk about such an important matter. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan leaving hand in hand, Li Sun was stunned for a while. Then, he said, Good skills. It must be that person who taught him. He's amazing. No, this is such an important matter. I have to report it to the higher-ups. Someone, come and report it to the higher-ups. After Li Sun finished shouting, there were already 4 people who were ready. They jumped on their horses and galloped towards the nearest station. The people who were caught here were also questioned. It was the same as what the Tubo leader said. It was just that they didn't know about the assassination. They found a doctor to treat them. They tried their best not to let them die. These people had other uses. At the same time, Sanshui County began to investigate the outsiders. Those who were suspicious were arrested first. If there was nothing wrong, they were released. If there was something wrong, they were kept. Xiao Hong continued to release the chickens. The people were working. The number of Yamen runners increased by 5 times to avoid any mistakes. The Zhang family's place couldn't be easily assassinated. Li Sun didn't have anything else to do. He followed the old man back and deliberately entered a carriage. Minister, what do you think of the master behind Zhangjia Zhuangzi? Li Sun entered a carriage to talk about this matter. The old man had also seen how Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had tried to trick him. He was equally shocked, especially when the 2 kids were talking to the leader of the Spitting Tomatoes. They were so innocent, as though they were not scheming at all. In the end, as they asked, the question came up. Other than talent, how else could one nurture them? When he heard Li Sun's question, he said, It's unfathomable. I don't know why such a person would stay in Zhangjia Zhuangzi and teach the 2 children. It's a pity that with his skills, if he were to become an official, wouldn't he be able to benefit more people? Then why is Minister willing to teach the 2 children here? Why don't you become an official? Why do you have to retire and return to your hometown? My imperial uncle hasn't agreed yet. Li Sun asked. Hee, you brat. You actually used my words to ask me. Not bad. I like these 2 little kids. They are intelligent and can understand what I teach them. To have such students is something that any teacher would be happy about. The most important thing is that these two little kids know etiquette and filial piety. Every time I eat with them, they will give me some food. As long as I say it's delicious, they will definitely cook it for me next time. When the old man talked about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, a smile appeared on his face. He seemed to have forgotten that someone was going to make trouble here. Li Ji nodded. That's right. You know how good they are. How could that expert not know? That's why he specially taught them. The other side actually sent people over. It just so happens that we're lacking some food here. If they really succeed, the other side will attack again and we won't be able to transport food here. It's just a small trick. I didn't hurt them enough. This time, we can find an excuse. Sigh. They must be here to ask for punishment like before. The old man also felt annoyed. Old master, why don't you go to Zhangjia Zhuangzi and ask that master? Maybe he has some good ideas. Li Sun said expectantly. Chapter 282. It was a spring outing, and many flowers were blooming. Which family's two children were following the wind. It had been 2 days since the incident with the saboteurs. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao saw that the weather was good today, and it wasn't that cold anymore. They changed their clothes and held hands as they went to take a look at the two newly acquired farmsteads. This time, they were with the Zhuangzi protection team. After all, they weren't familiar with the two Zhuangzi, so they had to take some protective measures. The spring plowing had officially begun. The two newly bought Zhuangzi were also working together like the original Zhangjia Zhuangzi. If anyone dared to slack off, they would be kicked out of Zhuangzi. It turned out that the Han family in Zhuangzi seemed to be a little anxious. After they tore down the main house's courtyard, they tore down their own house as well. Some of them were quick enough to use the bricks from the main house to build half a house. There was no housekeeper here. Only the old man was temporarily in charge. He tore down his own house mainly because he thought that the spring plowing would start in a few days. Unexpectedly, the weather was good, and the spring plowing was brought forward. This way, they could make more preparations. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived, the farmers in Zhuangzi were worried about the houses they tore down. They could hold on during the day, but they would freeze to death at night. Originally, they wanted to build some houses today and make do with it. They would continue to build the houses in the next 2 days and then dry them in charcoal basins. Who knew that just as they tore down the houses and built a new one, the main house told them that the spring plowing would start today. The livestock were bought and sent here. Naturally, the farmers didn't dare to object. But where would they stay at night? Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan to stand in the middle of the ruins. He thought for a while and said, I found that the speed of tearing down houses is indeed faster than building them. You guys just have to trouble the main house. Someone go back and ask them to send some tents. We can't let the farmers freeze to death today, right? Wang Wan also said to the farmers, don't worry about it. For the master, it's just a small matter to get some tents. Hurry up and get to work. The next time something like this happens, discuss it with the master first. The two of them spoke like little adults, but none of the villagers dared to look down on them. In fact, they were even more afraid. If they offended the madam of the house and the housekeeper, they would at most be scolded. At worst, they would be beaten a few times. However, if they offended these two little ancestors, the thoughts of children were different from those of adults. When the villagers saw one of the temple guards leave, they let out a burst of deliberately suppressed laughter. Only now did they remember that the main family was the Zhang family. The Zhang family was very good to the villagers, so how could they just leave them without a house to live in? The most prestigious old man began to arrange for people to do things. The main family had already done what they should and shouldn't do. If they didn't do something, the main family would get angry and drive them all away. That would be the end of them. After eating good food for a few days, the people who worked had more or less recovered. They immediately started to do things according to the new rules. Those who didn't do farm work had to prepare to cook so that the people who worked at noon could eat. If the house was gone, they just had to build a stove, and there was no lack of pots and pans. When Zhang Xiaobao saw this situation, he patted his head with his small hand and said to Wang Wan, It seems that they haven't gotten used to being the Zhang family's villagers. They don't know that when they work like this, the main family is in charge of the ingredients for the food. Look at that. He's still looking for scallions. He doesn't know how to sharpen his broken knife or saw it. It's all teeth. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled at the side. People who were used to being oppressed would always do things according to the original way. It was impossible for them to change in such a short time. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao was only complaining to her, she had no choice but to let her shout. There's no need to prepare the ingredients for the food. The main family will bring it over in a while. Hurry up and sharpen your knives. Once the food is here, you have to start. When the people who were working heard Wang Wan's voice, they stopped what they were doing and stood there for a while before they reacted. The auntie next door, that's right. When Zhangjia Zhuangzi is working, the main family is in charge of the food. We don't have to take it ourselves. This time, the main family should be able to give us wine to drink. The ground is cold. Look at my memory. I forgot about this. A woman who was a little lame wiped her forehead with her sleeve and said to an older person next to her. That person also didn't think about this matter just now. When the people at home started working, those who couldn't do the work would cook. They had long forgotten the rules of Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Looking at the kitchen knife with a few teeth in her hand, she smiled embarrassedly and said, "Oh, I forgot. I followed a good main family. Last night, I even dreamed that I lived in a new house. I was a little anxious. Zhang Xiaobao's and Wang's houses in Zhuangzi weren't finished last year. They only fixed it a little. If we were in such a hurry to build a house, what would the main family think? When that person at home comes back, we'll talk to them. Let's finish the work first. After that, we'll help Zhang Xiaobao's and Wang's houses to build a new house. After that, we'll build another one." These days, we'll live in tents without knowing the rules. There has to be a first come, first served order. His auntie is right. We can't build a house. Zhang Xiaobao's and Wang's houses were working for Zhuangzi and delayed the construction of the house. This year, we built the house first. We haven't done anything for the main family yet. What would the main family think? Especially when the main family's master went to take the imperial examinations. Only the madam is in charge of the house. If we really build a house, others will definitely think that we're taking advantage of the main family's master not being at home. If they say something, we don't need to live in a new house anymore. We can just go somewhere else and seek a living. The woman who spoke just now also thought of this point. She felt a lingering fear in her heart. If the Zhang Xiaobao's and Wang's houses were built first, wouldn't they be looking down on the main family? The two of them spoke quite loudly. The people around them also heard them. Some of the more timid ones were so scared that they even cried. They didn't want to lose the main family, the Zhang family. Sigh. These people are really thinking too much. I didn't say anything. If they want to build a house, then so be it. It's just that they're building a single-story house. We won't build anything else for them for the time being. After the spring plowing, we'll all build two-story houses. Cuckoo, when the time comes, do you think we should build bricks, wood, or bamboo for the houses? The bricks will be sturdier, and the other two will look more comfortable, especially the bamboo ones. Zhang Xiaobao also heard what the two of them said. He felt that they were too timid. However, this was also good. After all, they had to think about the main family. He turned around and asked Wang Wan what kind of house to build. Wang Wan thought for a while and said, "Let's build a brick house. The wood and bamboo houses will be too damp. We'll have to live there in the future. We can't build a new house every year. A brick house with a small yard. We can plant some creepers at the foot of the wall." Are there creepers now? There are also morning glory flowers, which are also morning glory flowers. If there are, we can plant them. If there aren't, we can plant other kinds of pumpkins. When the time comes, there will be big melons on the roof. We can let them plant some grapes in the yard. When autumn comes, we can pick them and make some rock sugar to make wine. That's the only way. Originally, we were worried that we wouldn't have enough money to build a brick house. Now, we don't have to worry anymore. Someone is giving us money. Let's go find Li Sun and ask him about the deposit. At the same time, we can ask him to do some other things. Zhang Xiaobao also returned to reality from his imagination of the pavilions and bamboo houses. The houses for the villagers to live in had to be sturdy and durable. Other things couldn't be done. Besides, the cost of the houses was different. A brick house was expensive, but a bamboo house was too cheap. It was like fooling people. Seeing that he and Wang didn't have to worry about the matters here, he pulled Wang to the Yuan family Zhuangzi. Then, he happened to find Li Sun. The Zhuangzi of the Li family was close to the Yuan family Zhuangzi. When they arrived at the Yuan family Zhuangzi, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang looked at the situation here. It was much better than the Han family Zhuangzi. No one was tearing down the houses. Most of the people were working. Only a small number of people who were physically weak built a stove outside. The pot was placed on the table, the dishes were cleaned, and the knives were placed there. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang arrived, an old man stood out and said to them, "Hello, young master and young lady. The villagers are working. Is the master taking care of the meals?" "Yes. A carriage will deliver them in a moment. There will be 3 dishes today. There will be no wine for lunch, but there will be wine for dinner. There will also be a soup. There will be 2 vegetarian dishes and a meat dish. The soup will be fish soup, and there will be rice. There will only be rice today, but there will be pancakes tomorrow. There won't be enough time." Zhang Xiaobao looked at the old man's steady appearance and felt relieved. He told the old man what they were going to eat today. This time, the old man finally couldn't keep his calm. It was one thing to know that the master of the Zhang family was good to the villagers, but it was another thing to personally experience it. There were 3 dishes and 1 soup, 2 vegetarian dishes and a meat dish, as well as fragrant rice and wine for dinner. Even if they ate at the small store, they wouldn't be reluctant to order so much. They even explained why there wasn't any pancakes. Where could they find such a master? The old man gasped for breath and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang, "Young master, young lady, you too can rest assured. Please also let the madam of the master rest assured. We, the villagers, will definitely put in all our effort. If anyone dares to slack off, this old man will make the decision not to give them food and let them starve to death." Zhang Xiaobao put on the posture of a young master of the master family and nodded. He looked at the river without water and asked, "What's the matter with this river?" "Young master, even if you didn't ask, I still had to tell you. I wanted you to tell the madam of the master family about this matter. Our Yuan family Zhuangzi is adjacent to the Li family's Zhuangzi on one side and the Chun family's Zhuangzi on the other side. This river was originally dug by the Yuan family, and they intercepted a portion of the water from the river in front of the Chun family. Now that the master of Zhuangzi changed, the Chun family blocked that area. That area belongs to the Yuan family, and the river wasn't originally there. Therefore, there is no water in the river now. There are still a few wells where some water can be extracted. Young master, you have to go back and tell the madam of the master family. Do you want to find the Chin family and have them open up the blocked area? Or do you want to get some water from elsewhere? The Li family Zhuangzi has some, but the terrain there is a bit lower, so it's not easy to dig. Young master, let the madam take a look. Chapter 283. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang did not expect the situation to be so complicated. The Yuan family had diverted the water from the Chun family. The two families seemed to have a good relationship. Now that the person in charge was changed, the other side cut off the water. What was the reason? Xiaobao, did the Chun family ask us to discuss the water with them? They want to ask us for some money? This will be easier. I am just afraid that they will think that we are the ones who diverted the Yuan family and will not give us the water anymore. The two of them walked back after knowing the situation. Wang guessed that it was the Chun family's idea, but she was not sure. Zhang Xiaobao also thought of this problem. We don't know now. Steward Zhang will know when he asks them later. In fact, I am not afraid that they will not give us the water. If they really annoy me, I will cut off the water for them. The water in the small river that they diverted was from the river between the Wang family and the Ge family. The water first came from above, past the small bridge, and then came between the clouds and the water. After that, It came to the Li family Zhuangzi. After that, it came to them. I would rather spend manpower and resources to divert the water so that the other side does not belong to Sanchuan County. When Steward Zhang comes back, we will know what they mean. That's good. Maybe they think that it is too easy for us to use the water directly. After all, there is only one river. If they don't block it, we will not think too much about it. We will not remember their kindness. If they block it, we will go over and tell them. If they open it, we will owe them one. Wang tried to think positively. Owing them a favor can be made up. In the future, if Xiao Bao wants to do new business, he can just bring them along. The two of them talked and went directly to the Li family Zhuangzi. When the person in charge of the Zhuangzi saw the two of them, he did not dare to neglect. He did not even report and led them to Li Sun's study room. Li Sun was still learning that book of nature. Although there were not many words and the book was not thick, it was not easy to learn. He had to think for a long time before he could figure out many things. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived, Li Sun immediately pulled the two of them to the table and asked them about the things that he didn't understand. Zhang Xiaobao roughly knew some of it. In fact, he was also learning it. Only Wang Wan could explain some of it to Li Sun. They talked for 2 hours. Wang Wan was tired, and Li Sun needed some time to digest the information. This time, Zhang Xiaobao finally told them the purpose of their visit. Young Master Li, the reason I'm here is regarding the 3 workshops. Now that the workshops are under construction, we have the manpower. After a year of practice, we can start using them next year. We need to collect the money we use to purchase the furs. Zhang Xiaobao listed these items to Li Sun. Li Sun understood and immediately agreed. Then the 10,000 strings of coins will be here in the afternoon. What else is there for the workshops? Yes, there are. It's not enough to just have the workshops and skilled people. We have to do something new. For example, the design of the jewelry needs to be specially trained. The same goes for the other 2. Therefore, we should build a school that specializes in learning these things. It will be built in the middle of the river. The Zhuangzi next to it will give them some compensation and let them move aside a little. Zhang Xiaobao told Li Sun about the school. Li Sun listened and thought about it. He said, "How much will it cost?" We agreed on a total of 90,000 strings of coins. I took out 10,000 strings of coins, and they also took out a lot of money. You haven't taken out your money yet. You still have to wait for more than 2 months. If you take out this money again, will there still be money left to build the dock? Shouldn't we wait until the dock is more or less ready to ship before we do something else? They said that as long as the dock can build small boats first, they can build them and sell them. This way, we can use the money from selling small boats to build bigger boats. Oh, they are thinking quite far ahead. It won't take more than 2 months. My family will be able to take out the money in a month. Let them build the school first and find skilled people to teach them. However, the school needs to be paid. Otherwise, they can still earn money when they go back to work. I calculated that there should be about 100 people in each school. Give each person 150 strings of coins a month. Let's see how it goes first. If it's good, we can increase the number of people to 300 in each school. We also have to take care of food and clothes, including accommodation. In fact, we can also build small boats without a dock. Let them build the school first, and then tell them to build small boats immediately. This way, even if we go out to sea a little later, we don't have to worry about not having enough people in the future. Let's see if it works. Zhang Xiaobao began to talk to Li Sun again. He also exaggerated the benefits. Li Sun had already believed in his master's words. As long as he followed the Zhang family, he would be right. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he felt that it made sense. He said, "Okay, when they bring the money in the afternoon, I'll tell them that it's only 3 schools. They will be useful in the future. They can't ignore the future. Then there's nothing else. Cuckoo and I are going to eat between the clouds and the water. Young Master Li, do you want to go with us or stay at home to eat?" Zhang Xiaobao came here for this purpose. He wanted to show people the workshop schools. Li Sun hesitated for a moment. "I'd better eat at home. I have to think about what Wang Wan said just now." Otherwise, it's easy to forget. You guys go ahead. I won't see you out." After he finished speaking, Li Sun stood up. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also stood up. Li Sun walked them to the door of the study, then turned around and carefully reviewed what Wang Wan said just now. He was afraid that he would forget. "Grandpa Bai, this eggplant with minced meat is for you. I've already peeled it." Wang Wan put a piece of eggplant with minced meat on the old man's plate. The old man ate it with a smile. "It's delicious. It's really good. Eating eggplant in this season is not normal. Hee hee. I'm really blessed with the two of you here." The old man was happy. On one hand, the food was delicious. On the other hand, the most important thing was that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan accompanied him to eat. They would always put food in his bowl. He enjoyed the happiness of a family reunion with the two of them. His health was getting better and better, and his complexion was not bad. He was no longer as sickly as he was when he first arrived here. Furthermore, even if he did not discipline Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the two of them learned so quickly. He was already satisfied and was prepared to continue staying here. When the time came, he would see the two children's achievements. "Grandpa Bai, in a few days, between the clouds and the water won't be a restaurant anymore. There will be many restaurants. My family wants to build an academy here. Grandpa Bai, can you find some good teachers? By then, others will come here to study. The scenery is good, and our farmers will be safe. Grandpa Bai has nothing to do. See which students are good and can be taught separately. The Zhang family will pay for this. When the time comes, Grandpa Bai will name the academy. Even if you teach 10 people and one of them becomes a talent, it will be good for our country." Zhang Xiaobao had just won over Li Sun and ran here to win over the old man. There were many benefits to building an academy. It could improve the status of the Zhang family and Wang family. It could let those who were admitted in the future have a sense of belonging to the academy in this place. Most importantly, they could cheat, earn money. This place was good. There were mountains and rivers, and there were so many restaurants. The children of the rich were not used to the food in the school cafeteria. Zhang Xiaobao didn't plan to let the cafeteria do a good job. With more income from the students, they could help to make this place famous. When the students wrote poems here, most of them would include the name of the place. For example, there was smoke early in Tuqiao village, between the clouds and the water, and the sun was late. Zhang Wang had Zhuang Xiaoqiao, and people far away did not know, and so on. As long as the poem was written well and spread, people who saw it would yearn for this place. They would want to experience going down the mountain in the middle of the water. When they came, they would have a way to spend money. Apart from this, they could also have friendly matches with other academies from other places from time to time. The venues would be rotated. When they were here, the spectators, the competitors, and some other people involved would be able to spend a lot more money. Otherwise, who would fight to hold the Olympic Games and the World Cup? It was because they could make money and become famous. This time, the old man really didn't expect Zhang Xiaobao to come up with a series of calculations. He only thought that the person behind the scenes wanted to come out of the mountain and needed to find a place. Building an academy was the best way. After thinking about it, the old man agreed. It could indeed cultivate some useful people for the country. "Okay, as long as you build the place, I'll find a teacher to help you solve your problems. I can't be idle, so I'll teach you. Grandpa Bai, it's a deal." When the time comes, if a student can do something for the country, half of the credit will go to you. You will be known by the world. The Zhang family and Wang family. Oh, I'm wrong. As long as the Tang Empire has this academy, we can go one step further. Zhang Xiaobao began to put on the high hat for the old man and buttoned it up one by one. Before the old man was put on the hat, he really thought that the Zhang family was willing to be a national talent. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he finally found that something was wrong. With an academy, the most popular families were the Zhuangzi and Zhang family. They originally had a school in Zhuangzi, and the child was still young. Moreover, the teacher they found was ordinary. He found a good teacher here, and the child in the school had some foundation and could be transferred. Who was this talent for? Good academy. Xiaobao and Cuckoo, go back and tell them that I agree. When the time comes, the restaurant will make more money than some poor students. The old man said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao regretted. Why did he say so many nice words just now? It was over. The old man found out about it and specifically mentioned the matter of making money for the restaurant. Wang Wan chuckled. Grandpa Bai, don't worry. When the time comes for examinations, as long as those poor students do well, we will give them some rewards. The money will be taken from the restaurant's earnings. Chapter 284. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were happily chatting with the old man, Steward Zhang was not happy at all. When Steward Zhang knew that the young master wanted him to go to the Chun family's zhuangzi to talk about something, he hurriedly ate some food and rushed over. When he arrived, he saw that the small river leading to the Yuan family's zhuangzi was blocked. He filled some sacks with sand and threw them at the source of the water. Seeing that the river did not flow there, Steward Zhang became anxious. The spring plowing had begun, and they were all paddy fields. Without water, what were they going to plant? He quickly knocked on the door of the Chun family zhuangzi. The Chun family zhuangzi did not have any official position and was only a businessman. Just looking at the tall door, Steward Zhang could feel the aura of gold and silver. As the door was pulled open from the inside, a head popped out from the crack and looked around. Finally, his eyes stopped on Steward Zhang and asked, "What are you doing here? Which one are you looking for?" "Little brother, I am the housekeeper of Zhangjia Zhuangzi of Tuqiao village. I want to discuss something with your master. Please help me pass on the message." Steward Zhang puffed out his chest and said to the person behind the door, "Tuqiao village? Which village? Zhangjia Zhuangzi? I don't know. Master is busy and has no time. Come back tomorrow." The gatekeeper threw down these words and closed the door with a bang. Steward Zhang was stunned. He looked at the closed door and did not react for a long time. He did not know the Zhangjia Zhuangzi of Tuqiao village. Who would believe that? It's not like it's far away. Don't you know whose water is blocked by your house? After hesitating for a moment, Steward Zhang took out 20 copper coins from his sleeve pocket and counted them in his hand. He went to knock on the door again. After a few knocks, the door was open from the inside again. The same head popped out and looked at Steward Zhang. "What's wrong with you? I told you that master is busy. Why are you still knocking? If you have the time, you should think about what to do. You're an adult and don't know how to behave." As he spoke, he was about to close the door again. Steward Zhang quickly said, "Little brother, I do have something to discuss with your master. This money is for you to buy a cup of tea." Steward Zhang said as he handed the money over. The gatekeeper's eyes suddenly widened and his expression changed. He took the money and said, "Oh, so it's Steward Zhang from Zhangjia Zhuangzi of Tuqiao village. Look at me, I'm confused. Wait a moment, I'll go in and report." The gatekeeper turned around and ran inside as quickly as he closed the door. Steward Zhang could hear the footsteps. He curled his lips and muttered, "This is the kind of gatekeeper. Just wait and see. Don't expect to make a fortune. If the gatekeeper of Zhangjia Zhuangzi dares to do this, I'll break his leg." After waiting for a while, he heard the footsteps inside. Then the door was opened and a person came out. He looked at Steward Zhang and they looked at each other. Steward Zhang said first, "Are you the head of the Chun family?" "I'm the housekeeper of the Chun family. Master is busy and can't come out. If you have something to say, just say it." The person who came out didn't mean to let Steward Zhang in. He blocked the door and said. Steward Zhang felt uncomfortable. What was this? He didn't even have the basic etiquette. Could it be that he couldn't even afford a cup of tea? Suppressing the unhappiness in his heart, Steward Zhang pointed behind him. It was the place where the river was and said, "It's spring, so we need some water. I didn't know that the river was connected to your village. After it broke, I came to check and found out. I hope that your village can move that thing away for the sake of your neighbor. In the future, the Zhang family will be very grateful." What river? Oh, the ditch that the Yuan family used to connect to. Aya, this is difficult. There isn't enough rain this year. We don't know if we have enough water in our fields. If we dig up the ditch, what will happen to our village? Why don't Steward Zhang go back and think of other ways? I can't help you here. Housekeeper Chun didn't have any expression on his face when he spoke. He directly refused to give water. Steward Zhang naturally didn't believe him. What lack of rain? How could he not know how much water there was on the other side of the river? Otherwise, why would he expand the river? He thought in his heart, but couldn't say it out loud. Housekeeper Chun, let's not talk about the rain first. Zhangjia Zhuangzi is willing to pay. Let's give you 100 copper coins for 1 day. Is that okay? Hearing Steward Zhang's words, Housekeeper Chun turned his head and looked to the side. He didn't say anything. 150 copper coins a day. What do you think? Steward Zhang added more money. There was a lot of land there. 150 copper coins wasn't a lot. Housekeeper Chun still didn't say anything. Steward Zhang had to raise the price again. 200 copper coins a day. If it's more, we might as well dig a well. At this time, Housekeeper Chun said, digging a well is good. It's convenient to use water. Even if there isn't enough rain, we don't have to worry. Steward Zhang's idea is good. If we lack manpower to dig a well, the Zhuangzi of the Chun family can send people over to help. The daily wages can be given as usual. As for food, I think Zhangjia Zhuangzi will give the villagers the same as usual. Steward Zhang knew that Housekeeper Chun wouldn't agree. He thought about it and tried again. Housekeeper Chun, in the future, the Zhuangzi of the Zhang and Chun families will be connected. Who doesn't have difficulties? At that time, if the Chun family is in trouble, the Zhang family won't stand by and do nothing. Don't. If the Chun family is in trouble, your Zhang family must stand by and do nothing. Don't get involved with the Chun family. The Chun family isn't as capable as the Yuan and Han families. They can't afford to compensate, and they can't find people to go to the capital to mediate. Zhangjia Zhuangzi, just let the Chun family go. Tomorrow, get someone to plant some thorns between the two Zhuangzi. In the future, the Zhuangzi won't be connected. Housekeeper Chun sneered. As he spoke, he cupped his hands to Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang understood that the Chun family Zhuangzi was either related to the two Zhuangzi, or they were doing this on purpose. Isn't the Zhang family powerful? If I ignore you, I'll show you who's more powerful. Other than these two reasons, Housekeeper Zhang couldn't think of any other reason. If it was Zhangjia Zhuangzi who harmed the Han and Yuan families, as long as one wasn't a fool, one would know that it was wrong. It was the Han and Yuan families who harmed them. Steward Zhang lowered his head and thought for a while. Just as he raised his head and was about to speak, he saw that Housekeeper Chun had already turned around and went back in. The door was closed with a bang. Steward Zhang stood at the door for a while. In the end, he couldn't do anything. He sighed helplessly, turned around, and went back to talk to the young master and see what he would do. When Steward Zhang dejectedly returned to between the clouds and the water, Zhang Xiaobao and the other children were learning from the old man. As they were learning, they saw Steward Zhang coming over. The old man also saw the expression on Steward Zhang's face and stopped talking. Steward Zhang, what's wrong? Is it that no matter what we say, they won't give us any water? Tell us what you said. Everyone listen. Don't worry. When Zhang Xiaobao saw Steward Zhang's expression, he understood and comforted him. Steward Zhang sat down on the stool and told the young master everything that had happened, including what he thought, what he said, and what the other party was like. He didn't add anything that shouldn't be said. He knew that the young master didn't want to hear those things that had been changed. Oh, I see. They want to arm wrestle with my Zhang family. If they won't give us any water, then so be it. Why do they have to say those sarcastic words? They don't seem to have any relationship with the other two families, and it's the same with County Magistrate 1. Otherwise, how would a merchant family dare to speak to Steward Zhang like that after the 3 people were arrested? Since that's the case, forget it. Spend more money and effort. Let's take the river from the Li family. Our land is higher, so we'll dig deeper. Let them plant thorns. If they want to plant them in their own land, so be it. We'll agree to let them plant half of it. In the future, we'll go our separate ways and mind our own business. Today, we've wronged Steward Zhang. Originally, the main family should help Steward Zhang, but this matter is too small. It's not worth it to become a life and death enemy. When there's a chance in the future, we'll definitely help Steward Zhang get back his dignity. After hearing what Steward Zhang said, Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a while and decided on this. There wasn't any deep hatred, so he couldn't use thunderous means immediately. If this continued, he would make more enemies in the future. With the young master's words, I won't feel wronged anymore. I believe that the young master will get back at me one day. Then I'll arrange for people to dig the canal now. When Steward Zhang heard the young master talk about his matter in private, he felt much better. It was only now. He had suffered less grievances in the past. If Zhuangzi couldn't do it, then what could he do? He could only endure. Wasn't this the job of steward? To take the blame, and be wronged again. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and didn't say anything. He felt uncomfortable in his heart. Before beating a dog, one had to look at its master. The Chen family Zhuangzi didn't give them any face at all. Steward Zhang's men were more than the Chen family Zhuangzi. Don't do anything overboard. Don't offend me. Otherwise, I won't let your Chen family have an easy time. Zhang Xiaobao tapped his face with his hand as he pondered. Wang Wan saw this from the side and began to mourn for the Chen family. Zhang Xiaobao's personality had always been like this. An eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. Furthermore, his revenge was even more ruthless. If you slapped him, he would return the favor with a knife. The old man didn't want to care about this kind of thing. When he saw that Steward Zhang had left, he continued to talk. The old man was much more knowledgeable than Father Zhang, and the children who listened benefited greatly. Even his granddaughter, Xian Heir, could understand part of it. These days, Xian Heir had been eating Xiaoxian. She didn't want to eat too far away from others. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't the kind of person who kept thinking about how to affect other things when he encountered something small. After Steward Zhang's matter was over, he put all his attention on his studies and didn't think about it all. Chapter 285. Mountains and rivers were everywhere, and the moon was hazy in a merry manner. The lights were bright, and people were in a hurry. Before they slept, the fog was thick. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan accompanied the old man to have dinner in the evening. They went to Lisun to get the money and asked people to transport it away. Then, they took the car to see the Zhuangzi who tore down the house. Before they arrived, they could hear the sounds of activity coming from the other side. There were the bold words of the people drinking and the laughter of children playing. The lanterns over there were lit, and they could see the tents propped up one after another. They could also see the shadows of people swaying there. The fog came early today. It was humid and uncomfortable before the sky was completely dark. At this moment, the fog was even thicker. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's car was also lit with lanterns. There's also a small flag with a little seedling on it. This little seedling had eyes and was very cartoonish. Some even had hands and feet. There were several kinds of flags. Zhang Xiaobao's flag was a male seedling. Wang Wan's flag was a female seedling with a bow on her head. If Father Zhang went out, the seedling would wear a hat on her head. The Zhang Wang clan's flag was a hairpin. The strong seedling protection team's flag was a spade in the seedling's hand. Even Steward Zhang had his own flag. The seedling's flag was a ledger. The Zhang family didn't have anyone to take care of the ledger. Only the Zhang Wang clan was in charge of it. When they found an accountant in the future, they could assign someone to take care of the ledger. Zhuangzi couldn't do it in the past, so there was no need for someone to take care of the ledger. Now that they didn't have enough manpower, they were preparing to train people in the inner courtyard to take over. When that time came, Steward Zhang would have to change his flag. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's flags were two seedlings holding hands. It was obvious that the little ancestors of the Zhang family and the Wang family were going out at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to participate. Everyone was so happy. Now that two people from the main family came, the atmosphere immediately changed. The two of them just looked around. When they saw that there was nothing to do, they ordered the car to turn around and go back. After a short nap, the two of them got up to study again. The old man talked more than Zhang Xiaobao's father usually did, and he also talked more deeply. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were already having a hard time learning, especially Zhang Xiaobao. He had a weak foundation and relied on the adult way of thinking to catch up. But he would never admit defeat, nor would he give up. He tried his best to remember, thinking that he would master the things that the old man taught him through a comprehensive study. At the same time, he also had to practice calligraphy. When others read an article, the first thing they looked at was the words. Just like chicken chop, even a good article would be degraded. The two of them studied for almost 4 hours before they finally understood what they heard during the day. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put down their pens at the same time and rubbed their wrists. Xiaobao, I asked you to get another 10,000 strings of cash. This time, we finally have more money. Otherwise, the river would be a little difficult. Are you planning to get this much? Wang Wan squeezed her sore eyes and asked Zhang Xiaobao. No, I plan to take over the 3 workshops and the 3 schools. They probably don't have any money on hand. Back then, they must have planned to come here to cheat once. Who would have thought that Li Sun would find us? In order to continue cheating, they had no choice but to agree to what Li Sun said and built 3 workshops for show. Zhang Xiaobao originally planned to have his own research department, but he didn't have time. Now that someone else had helped him, he could just occupy it. Wang Wan nodded. She still didn't fully understand. Xiaobao, do you know how they plan to cheat? This was Zhang Xiaobao's strength. This was what he studied. He said, it's simple. They originally had some money. After cooperating with Li Sun, they should directly start to build the dock. They don't need to finish building it. They just need to have a framework. This way, they can find more rich people to invest money. With Li Sun's identity, those who invested money were relieved. Who would have thought that they would dare to cheat Li Sun? This way, they raised a large sum of money. Look, the management is still in their hands. Li Sun just doesn't have enough for dividends, but he can give suggestions. That's why they built the workshop. It's for others to see. They wanted others to misunderstand that Li Sun had the authority to manage this place. Once they had invested enough money, they would build this shipyard and use the sea route to do business to attract more people to invest in the shipyard. This would allow them to build bigger ships. When all of this is successful, they will use the identity of the manager to sell the dock. Then they will take the money and run away. Look at the document they signed with Li Sun. It says that they can dispose of the dock, but they need to give the money to Li Sun. But if they run away, where can you find them? For example, they ran to Tubo and hid their identity. You can't send troops to look for them, right? Or they can run to a place further away. That's not right. If they run like that, how will they transport the money? Wang Wan raised her doubts. They can just say that they are going to buy things. Also, the people who bought the dock will come and look at it first. After looking at it, they will go elsewhere to write the document. Actually, it doesn't matter to them whether they write the document or not. The money from selling the dock can be sent to other places. If he wanted to do things more perfectly, he could first build some small boats. Then, after selling the boats, he would split the profits with the owners. This way, it would be faster to attract more people. In fact, the owners would even continue to invest as they saw the benefits. This kind of thing happens every year. Actually, it is illegal to raise money and then abscond with the money. It's a very simple plan, and many people are fooled. But when it comes to the operation, the details are slightly different, but it's still the same. Zhang Xiaobao explained this theory. You have done this before? Wang Wan noticed that Zhang Xiaobao is beside her, and she is relieved. She only saw the beginning, and she knows what is going on. Zhang Xiaobao arrogantly raised his chin. I don't want to use this kind of method. It's boring. TSK, you are still bragging. Actually, your method is very simple. I know all about it. Wang Wan pretended to be disdainful. Yes, you know that. But if I want to, I can lie to you like this. You will definitely fall for it again. This is just like fighting moves. There are only a few kinds of moves, and when combined together, the power will be different. You can't beat someone, and then you watch the replay of the video and think about it for a while. In the end, you still can't beat someone. Moves are dead, but people are alive. Zhang Xiaobao pinched Wang Wan's nose. After saying that, he did not want to shower and went straight to bed. He is exhausted today. Wang Wen also burrowed under her blanket. Oomph, you can't lie to me. If I don't take advantage of you, what can you do to me? The next morning, after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen had breakfast, they went to find the old man to learn something. The old man usually fishes for a while first. In Zhang Xiaobao's opinion, his fishing skills can only be considered mediocre. He has told him a few times, but he is still the same. After accompanying the old man to fish for a while, the others also came over and prepared to listen to the lecture. The old man has been very happy these days. The people he taught are all good, and his granddaughters are also better than the average person. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen are all good, and even the little girl Lu is extraordinary. This makes the old man feel a sense of achievement as a good teacher. After less than 2 hours of the lecture, Steward Zhang came over angrily. When the old man stopped, he said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Young master, the Chen family is too much." "What? Did they plant all the brambles on our side?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. "No, they planted all the brambles on their side. But not only did they plant them on the ground, they also planted them on the road. That is the original road of the Yuan family Zhuangzi. They planted the brambles on the road and did not let that road lead to the other side. I don't know how they did it, but the title deed actually included the road as his houses. If one transport goods from here, it's too far. Moreover, there's a big market over there. If we want to sell things there, we can't go around in a big circle, right? Even if we take a detour, there is no road. A road that usually takes an hour will take at least 10 hours if we take a detour." I went to reason with them, but they still said the same thing. They don't want to have anything to do with Zhangjia Zhuangzi and asked us to be magnanimous. Steward Zhang began to complain. Zhang Xiaobao listened quietly. After listening to him, he suddenly smiled and said, "Now my conscience is at ease. Well, since they gave us such a good reason, if we don't use it, we'll be letting them down." "Steward Zhang, come here, let me tell you," Zhang Xiaobao called Steward Zhang over. After some arrangements, Steward Zhang left happily. Zhang Xiaobao looked back at the old man and said, "If the heavens want to punish you, you can go against it. If you want to punish yourself, you can't live." Now Steward Zhang can vent his anger. People really can't compare to Zhuangzi of the Gu family. Guangxi knows that cooperation is mutually beneficial. They actually want to use this kind of method to suppress the Zhang family. I want to see what kind of business they are doing. When I have time, I will ask someone to do it. You are full of bad ideas. That person could teach you anything, but why did he have to teach you this kind of thing? Follow me. The old man didn't ask what Steward Zhang was going to do. He would know when the time came. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao's righteous appearance while scheming against others, he shook his head. He was a little resentful of the person behind this. A good child, when it came to bad ideas, he could really draw inferences about other cases. After a while, when the old man was resting, Wang Wen pulled Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "What did you ask Steward Zhang to do?" "Nothing. Just what we talked about last time, changing the river's course. I didn't want to change it at first, because if I changed it, others wouldn't be able to get water. But once it was changed, the distance between our river and that of Grandfather Bai's nephew's river would be shortened. I had good intentions and wanted to be a good person. Unfortunately, they didn't give me the chance. Why do they always make things difficult for me?" Chapter 286. Steward Zhang walked out of the pavilion with a happy mood. He almost jumped out of the pavilion. Only the tips of his feet touched the ground. It was as if he had changed into a different person. The usually taciturn person was now beaming with joy and humming a tune that seemed to be out of tune. Steward Zhang was very happy. He knew that the young master was capable, but he didn't expect him to be so ruthless. No wonder the young master asked him to bear with it when he was wronged yesterday. It turned out that this idea was a little against the natural order. What about the Chun family Zhuangzi? Why couldn't your commander have done this at a better time? Why did you have to wait until there were so many people repairing the river? Then, you could have diverted some people and changed the river's course. It would have gone around a few hills there. They aren't big, just a few, but the water wouldn't be able to pass through unless your Chin Manor dug the hills. Steward Zhang seemed to feel that just thinking about it couldn't make him happy anymore. He muttered as he walked. When he reached the river, he directly found the person in charge of this matter and ordered, "Gather 1,000 people. Go there and dig the river." The young master said that we don't need to care about the other families. Just connect the river with the one the Zhang family is digging. We have to finish it within a day. It's only 6 miles in total. Go, go, go. When the person heard that it was the young master's order, he didn't dare to delay and immediately went to find people. After shouting a few times, about 1,300 people came over. The person in charge was about to ask for 1,000 people to stay when Steward Zhang spoke. "That's all. Go and dig immediately. If you can't finish in the day, continue at night. I'll give you good food and pay. But if you don't work hard, you don't have to work here." When these people heard that they would be paid, they became happy. They were supposed to do 20 days of volunteer work, especially when they heard that there would be good food at night. Since Steward Zhang said so, it was definitely good food. He took the tools and walked over. Originally, this place had already been marked out, but Zhang Xiaobao did not want the water below to run out, so he changed it a little. Now, it was just right to use it. It was a kind of plant that was grown in a dry place, so there was no need to use so much water. With 1,300 to 1,400 people, they only managed to dig out 6 li of the river. They didn't need a large boat, so it was quite easy, especially now that the snow had melted and spring had arrived. The ground was soft. With one shovel, they could dig out a large piece of the river. Steward Zhang watched them work and did not plan to go anywhere else. He just waited. When the river was finished, he would block the other side. That side belonged to the Wang clan and the Gu clan. He thought that the Gu clan would not help the Qin clan. With so many people, they dug all the way until night fell. They lit a fire and continued to work. When they rested, Steward Zhang gave them 4 dishes and a bowl of wine. He didn't give them any soup. Each person drank a large bowl of wine to warm their bodies and make them more energetic. If they drank too much, they wouldn't be able to do it. When these people saw that the wine and food were good, they all patted their chests and promised that they would not sleep until they finished digging. Steward Zhang took out some copper coins and gave each person 10. These people's enthusiasm was completely aroused. Steward Zhang did not feel sleepy. He was always energetic. From time to time, he would look in the direction of the Chun clan's Zhuangzi. However, he was blocked by the mountain, so he felt very happy. After these people finished eating, they began to work again under the light of the lanterns. After drinking wine, their bodies were warm. The cool feeling at night made them work faster. In the middle of the night, the river connected to the other side was dug out. After the water was released, they could continue to widen it. The water level was low now, so they were not in a hurry. The rest of the work did not need to be done by those who were working. Steward Zhang let them go back to rest and wait for the young master and young lady to come over. Ordinary people could not do this work. Ernie could do it, but it was a pity that he followed master to the capital. Steward Zhang was still not sleepy. He was still excited. After thinking about it, he had to go back to sleep. Otherwise, he would not have the strength to deal with the Chun clan tomorrow. He was ready to vent his anger. In the darkness of the night, many people could not sleep. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang were lying on the bed and talking. "Cuckoo, are you sure you can do it tomorrow? The quality of the soil has not been tested. I am afraid that something will happen." Zhang Xiaobao was lying there, looking at the roof, and asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan was lying there with her chin on the pillow. She moved her head and said, "Don't worry. It's just an explosion. Blow up the last place that is blocking the water. I will not stand there and use the fire sickle to ignite the fire. I will pull the cannon line long. This should be fine, right? Pull out 2 li. Our cannon line is a bamboo pipe. How can you connect it so far? Why don't you think of another way? Don't get too close. I am worried." Zhang Xiaobao was still a little worried. Wang Wan had already heard Zhang Xiaobao say it 6 times. She knew that he was worried about her. She could only say, "How about this? Let's put oil paper under the fire. The twisters will connect directly to that place. Then I will use the fire sickle to ignite it. You see if it works. Put a few more. There will be one that will be affected. At worst, I will use 100,000 firecrackers. If I am not afraid that the medicinal rope will get wet, I will use it directly. I know to be careful. Let's sleep. Yes, let's use the medicinal rope. If one strand is not enough, let's make dozens of strands. When combined, how much can it get wet? Tomorrow morning, we will get them to make it. Let's sleep. Zhang Xiaobao thought of an idea and was relieved. Wang Wan turned over and fell asleep. She knew that there were many ways, but Zhang Xiaobao was worried that something would happen to her. So he was confused. Steward Zhang did not sleep at this time. He did not sleep with his wife. Today, he wanted to sleep by himself. He lay there and muttered, "You are finished. My young master avenged me. How dare you block the road? Tomorrow, it will be fine. I am going to sleep. I want to see if the Chun family's master and butler can treat me like they did yesterday and today. Humph. I am not the Steward Zhang of the past who can be bullied by anyone. No, I'm going to sleep. This time, my body is going to sleep. You said that you don't have any contact with the Zhang family. I don't believe it. How can you run away, sleep? Heavenly Horse, in Zhuangzi, the head of the Chun family, Chun Gingxin, was also not asleep. He was talking with Butler Chun in the study. Steward Chun, don't you think we've gone too far? The Zhang family didn't offend us, nor did they provoke us. We're blocking the river and the road. If they find the imperial nephew, won't they find an excuse to arrest us too? Chun Gingxin said to Butler Chun worriedly. Master, don't worry. No matter how powerful they are, they have to find a reason. After all, we asked the Yuan family to dig this river. It is under our control. As for blocking the road, Master, if we don't do this, how can we get benefits? They have been in trouble several times, and they have won. If we are so obedient, there will be no place for the Chun family in the future. This time, if we do well, not only can we get benefits from the Zhang family, but other businessmen will also know how powerful we are. Master, it will be much easier for you to do business. Butler Chun persuaded him, as if he was about to succeed. He was very excited. Chun Gingxin was also moved by the butler's words. After thinking about it, he felt that there was nothing to be afraid of. He relaxed a little and said with a smile, Butler Chun, you are the best. If it were someone else, they would be afraid of them. At that time, they would not be able to get any benefits and the family business would be difficult. Butler Chun, you have done a great job this time. Master, you don't have to praise me like this. I did what I should do. In the future, no one will dare to mess with our Chun family in this place. Except for the emperor's nephew, we don't need to be afraid of anyone else. Steward Chun said modestly, but his smug expression could not be concealed. Chun Gingxin naturally did not care about his expression. He closed his eyes and thought about the future. He said, Steward Chun, after the spring plowing, come out with me for a walk. There are some trades that you have to do more often. Housekeeper Chun didn't expect that this master, who was also his brother-in-law, would show him mercy and let him intervene in his family's business. He was so happy that he couldn't speak for a while. After a while, he said, Master, don't worry. I will definitely do the business well. If there is even a little mistake, you could drive me out. Master, it's late. You should go to bed early. Well, that's good. Go to your sister's place. Don't worry. Do your job well. It doesn't matter if there is a little mistake. Chun Gingxin stood up and said to Butler Chun. He turned and left, heading to another wing room. Butler Chun was relieved. As long as his brother-in-law still wanted to go to his sister's place, his position in the family would not be taken away by others. After a while, Butler Chun gently closed the door. He stood in the middle of the yard and said to himself, Tomorrow, I will go to the Zhang family to talk about something. Well, I will go early in the morning. Chapter 287. Steward Zhang glared at Steward Chun as if he was his enemy. He had a reason to do so. Even the nephew of the emperor didn't treat him that way. Even the third-grade minister didn't treat him that way. How dare you, a small steward of the Chen family. Treat me like that. Steward Chen smiled and looked at Steward Zhang with the eyes of a winner. Steward Zhang had already walked in front of Steward Chen, but he suddenly stopped. After thinking about it, he turned around and went back. He met Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said, "Little young master, little miss, let's go now." Steward Zhang just suddenly thought, "Why should I talk to you first? I didn't go to you, so I turned around and came back." Steward Chen, if you want to talk, just say it. If you don't want to talk, then forget it. Anyway, you have to come later. Steward Chen was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and gently patted the invisible dust on his body with his hand. He took the initiative to come over and said to Steward Zhang, "Steward Zhang, my master said that he can give the Zhang family a chance. Go and find someone who can make the decision. If you miss this chance, there won't be a next time. You have to seize it well. Who is your master? Do you know me? But why don't I know you? What's your name?" Steward Zhang looked at Steward Chen indifferently and said disdainfully. Now he was the host, not to mention that the little young master and the little miss were beside him. Steward Chen suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, Steward Zhang, what's wrong? Are you scared? Do you feel ashamed? You failed to do what you wanted to do, so I came to find someone who can make the decision in your family. You feel ashamed?" At this time, before Steward Zhang spoke, Zhang Xiaobao asked first, "Steward Zhang, who is this person? Why do I smell the stench of money all over my body? What about you, cuckoo?" "Me too. I don't have a good figure, good looks, temperament, talent, and taste. It's not his fault for being born like this, but it's his fault for wandering around." Wang Wan understood. Zhang Xiaobao was letting the butler vent his anger first, so he naturally knew what to say. When Steward Chen heard what the two kids said and had to face their disdainful eyes, his face turned green and then white. Steward Zhang, however, burst into laughter at the side. He looked gratefully at the young master and young madam and said, "Young master, young madam, it's all my fault. In a moment, I'll tell the people over there that they can't let anything in. Please punish them." At this time, Steward Zhang had an impulse to cry. The young master and young madam were really good. They helped him say these words that no one would have thought of. He didn't expect that these two little ancestors were not only good at making money, managing, and scheming, but also so good at insulting others. They were really like immortals. Steward Chen felt bad for a while. Finally, he remembered who had the upper hand now. He tried to suppress the anger in his heart and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a smile, "You're the children of the Zhang family and the Wang family, right? How old are you? Where are your parents? Where are you from?" Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Steward Chen and asked with a sneer, "I am a steward of the Chen family in Zhuangzi." Steward Chen calmed down. He always felt a little absent-minded when facing the two kids. "Oh, steward, I thought you were the head of the family. What does your master do? What rank is he?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. "My master doesn't have an official position. He specializes in big business." Steward Chen replied, "Business? Businessman? You're not even a farmer? Don't you know that this is where the government lives? How can you be so unruly?" Xiaobao, business is really bad. Look at his steward. How can he be a steward with this kind of appearance? Don't tell me that your sister is your master's concubine." At this time, Wang Wan said, "Who said that the people of the Second Bureau wouldn't insult others?" Wang Wan's innocent appearance made people vomit blood. Wang Wan was just casually saying. She didn't know that Steward Chen was really her master's concubine. Her words were like a knife that stabbed into Steward Chen's chest. Steward Chen felt his vision go black, and he almost fainted. After shaking his head twice, Steward Chen couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly, "My master will give you a chance. As long as you promise to sell 30% of the rice to my Chun family at the normal price, my family will give you water and let you pass. Think about it carefully. After you think about it, go to the Chun family and beg my master." "Humph, you two kids, let me tell you, because of you, your family has to give 10% more rice. Originally, 20% was enough, but now it's not enough." After he finished speaking, he still felt angry and stared at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Wang Wan turned her head and didn't want to talk to this person. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips. Go back quickly. Ah, the outside world is not suitable for you. Now I'm telling you, because of what you said, the Chun family will go bankrupt. Take care of yourself. Steward Zhang, let's go. Why bother with a crazy person? As soon as Xiaobao finished speaking, the three of them walked towards the small river. Steward Zhang protected the two little ancestors who helped him vent his anger. From time to time, he would look back and smile at Steward Chun. Steward Chun really wanted to beat the two kids, but he didn't dare. He felt that if he really rushed over, he might die here. He didn't know why, but he had this kind of idea. After standing there for a while, he turned around and left, waiting for the Zhang family to come to the Chun family to ask for help. Then he would take revenge. When he turned around and left, in a pile of firewood 20 steps away from where he stood just now, a person put away the longbow in his hand and continued to lie down, half asleep. In a tree hole on the other side, someone put down the crossbow, spat to the side, narrowed his eyes, and stopped moving. Steward Zhang, are you still angry? Later you can still make them angry, even their family head. Zhang Xiaobao said to Steward Zhang, Little young master, little miss, today I did vent my anger. I didn't expect you and little young master to be so powerful. I admire you. I'm not angry now. Which family steward was wronged, and the little young master and little miss of the main family helped him. I'm so old, and I'm most grateful to my father and mother for giving birth to me in the Zhang family. Steward Zhang had already vented his anger, so he spoke incoherently. At the same time, he also knew the little ancestor's ability. He estimated that Steward Chen wouldn't be able to eat or sleep when he went back. Zhang Xiaobao enjoyed Steward Zhang's flattery and said, I left him for you. Otherwise, Cuckoo and I would have made him angry. Little young master. Yes, little young master is right. Steward Zhang didn't care whether little young master was talking nonsense or really had the ability. Anyway, little young master was right. The rest was up to him. Humph! Was the Zhang family so easy to mess with? The three of them talked and laughed as they came to the place where the explosion was going to happen. On the other side, there were already people preparing to fill the sandbags. Wang Wan was personally in charge of positioning and estimating the amount of gunpowder. She looked left and right and asked people to empty the place she was sure of. That was the shovel, and then the gunpowder. A long line of gunpowder was pulled out and only stopped when it was 200 meters away from the other side. Everyone else dispersed. Wang Wan personally lit the fuse and watched as the line of gunpowder flew towards the other side. Accompanied by a loud boom, the remaining area was directly blasted open. Water flowed down the Dug River. The people on the other side threw sandbags down one after another. It didn't take long for the other side to be blocked. The water in the river disappeared in an instant. Okay, now we just need to wait. Steward Zhang, I'll leave the things here to you. Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan and walked toward between the clouds and the water. Steward Zhang stood there in high spirits and waited. At first, he waited for a servant of the Chun family, but when he arrived, he didn't say anything. He looked at him and then turned and ran away. After more than half an hour, more than 50 people appeared. The person in the front was Steward Chun. He walked and said something to the person behind him. When they arrived, Steward Chun directly shouted to Steward Zhang, Steward Zhang, what do you mean by this? Why did you block our side? There hasn't been much rain recently. I'm afraid that Zhuangzi is short of water, so I blocked it. Steward Zhang now felt that life was too good. When he went there, that was what Steward Zhang said. Your river, my river is jointly owned by the Wang family and the Ge family. This place belongs to both of our families. Why don't you sue us, Steward Ge? Steward Zhang wasn't anxious at all. He asked Steward Ge, who also came to help. Yes, that's right. There hasn't been much rain recently, so we have to block the river between our two families. Steward Ge said cooperatively. Steward Zhang then said, This river really can't be used anymore. Why don't you think of other ways? If you want to dig a well, we can help. We'll pay you the usual wages, and you'll have to eat and drink like how we treat the farmers. When Steward Zhang said this, he pinched his leg hard with his hand. He was afraid that he couldn't help but laugh, so his face turned red. This time, the people of the Chun family were dumbfounded, especially Chun Gungshin and Housekeeper Chun. Housekeeper Chun told the old master about what happened that day. Chun Gungshin laughed at that time. He didn't expect that retribution would come so quickly. Chun Gungshin glared fiercely at Housekeeper Chun and asked him to go up and plead for mercy. Housekeeper Chun had no choice but to squeeze out a smile and said to Housekeeper Zhang, "Housekeeper Zhang, look, our two farms are next to each other. We are neighbors, so we will have to help each other in the future. Do you think you can go easy on us?" Steward Zhang was waiting for this sentence. He turned back and smiled at the people he brought. When he turned back, he cupped his hands and said to Steward Chun, No, don't. The Zhang family's farmstead doesn't want to have anything to do with your Chun family's farmstead. The two original farmsteads are finished. What if they implicate you? Tomorrow, no, today, I'll get people to plant thorns there. Please be magnanimous and don't have anything to do with the Zhang family's farmstead. Chapter 288. Yesterday, the river flowed past my door. Today it has stopped. I asked the river to go to the other side. The sky is blue. That was the thought of Steward Chun and Steward Zhang. One day, in just one day, their master and subordinate positions had undergone a great change. Both of them had mixed feelings in their hearts. The day before yesterday, just the day before yesterday, Steward Chun felt that he had stepped on the clouds. He didn't expect that he would be kicked down and flattened. Looking at Steward Zhang's appearance and hearing what Steward Zhang said, he felt that it would be good if it was just a dream. The Zhang family was indeed worthy of their reputation. Steward Zhang was not calm at this time. The young master was indeed the young master. He was as calm as a mountain and as swift as thunder. With the young master in charge, the two Zhuangzi didn't seem to have to worry about anything. They just had to go forward. No matter if they got into trouble or were wronged, they didn't have to be afraid. They would be safe when they returned home. Finally, Steward Chun lowered his head and said, "Steward Zhang, I have offended you 2 days ago. Please be magnanimous and treat it as a dream. What do you think we should do?" Dream? It's fine if it's a dream. Life is a dream. When you wake up, no matter what happens, the sky is still the sky. The earth is still the earth, and people are still people. The water still can't be changed. Steward Zhang wouldn't let go of the water just because of Steward Chen's words. The water level was not enough for boats to sail here in the future. Chun Gungshin came here with a group of people to tear down the dam. Seeing that the Zhang family had 5 times more people than them, and some of them were holding crossbows, he had no choice but to suppress his thoughts. Seeing that the steward couldn't do it, he had to stand up and say to Steward Zhang, "You must be Steward Zhang. Good idea. But the river doesn't seem to belong to the Wang and Gu families, right? If it's like this, the families who live on both sides of the Yellow River can change the river's course at will. The Chun family's road can belong to Zhuangzi. Why can't the Wang and Gu families' river belong to them?" This was Sanshui County. If the head of the Chun family was not convinced, he could go to the Yamen to complain. There were more than 700 Yamen runners in Sanshui County. Perhaps they would act impartially and arrest the Wang and Gu families. Or Lord Chun could write a memorial to accuse my master of bullying the people and taking advantage of the water. My master is currently in the capital, and he might be arrested. Not to mention the imperial examinations. He might even be thrown into prison in Chang'an. Oh, I forgot. Lord Chun is not an official, so he can't submit a memorial to the higher-ups. How about this? Master Chun will personally head to the capital and report to County Magistrate Pei. If you feel that there is no way to find your way, you can look for the registrar, who is County Magistrate Chung of Sanshui County. Steward Zhang was naturally not afraid of whose family the river belonged to. If the Qin family had the ability to take over the river, then why couldn't the Zhang family do the same? Qin Gingxin also thought of this. Even if he spent money to get someone to investigate, they would definitely find out that his house was blocking the road. Thinking of this, he took a few steps forward and came to the housekeeper's side. Before anyone could react, he slapped Housekeeper Chen's face. "It's all your fault. You took advantage of the fact that I didn't care about family matters to privately block the river and block the road. Wait and see how I deal with you when we get back. After slapping housekeeper Chen Gengxin turned to Steward Zhang and said, Steward Zhang, it's my fault for not being strict enough. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me, Steward Zhang. This water? Lord Chen, the water has been diverted, and it can't be diverted back. Lord Chen is a noble, and usually you don't have time to care about this kind of thing. It's better to let nature take its course. Steward Zhang felt sorry for housekeeper Chen. Look, housekeeper Chen took advantage of the situation, but when something happened, he was used as a punching bag. It was not easy being a housekeeper. Chen Gengxin thought that a slap would be enough, but he didn't expect the Zhang family to be so difficult to deal with. He hesitated and finally said, Is the Zhang family's wife here? I have some cloth business to discuss with the Zhang family. The Zhang family also has a cloth business in the capital, right? I don't have the final say in this business. There are other bigger cloth businesses. I can take this opportunity to introduce them to Mrs. Zhang. The water is not urgent. Steward Zhang understood as soon as he heard this. No wonder Chen Gengxin dared to lay hands on the Zhang family. It turned out that there was a person in the cloth business who was related to him. Saying this was a threat. Steward Zhang was about to tell this matter to the little child, but he suddenly remembered that the little child said that he would take care of the Chen family's business alone. In this case, he couldn't ask the little child for help. He thought about it and said, Lord Chen, you don't know. The business of the shops in the capital has been bad, and they are preparing to close. The business of the restaurant is not bad. Does Lord Chen have the help of those who run the restaurant? Then I will go back and discuss with Mrs. Zhang. I can't help with other things. Chen Gengxin didn't expect the Zhang family to be so stubborn. They would rather close the business than go easy on him. He frowned and thought about it, not knowing what to do. Steward Chen, who had been slapped, finally couldn't help but stand up and say, You Zhang family shouldn't go too far. Your family head is going to the capital to take the imperial exam. Even if the Chen family has to go bankrupt, we won't let him pass. Who is so powerful? To be able to take care of the imperial court's imperial exam, let me see. You must be very capable. In this case, doesn't it mean that whoever your Chen family wants to be the top scorer will be the top scorer? This marquis doesn't know who the examiner is. Could it be that you already know? Tell me, let this marquis take a look. Li Sun came over and happened to hear Steward Chen's words. He asked with a sullen face. Just kidding, just kidding. Little prince, don't take it seriously. There is something wrong with Steward Chen's head. He often says the wrong things. Chen Gengxin quickly explained. At the same time, he glared at the steward. Didn't he know to look at the people around him when he spoke? Li Sun turned around and looked at the head of the Chen family. He said, I think there is something wrong with your head. Otherwise, why would you use this kind of steward? Why would you dare to have any ideas about the Zhang family? There are people from the cloth trade. Amazing. I wonder how much that cloth trade can help you? Yes, little prince is right. There is something wrong with his head. The cloth trade is just a business. There is no such thing as helping or not helping. Steward Chen didn't dare to say anything about the cloth trade. His status there wasn't high. This was a critical time for the imperial exam. How could the cloth tradespeople offend the marquis for him? In that case, what are you still doing here? It's just the river changing its course. Which river hasn't changed its course? Don't make a fuss. Go back first. I will think of a solution with you. Li Sun casually talked about the change of the river. He waved his hand and coaxed these people as if they were flies. The head of the Chen family revealed a wry smile. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He said goodbye to Li Sun while leading his people back. After the Chen family left, Steward Zhang immediately came over and asked Li Sun, Little prince, why are you here? Is it okay if I don't come? The water on Zhuangzi has been cut off. I have to come and see where to get water. This year, the Li family is planting rice all over Zhuangzi. I want the seeds from your family. Of course, Li Sun didn't want to tear down the dam. He planned to come here and see where he could dig a small hole. He would find someone to make a dish. Steward Zhang had an idea. When he heard Li Sun's words, he said, "Little prince, there is no need to get water from here. There is a small river in front of our house. It has less water than here, but it is enough for the Li family Zhuangzi. As long as it rains, there will be more water. Looking at the sky, it seems that there will be rain in a few days. Little prince, why don't you dig a river over there? The Zhang family and Wang family still have water from the pond and well. It will be troublesome to make a hole here." "That's good. I can also help the Chun family. The Qin family has more than 3,000 mu of land. It's not easy." Li Sun thought for a while and said. Steward Zhang was stunned. "Little prince, you want to help the Qin family?" "Of course, this marquis won't take sides at this time. This marquis cares for the people of the world. I will help. I must help. We can't lack water during the spring plowing. 5 strings of money a day. No, that's too much. 200 copper coins per mu. We will split it 50-50 with each family. 200 strings of money, 100 copper coins per family. It will be the same every year. We can't ask for too much. 1 mu can produce about 3 dan, which is only a few hundred copper coins. If we take out 200 copper coins, we won't have much left. But we can't give water for free, right?" Li Sun was calculating. If he wanted to charge 200 copper coins for 1 mu of water, then the Chun family would have to plant rice as well. Rice was more expensive, but if they planted other crops, they would suffer a loss. They did not use much water, and the grains they produced would not be worth more than 400 copper coins per mu of water. When Steward Zhang heard this, he was dumbfounded. There was a limit to the rent that the villagers paid. Even if the main family wanted more, they couldn't ask for too much. Otherwise, the villagers would starve to death. According to this amount of money, the Chun family would have to pay 60 to 70 copper coins per mu if they collected rent from the villagers normally. If they asked for more, they would have to pay 30 to 40 copper coins. If they didn't want to pay, then the farmers didn't need to live anymore. Unless they could produce the same amount of rice as the Zhang family and Wang family Zhuangzi, averaging 4 dan per mu. If they wanted to make a fortune from farming, then it was impossible. Especially Li Sun's last sentence, it was the same every year. In other words, the Chun clan was losing money every year. As long as they still wanted the manor, they could forget about earning money. At most, they could just keep some food at home in case of emergency. "Little prince, aren't you asking for too much? If they add this money to the farmers, then they won't be able to survive." Steward Zhang reminded him in a low voice. "It's good that they don't want to work. My family is short of people. This marquis cares for the common people of the world, so I can find a way for them to live. It's also fine if it's cheaper. 100 copper coins per mu, or 50 copper coins. This marquis also wants to open a cloth shop in the capital. It just so happens that they have a cloth shop. This marquis cares for the common people of the world, so I can help them sell some." Li Sun was thinking about the cloth shop. He was now helping the Zhang family and wanted to stand up for this matter. Chapter 289. The spring plowing finally began vigorously. At this time, one could see the strength of each family in Zhuangzi. Whichever family had more livestock, that family was definitely not ordinary. The Zhang family and Wang family mobilized more than 500 cattle to work in the fields. Some of the fields were directly filled with rice straws, so there was no need to plow at all. They only needed to add fertilizer, and some of the fields had to be plowed several times. Beside the fields were the people sent by the main family to help with the cooking. Before the farmers went to work, they all drank a mouthful of wine. Those who drank more than 50 degrees only drank a mouthful and did not dare to drink too much. The Gu family also got nearly 30 cattle in Zhuangzi. This year, the farmers of the Gu family wanted to compete with the Zhang family and Wang family. In the past, they could say that the tools were not good, there were not enough cattle, and their bodies could not compare. This year, there was no other reason. Guangxi gave them all that he could. If it was like last year, they fell behind by a large margin. Without the main family being angry, the farmers themselves would be sullen to death. Li Sun also thought of ways to get some livestock. He could not find too many cattle. The Zhang family and Wang family had never stopped buying and breeding cattle. The older calves were almost 2 years old and could do some work. However, Li Sun had other ideas. He got a group of horses. There were more than 300 horses. These horses were not good enough to be used as military horses, but they were better horses to pull carriages. If they were used to plow the fields, everyone who saw them would feel distressed. The horses were faster than the cattle, but they did not have as much stamina. Taking turns, they were not slower than the Zhang family and Wang family. In the end, the Chen family accepted Li Sun's idea. They spent 50 copper coins to buy water for 1 mu of land. In the future, they would also provide all kinds of silk cloth for evaluation to Li Sun and Zhang Zhuangzi. Housekeeper Chen was no longer a housekeeper. When he returned home that day, he was severely beaten. Chen Gingxin pushed all the blame on a housekeeper Chen. Even if his concubine pleaded for him, it was useless. This time, he miscalculated. He thought that the little prince would not help the Zhang family with such great fanfare. He thought that he could contend with the Zhang family by relying on the cloth trade behind him. In the end, he realized that the Zhang family was still the same Zhang family that no one could take advantage of. He could only suppress this anger in his heart and wait for an opportunity to take revenge. Now, it was impossible. The people in the cloth trade were also promoting some people to take the imperial examinations. As long as these people became officials, it would be very beneficial to the cloth trade. They really did not have the leisure to care about other things. If there was no imperial examinations, it was not a big deal to provoke a marquis. In the future, they would not do anything in other people's fief. But now they did not dare. Who knew what kind of effect a marquis would have in the imperial examinations? In the capital, County Magistrate Cheng had a good time these days. It was spring plowing, and everyone used a curved plow. Every time this happened, they would think of County Magistrate Cheng, who made this plow. It was said that the emperor had mentioned him in person. The other officials immediately began to curry favor with County Magistrate Cheng. County Magistrate Cheng took this opportunity to start a big banquet. Usually, he went to 2 big markets, the East Market and the West Market. The places he chose were naturally the Zhuangzi's Embrace and the Success House. Every time, he would bring Father Zhang and introduce the people who would attend the banquet to him. The status of these people was not too high, but there were too many people. The officials below the 4th rank kept coming, but the higher-ranking officials did not come. Some of them received a letter from Minister Bai, who had not decided whether to resign or not, and some of them received a letter from the little prince. They were all waiting there. There was still a month to go before the imperial examination in spring. They were not in a hurry now. They were waiting for others to work, and then they could work according to the situation. On this day, Li Sun found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were thinking about a new plow. For example, they wanted to shorten the shaft a little, increase the curvature a little, and change some parts to iron. This way, it would be slightly more convenient, flexible, and durable. The head of the curved plow used by the rich was iron, while the poor could only use wood. Naturally, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan used iron. Make some texture at the place where the hand is holding. It will be more comfortable to hold it, just like the handlebars of a bicycle. Wang Wan drew on a drawing and said, she and Zhang Xiaobao didn't know what the best plow would be like in the future, and they couldn't remember it either. Usually, they didn't care much about it, but they would ask the villagers if there was anything that made them uncomfortable when they used it. The villagers would tell the 2 of them what they were dissatisfied with. The handlebars looked simple, but the hands of those who worked would inevitably be stained with mud. When they held the handlebars, there would be some sand between their hands and the handlebars, which was uncomfortable. To solve this problem, they could wear gloves, but they would not feel good, so there were no thin gloves. They also could not put a basin of water at the side and wash it from time to time. The 2 of them thought about it and decided to carve texture on the handlebars. If there was sand on their hands, it would fall off after a few rubs. It could also increase the friction. As for the length and degree of curvature of the shaft arm, it was also changed according to the suggestions of the villagers. When plowing, it was impossible to maintain a good straight distance with the hand holding the plow. When walking in front, because the place where the force was applied was different, it would deviate and need to be adjusted. This was also a laborious work. During the adjustment process, they would press down on the handlebars and let the way in front of them lift up. The longer the position in front of the fulcrum, the longer the resistance arm would be. If the resistance arm was shortened alone, the direct force of the force at the back of the fulcrum would be greater and the bending could be reduced. As for the replacement of parts in some places with iron, it was because the plow was not always spoiled. When plowing on the ground, the wear and tear was relatively large. Often, after plowing, they had to stop and change a part. When the soil was slightly bigger or hardened, they had to change more often. Every time they changed, they would waste some time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen did not care about the consumption of time. What they cared about was the speed of plowing. They had to be faster than the Gu family and the Li family next to them. The villagers always had to be first to be more confident. While the two of them were discussing how to take advantage of the time to change, Li Sun came in. No one stopped him from entering and leaving the place where the two of them were. As soon as he came in, he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen with their heads together, muttering and drawing. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen also heard the sound. When they looked back, they saw that it was Li Sun. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly greeted, "Young Master Li, how come you have the leisure to come here?" Li Sun did not speak directly. Instead, he walked a few steps to the table and looked at the drawing on it. Then he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said, "Good for you guys. I helped you guys in vain. Now that you have something good, you don't want to give it to me to use." Others say that the curved plow was made by Chang Yanren. I don't believe it. Sure enough. At this point, Li Sun paused and put on an apologetic look. She then looked at another picture and asked with a frown, "What is this? Shoes? Can these shoes be worn?" The other drawing did indeed show a pair of shoes, but they were made of wood. This was not a big deal, as most people who could not afford to wear leather boots did so. However, the front of the shoes was carved out of a whole piece of wood, a space big enough for 5 toes to fit in. Li Sun could not figure out what the two of them were going to do with such a useless piece of wood. Zhang Xiaobao pulled the drawing over and explained it to Li Sun. "My family and the Wang family have some broken stones in the fields. If you go in barefoot like other people, your feet will be finished. Wearing these shoes is much better. You don't have to worry about being scratched. Because in the mud, if there's wood in front, you won't get stuck in the mud." Li Sun finally understood. Yes, you Zhuangzi people care about the farmers. You don't care about wasting wood. Then what's the matter with this plow? It doesn't seem to be any different from the current one. Li Sun pointed at the drawing of the plow and asked. This drawing only changed the proportions of some places. There was also a grid drawn on the handrail. If one did not look carefully and was not familiar with this aspect, one would not be able to tell the difference at all. This is just a drawing for fun. I want to see if it can be more useful. First, I will make a batch for my own use. Then, I will tell others. Just tell this to Registrar Zhao. Sanshui County cannot always be without a county magistrate. Registrar Zhao has always been in charge of it. Since he can manage it, why not let him be the county magistrate? Zhang Xiaobao also had plans for this. Although it was only a small improvement, if it could increase the efficiency by 10%, then they might be able to plow more during the entire spring. The first plow was to turn over the soil. Later on, it was to let the fertilizer mix better with the soil. Li Sun looked at the drawing carefully again and did not see any difference. His interest was also reduced. "Oh, then you guys can try it first. If it is useful, I will make some changes to the one in Zhuangzi." After saying this, Li Sun said again, "The school has started to be built. They asked me to find more people to join us. I'm just thinking about who to find." "So anxious? Fine, young Master Li. You can find people to join us, but you can't take out the money now and let them continue to invest. Then, according to our agreement, are the documents of the 3 workshops and the 3 schools under our management and not under their management?" Based on Li Sun's words, Zhang Xiaobao knew that those people had no money. The workshop had been doing odd jobs, but they had not sold anything. Because the workers' skills were not good enough, they could only break even. However, the craftsmen had to be paid, their meals had to be paid, and the apprentices had to be paid as well. It seemed that each person did not have much money, but there were many people. They said that they did not have 90,000 strings of coins, but they did not have that much money. A few days ago, they took out another 10,000 strings of coins. Those people did not have much money. If they did not find more people to join them, they would collapse. The dock had not been built yet, and only a site had been marked out. Yes, that's how it was signed. When they signed, they were not willing. Later, I used my status as a marquee to pressure them. I also said that after the dock was built, it would be theirs. So, who do you think I should find? How many people should I find? Li Sun mentioned the matter of the document. He seemed to feel that it was not good to use his status to pressure them. Chapter 290. Li Sun was a fool. He didn't know that he was caught in the middle. It was a battle of wits between Zhang Xiaobao and those people. Without Zhang Xiaobao's help, he would have lost the 10,000 strings of cash and offended many people. After all, he was the one who found people to join. Others would end up losing everything and could only blame him. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao say that he could find people, he asked, "Then how do you think we should find people?" Find people. First, find people who can invest money. Tell them that there will be ships in 3 years. For now, we will only build ships that can be used in ordinary rivers. We will form our own fleet and sell ships. As long as they buy a ship from our dock, we will not need to spend money to maintain it. For example, if there is a hole somewhere, they can find us. We will send people to tow the ship or repair it directly. They will pay for the wood. If there is none, we will sell it to them at a slightly higher price. We don't need to pay for the repairs. If their ship hits a big rock and breaks apart, as long as they pick up the board or something, we will use the board to add some materials to build a new ship. We will only take a portion of the cost. However, all the ships we sell must be marked with our dock's logo in an obvious position. When they ship things to our supermarket, they can only take 90% of the shipping cost. During busy seasons, they will give us priority to ship things. Zhang Xiaobao made use of everything that could be used. Rivers and canals required many ships. It was impossible for a dock to take care of all of them. They could only sell as many ships as possible. Even if the ship in the southernmost part broke down, as long as they were willing to wait, they would send people to repair it. If they hit a reef on the Yangtze River, as long as they could really get the board back, they would give them a discount. It was impossible for everyone to have the leisure to do so. What they wanted was a reputation. Li Sun couldn't tell the benefits of doing so. Thinking of the person behind this, he agreed. Then let's do that. I'll find people and discuss it with them. Don't. When you find people, tell them first. Don't let them know. They don't have much money. It's impossible for them to build a ship in a year. Liar, when they can't give you the 10,000 strings of cash and run away, you can find others to join. We will do it ourselves. We can't just throw it to that place for nothing. Zhang Xiaobao could only tell Li Sun the truth. Otherwise, if Li Sun found people to invest, those people would continue to survive. Liar? Why'd you lie? Xiaobao, tell me. When Li Sun heard Zhang Xiaobao's words just now, he felt like he was no longer in the human world. How did he suddenly become a liar? Zhang Xiaobao told Li Sun what Wang Wan said, and said to Li Sun, "Now, let them take out the money they should take out. You gave them 10,000 strings of cash, and I gave them 20,000 strings of cash. One merit is 70,000 strings of cash. They now have to take out at least 10,000 strings of cash. Do you think they can take it out? Send someone to find out who they have been in contact with these days, especially when you gave us 10,000 strings of cash a few days ago. Ask them, and you will know what they want to do." Li Sun had never heard of such a thing. Now that he heard it, he was stunned and blinked his eyes. It could be said that a huge wave was set off in his heart. When he first came, he wanted to help the Zhang family. In the past, he always took advantage of them. Now that he heard these words, he realized that things were not that simple at all. No wonder Master was relieved when he found out that this matter was related to the Zhang family. It seemed that Master should have noticed that something was wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong. So that was the case. Li Sun was not in the mood to talk about other things. He hurriedly left the Zhang family and found someone to investigate what those people had been doing these days. As for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they continued to draw the blueprint from the night before. After drawing some more, they felt that it was about time and immediately got someone to make it for them, especially the shoes. For the past 2 days, the villagers in the farmstead had been wearing normal shoes. Previously, they had tried barefoot and found that they couldn't walk at all. The wheat and rice stones below not only separated the feet, but they could also accidentally cut the feet. There weren't so many craftsmen in Zhuangzi. They were all in the fields. Fortunately, there were many craftsmen who didn't need to farm among the people digging the river. They stopped digging the river first and rushed to make new plows with all their might. In one day, they actually modified more than 200 sets. The people who made the shoes were a little slower. Zhuangzi didn't have that much good wood, so they had to get it from elsewhere. They could only let the villagers wear ordinary shoes to work in the fields first. The masters would make them again in the future. Once the new plows were used, the speed really increased. Li Sun came again. "Quick, give me 2 sets of your new plows. I will also go back and ask someone to make them. I have asked someone to look at them. They said that the changes were not big, and they are easy to use. This credit will be given to Registrar Zhao, as you said. There will be a new round of officials soon. I will think of a way to let Registrar Zhao be the county magistrate. Let Deputy Zhang be the registrar, and let Deputy Dao take the position of Deputy County Magistrate. Then, Child Li, please take care of it. In the future, Sanshui County will at least be stable for a few years. You don't have to worry about the new county magistrate. Have you asked about those people?" Zhang Xiaobao also planned to do so. After Sanshui County had a dock, it was a little unstable. He had to take control of this place. When the time came, he would send the county magistrate one by one. Wasn't it just a political achievement? It was a simple thing. When Li Sun was asked about those people, his face turned a little ugly. He said, "Thank you for reminding me. In these days, they actually borrowed some money from others. 20,000 strings of coins. They even told those people that when the time comes, they will secretly use good materials to make boats for them. They will only pay for ordinary materials. It seems that they really don't have money. Today, I will ask someone to find them and ask them to bring more than 10,000 strings of coins to me. If they can't take it out, then they are lying." At that time, it was written in the document that they can take the land if they want, but they can't take the rest of the money back. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he also admired those people. In order to find a big flag, they actually deceived others to give money to Li Sun. They were ambitious and dared to do anything. Just like the people from Tubo, they were prepared to kill people in the Zhang family. They were really well informed. Tubo? Daring? Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of these 2 words. He linked the 2 things together and said to Li Sun, "Send people to continue to investigate. See where they came from and whether they had contact with people from Tubo. If they succeed in the dock, it will be summer at that time, and it will be impossible to harvest much food here. In addition, there are some people who are hiding and want to destroy the dock. When the time comes, a lot of money will be cheated by them. Do you think that the cheated people want to make up for the loss? Will they sell food here at high price? Will the cheated people not think of this idea and someone will remind them? You said that the people who did business with me were sent by Tubo. Do you want to stir up some trouble here?" Li Ji wiped the sweat off his forehead as he spoke. There was a lingering fear in his heart. If that was really the case, then he would be considered a part of it. When the price of food here increased and people started a hoard, Royal Uncle would definitely send people to investigate. After investigating and finding out that he was a part of it, then Li Sun did not dare to think about what would happen next. He thanked him and did not even have time to care about the new plow. He turned and ran. When he was outside, he shouted to the guards, "Quick, go back to Zhuangzi with me. Call the others back." The guard did not know what was going on and followed Li Sun back. Li Sun ran 2 steps and stopped. He pointed to a guard and said, "Carry me. Run quickly. When we get back, you will be rewarded." The guard did not think about the reward. Since the little prince asked him to carry him, he could only carry him. The crowd took turns to carry Li Sun back to Zhuangzi. "Headmaster, headmaster, something bad happened. I am in trouble. Think of something quickly." As soon as Li Sun returned to Zhuangzi, he went to the study. Seeing that there was no one in the study, he ran and shouted. It was the people in the yard who told him that someone was loosening the soil in the back garden. When Li Sun found the middle-aged man, he was loosening the soil bit by bit with a small shovel in his hand. Sometimes, he would poke a stick into the soil. "Headmaster, something bad happened. I was cheated and almost became their accomplice. Help me think of a way. How can I find out their background?" Li Sun stood in front of the middle-aged man and said while panting. The middle-aged man did not know what he was talking about. He asked in confusion, "Who cheated the little prince? Zhangjia Zhuangzi?" "No, it's the people who want to build the dock. They don't have that much money. They want to." Li Sun told the middle-aged man what Zhang Xiaobao had said in the past 2 days. When he finished, he said, "I need to find out their background. Right now, I need to investigate their background. I don't have that many people around me who can investigate. Whether it is true or not, we will know when the time comes. If it isn't, then let them build the docks properly. Also, don't let them have the authority to control it. Rewrite the document. If it is true, then send it to the higher-ups." So it's like this. There is no lack of capable people in Tubo. They know the weakness of our dynasty. When the time comes, they will send troops again. We won't be able to provide too much food. There is no food in the capital. They only need to send spies here and spread the news. The people will be in chaos. The middle-aged man was also shocked. After thinking about it, there were many things that Tubo could do. Looking at Li Sun's anxious expression, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "There's no need to be anxious. Let's first report this matter to the prince and let him send people to investigate. You have to capture the person first. Regardless of whether you capture the right person or not, wait until the prince has news before making a decision." Chapter 291. Li Sun was stunned. He suddenly remembered that it was Zhang Xiaobao who told him directly. There was no one else. Could it be that Zhang Xiaobao also had the same ability? "Teacher, when I was looking for Zhangjia Zhuangzi, it was Xiaobao who told me about the workshop. These days, I didn't see any forces from the Zhang family specifically looking for information in the county. Could it be that when Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about making money, the people behind him found out something?" Li Sun told the middle-aged man what happened that day. The middle-aged man couldn't figure it out either. Unless Zhang Xiaobao was so powerful that he directly predicted that someone was going to cheat Li Sun. This was absolutely impossible, and the Zhang family had been busy with other things. How could they have the time to train people to look for information? Little prince, could it be? There are many yamen runners in the county. Those yamen runners didn't do what they do now. They have some tricks up their sleeves. With the relationship between the Zhang family and the yamen, they can mobilize these yamen runners. It was the yamen runners who helped them find out. Zhang Zhongren felt that this was the case. There had to be a reason. Let's not talk about this first. Anyway, I know that in the future, I will look for Zhang Xiaobao. Don't be afraid of being cheated. This time, we even made a profit. No wonder his family kept delaying taking out the 20,000 strings of coins. They didn't plan to take it out at all. Li Sun was worried just now, but now he felt that it was fine. He captured them first and didn't have to worry about them causing trouble. At this moment, a guard hurried over. "Little Prince, when those people went to look for them, they didn't see them. I heard that they left together and took a boat to the west at Wei River. As for where they are now, I don't know." "What? Headed west? Ran away? Then they must be related to the people who were almost killed by Little Red's poultry 2 days ago. Now that they know the news, they think that the matter has been exposed. so they ran away. Chase them. Chase them for this marquis. Send a fast horse over, and send a letter to the prefecture to let my father search the entire prefecture. When Li Sun heard the guard's words, he knew that there was no need to investigate further. Those people were in cahoots. Thinking of the consequences if he didn't cooperate with Zhangjia Zhuangzi, he was scared and angry. He shouted for people to chase after them. The middle-aged man was relieved and advised, "Little prince, don't be angry." They ran away. The shipyard, workshop, and school, as well as the money they took out before and the money they swindled, all belonged to the little prince and Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Yes, that's right. It saved me some effort to have people catch them. I'm not angry at all. After all, I'm the one who made the profit. Xiao Bao also told me about the shipyard. I can find someone to invest and build a good shipyard. Otherwise, it would be a waste of such a good place. I'll discuss with Xiao Bao. Li Sun was still angry, but he wasn't as angry as before. Thinking of his gains this time, he smiled. As long as he kept in contact with the Zhang family in the future, there was no need to worry. After saying this, Li Sun excitedly went to Zhangjia Zhuangzi. He still had 2 sample plows to bring back. The matter of writing a letter was left to his master. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen didn't stay idle either. They received the letter from Mr. Zhang. They took the official route and sent it directly to Sanshui County through County Magistrate Cheng. When Sanshui County saw the letter, they sent someone to deliver it to Zhangjia Zhuangzi. It took 6 days for the 3 letters and several small items in the capital city to arrive. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao sighed. It was so fast to take the official route. Otherwise, it would take more than a month to bring the letters back. It was considered abusing power for personal gain. Zhang Xiaobao read the letter from Old Master Zhang and Old Madam Zhang. Zhang Xiaobao didn't see the letter from Jiang Wang clan at all. In the letter to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, she praised Zhang Xiaobao a little and asked him to be obedient at home and not cause any trouble. She also asked him to reply to the letter. Zhang Xiaobao told his family not to tell others what happened here. He only told them the good things. After he finished writing the letter, he asked the Yamen runners to bring it back. At the same time, he also brought back a few new plows. He wanted to send them to Registrar Zhao and Zhou Shihu. This time, he asked him to do it. There was only one thing left to do, which was to plan the digging of the river. After the digging was done, the spring plowing would be almost done. The river would rise and his father would start the examination. As for whether the road, that was blocked by the Chun family, could be opened or not, Zhang Xiaobao didn't care at all. Who would want to travel by land when there was a waterway? Carriages weren't that sturdy. It was easy for them to break down after a while, especially Gulu. Usually, those who travel by carriage would have to bring along good tools to repair the carriage and some oil for the axle. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't care about the Chun family. The relationship between a businessman and an official couldn't be compared to the relationship between an official and an official. If someone were to find someone to deal with the Zhang family, that person's first consideration would be the Zhang family status. Keep the mud and throw it into the pond. Or dig a mud pond. Didn't Grandpa want to occupy the 2,000 mu of land? Let him find a broken piece of land and occupy a bit more. When the time comes, we'll give him the mud. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao stood on the small bridge and looked at the scene of those people working. They saw that the mud that was cleaned was black. From time to time, some red insects and leeches would flip out. They thought of an idea. Zhang Xiaobao was talented in this aspect. He immediately understood Wang Wan's plan. That's good too. Just put the mud in the places that can't be used for farming. We should dig a mud pond and put a layer of water on top. Every once in a while, we can let it out and replace it with new water. We can raise these red insects in it and use them to feed the fish. Even if there are leeches, it's fine. They can be used to make medicine and expel blood clots. Have you tried it before? I've tried putting the leeches in places with blood clots. They will drill their suckers in and suck the blood clots. I've heard that some people with rheumatism also use these leeches to recuperate. As for the rest, we can raise loaches. I still like to eat them. They don't like to eat them. We can keep them for ourselves. As long as we raise them in clear water for 2 more days, the earthy smell will be reduced. We can wrap them in egg white flour and fry them. Dip them in salt and pepper to eat. They are not worse than eels. They can also be snacks. What snacks? Li Sun came over from Zhuangzi. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao mention snacks, he smacked his lips and asked. He liked to eat snacks behind Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them could always get some snacks to eat according to the seasons. Every one of them tasted good. Loaches, do you eat them? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Yes, as long as you can eat them, I can eat them. What's the big deal about loaches? I've eaten insects. I've survived in the wild. Since then, I've not been picky about food. I'll eat whatever you cook for me. No matter how bad it is, it can't be compared to those insects and wild vegetables. Li Sun puffed out his chest and said. He seemed to feel very proud. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan laughed at the same time. They didn't know if Li Sun had written a book about it and sent it to the top, but the effect was good. At least Li Sun was more frugal when eating. In the past, when he went to between the clouds and the water, he would ask for a table full of dishes and eat only a few bites. Now, he asked for 2 of his favorite dishes and ate them all. What's so funny? I have a place to dig out the silt. Give it to me. Li Sun also knew the value of the silt. After settling under the water for so long, there were rotten leaves and dead fish and shrimps. It was good to use it for farming. Zhang Xiaobao was not polite to Li Sun at all. No, I've talked to Cuckoo. I'll give it to Grandpa Bai. I'll get some wasteland and put the silt there. Grandpa Bai will have more food and money. It's useless to give it to you. When you get the land and run away, the land here will be taken care of by the servants. You won't need it. It's fine to give it to old Shangshu. Xiaobao, those people ran away. My people were a little late. Now, everything belongs to both of our families. You can't spend money blindly. Hurry up and fix the dock and build some boats to transport things. After the spring plowing is over, hurry up and fix the restaurant here. A wooden restaurant must be built before summer. I'm still waiting to make money. When Li Sun heard that the silt was left to Minister Bai, he did not argue with him. Looking at the unfinished restaurant between the clouds and the water, he became anxious. Zhang Xiaobao was also waiting for the spring plowing to end. At that time, he would follow the plan he had discussed with Wang Wan. He would build some small canals at the place where the Zhang family and the Wang family lived. He would also plant some flowers and raise some small fish. He would also build a road on the mountain. When the time comes, this place would become a paradise. He promised, don't worry. When they finish digging the river, I'll find someone who knows how to do that kind of work. It won't take too long. I don't know if my father could be the county magistrate of Huayuan County. Sanshui County can't do it. It was not easy to get the county magistrate of Huayuan County. Didn't Minister Bai say that he will help? As long as someone recommends him, he should be able to come over. When the time comes, the 2 counties next to each other will become your families. It's over. The Chun family is in big trouble. Li Sun imagined that after Zhang Zhong became the county magistrate of Huayuan County, Zhangjia Zhuangzi would be here. He also thought about the Chun family. When that time comes, won't they be constantly making things difficult for them? Zhang Xiaobao immediately denied. I am a good person. My father will also be a good official. He will not accept bribes, nor will he be greedy. He will also not bully the people. Li Sun curled his lips. Your father accepts bribes. He is a fool if he is greedy. Your family is not short of money. I don't know if your father is a good official or not. Anyway, I feel that the Chun family is finished. What if someone forces them to give you money? Then accept it. But it can't be less than what my family has. Ask someone to take the person who wants to give you money to the warehouse. As long as he or she is willing to take out the same amount of money, accept it. My family does not have much money. We are still in debt. Really? Zhang Xiaobao sincerely said to Li Sun. Chapter 292. Sprouts sprouted on both sides of the broad road, and the swallows returned to their homes. There should be no idle people during the spring plowing, and the downtown area was bustling. In Sanshui County, there were not many people buying and selling things in the market at this time of the year. The people were busy farming or waiting for others to bring the plows for repair. However, this year was different. There were many people coming and going, and all kinds of hawking sounds came one after another. The registrar Zhao Xiang and the deputy county magistrate Zhang Mingsheng were busy with some small things. They walked around together, looking at the lives of the people and the bustling scene. All these were thanks to the two of them. Both of them thought so. They had been doing their jobs and did not make trouble. They also did not look for trouble with the Zhang family. That was why Sanshui County could be so prosperous. They greeted the people they knew one by one, and the two of them walked to the dock. There was still a sea of people here. There were fewer people studying, but there were still many people working. There were some people from other counties who did not have fields and did not know how to do any handicrafts. After knowing that there was a shortage of people at the dock, they came to work because they had some strength. There was indeed a shortage of people at the dock. Many people who had fields at home had gone back to farming, and the people from other counties had just replenished the manpower. Those who had finished farming would be given new things to do. The Zhang family had a lot of work, so they were not afraid of not finding a place to work. The people who sold liangpi came out early. They went to Zhangjia Zhuangzi to ask for liangpi, and Zhangjia Zhuangzi had to make some for them, even if the weather was not hot yet. The deputy county magistrate and the registrar Zhao Xiang walked and looked and sighed at the changes in Sanshui County in the past 2 years. Brother Xuyang, if there was no Zhangjia Zhuangzi, what would happen to us here? Would there still be a dock? Would there still be those businesses? The registrar Zhao Xiang said happily. The deputy county magistrate Zhang Mingsheng. Wei Wei shook her head. No, who bought this broken mountain in the first place? When they bought it, many people said that they were stupid. Now we know who is stupid. It's a pity that County Magistrate Chung won't be able to see it. He's still busy over there. This summer, we can make a lot of money from selling ice. In winter, we can sell a lot of ice, so we can still sail here. That's right. Zhangjia Zhuangzi is still here. It's not easy for County Magistrate Chung to come here. After Jia Shan came here, he didn't know how to be stable. He made a lot of trouble and got himself into trouble. I wonder who the next county magistrate will be. Will he also want to make a lot of trouble and suffer losses before giving up? Zhao Xiang had always been thinking about the position of county magistrate. Last time, someone else had taken it away. This time, he felt that there was not much hope. However, he would rather be a registrar here than be a county magistrate elsewhere. He had already fallen in love with Sanshui County, so there was nothing much to worry about. If there were some problems in the county, it was nothing more than someone's chicken running away, someone's child falling down, someone's house leaking. No one in the family could work. Just take the yamen as an example. Now, the yamen's function had been adjusted. Basically, all they did were trivial things like this. Even if it was just building a fence for the yard, someone would come and find them. The people were not afraid of the yamen at all. Of course, they did not just want people to work without paying. Occasionally, there were people who killed pigs at home. They would bring some pig's intestines and make some food according to the recipe given by the Zhang family. They would also make some wine and eat with the yamen runners who were guarding here. When the deputy county magistrate and the registrar caught up, they would also eat together. There was no need to worry about public security. It turned out that the local government runners were all very smart. Out of the 700 local government runners, 600 of them were patrolling everywhere. Even the farthest place of the Qin family now had a local government runner an hour away. Those who wanted to cause trouble were frightened when they saw such a dense patrol. The deputy county magistrate, Zhang Mingxing, knew what Zhao Xiang was thinking. In fact, he also wanted Zhao Xiang to be promoted. He himself was not in the top class. If one said that he was a member of the yamen, then he was. If one said that he was not, then he was not. He could not be promoted directly to the position of county magistrate. He could only wait for Zhao Xiang to be promoted so that he could replace Zhao Xiang's position. Seeing that Zhao Xiang was silent after talking about the next county magistrate, Zhang Mingsheng said, "Brother Ji Feng, don't worry. Maybe the next county magistrate will be you." I will also be popular. In the future, Sanshui County will be better. We don't have to worry too much. Just follow what the Zhang family says. I also want to, but the hope is slim. In fact, Zhangjia Zhuangzi also helped a lot. But there are too many people who want this position. Zhao Xiang was not confident at all. This year's Sanshui County was better than previous years. When the river was expanded and connected, maybe a 6th grade official would be willing to come over. Then why don't we go to Zhangjia Zhuangzi and ask if they have any ideas? There is a master there. They are also willing to find an obedient person to take this position. Who among us in the Yamen is disobedient? When Zhang Mingxing talked about Zhangjia Zhuangzi, he suddenly came up with an idea. The two of them went to ask. The Zhang family should have a way. If the new county magistrate could be removed, it would not be too troublesome to find an original county magistrate. Zhao Xiang was also moved, but he shook his head and said, the Zhang family has too many things to do recently. Zhang Zhong went to take the imperial examination. His family spent a lot of money. They have so many things to do. How can they have time to care about us? We will only make trouble for them. Sigh, we can't do this, and we can't do that. Are we really waiting for a new county magistrate? I have my eyes on your position. I am not satisfied. Zhang Mingsheng did not hide his thoughts of wanting to go further. For a moment, Zhao Xiang didn't know what to say. He couldn't just resign and give the position to Zhang Mingsheng. If that happened, his mother would beat him to death. His mother was also from a scholarly family. She expected him to be a high-ranking official and support the family's reputation. Just when the two of them were worrying about the next county magistrate, a few Yamen runners rushed over. When they saw the two of them, they wiped their sweat and said, Deputy County Magistrate Zhang, Registrar Zhao. Good news, good news. What good news? Let's hear it. The Deputy County Magistrate looked at the cart and asked, The Registrar General has good news. The Registrar General saw that the curved plow was not used well. Therefore, he made a slight improvement. He shortened the original plow arm and increased the degree of curvature. He also engraved patterns on the armrest. This way, it is more convenient to change the direction of the plow. The force of impact is less. Even if there is sand on the hands, there is no need to worry about the discomfort. The people all agree that this improvement will benefit them a lot when they are farming. Many people will increase their food supply because of this. The Yamen runner did not know how to practice. When he spoke, his face was full of respect, as if what he said was true. Zhang Mingsheng and Zhao Xiang were stunned. They stood still and looked at the plow on the cart. It was as if they were in a dream. Zhang Mingsheng was the first to react. He said to Zhao Xiang, How is it? Zhangjia Zhuangzi really did not forget about us. It's fine if we don't do anything, but if we do, it will be a political achievement. Quickly, go back and write a memorial and hand it to the higher-ups. Brother Ji Fong, with this political achievement, the position of County Magistrate of Sanshui County will be more secure. Quickly get promoted and don't block my way. Zhao Xiang was not the kind of person who did not want to be an official. Looking at the new plow on the cart, he knew without guessing that the Zhang family did not want another county magistrate. He was already annoyed. If he did not know what to do, he might as well find a rope and hang himself. He laughed and ran directly to the Yamen. After running for dozens of steps, he turned around and ran back. He said to the Yamen runner, Bring this plow back. I have to draw it. Otherwise, how can I say that there are so many plows sent here? Is there still some with Zhou Shihu? Quickly send them back. It's spring plowing again. County Magistrate is right. There are some with young Master Zhou. I will arrange for someone to send it over. Sir, please. The Yamen runner was also very happy. He even changed the way he addressed Zhao Xiang. He carried a plow and ran back. The others took the plow from the cart and sent it to Zhou Shihu. Don't call me that. It's not even close yet. Zhao Xiang was willing to listen to this title, but he still had to say it. Sir, I am not speaking nonsense. This time, if you were not the county magistrate, the Zhang family would be angry. Last time it was fine. This time, another person came. I think the Zhang family will directly take him away. Don't you know the ability of the Zhang family? The Yamen runner knew that the registrar official was just saying this, so he continued to flatter him. Back at the Yamen, Zhao Xiang took out the 4 treasures of the study. His hands trembled as he wanted to grind the ink, but he did not have the strength. Zhang Mingsheng had to take it. Brother Ji Fong, don't be anxious. Sit down and rest. You can write when the ink is ready. Zhao Xiang took a few deep breaths. He was not as steady as usual. He also wanted to not be anxious. How could he not be anxious? He was going to be promoted soon. Who would not be anxious? Zhang Mingsheng looked at Zhao Xiang and had to chat with him. Brother Ji Fong, as long as you become the county magistrate, there will be money in the county's account. At that time, you have to be careful. Don't touch things that you shouldn't touch. The Zhang family can give us things and money, but we will not allow any corruption. Of course, the Yamen's money is for the people to work for. It is not for me. Even if I have the courage, I will not touch the money. Just look at County Magistrate Sheng. As long as you do well, the money given by the Zhang family will definitely be more than the money you embezzle. Zhao Xiang did not need Zhang Mingsheng to tell him what to do. In the past, he was not greedy for money. His life was ordinary. Now, his life was better. The Zhang family sent things to him from time to time. It would be unreasonable for him to be greedy for the people's money. The two of them talked back and forth. Zhao Xiang felt much better. His hand was not as trembling as before when he picked up the brush. He drew the outline of the new plow and then took it apart. He also drew every part of the new plow. He was grateful to the Zhang family. If he did not take the credit, the Zhang family could also use it. After a while, Zhao Xiang finished writing about the new plow. He gave the credit for the improvement of the plow to himself. He was a little embarrassed, but he could not refuse. Chapter 293. What's the good news? Zhang Mingxing asked first. The two of them had not recovered from the bad news just now, and now there was another good news, which made them feel uncomfortable. That Minister Bai wrote a memorial and asked the officials to send it to the capital. He said that Sanshui County's registrar and county magistrate thought that the transportation in the county might be lacking. The river and canal can be expanded so that boats can travel to and from Benzhou to the capital. This move is beneficial for draining water when there is a flood, storing water when there is a drought, good for the health of the people, and good for increasing taxes. It is a great policy. The county magistrate should be able to protect the people and show the kindness of the imperial court. My lord, this river was built by you. Not only did you widen the river and clear the silt, but you also persuaded the local rich to set up small rest pavilions on both sides for people to rest. You also let the people buy and sell on both sides of the pavilions to increase their family's wealth. My lord, you are a good official who serves the country and the people. You did not spend a single cent of the imperial court's money. If you don't take the position of county magistrate, who else has the ability? Congratulations, my lord. The Yamen runner said, according to the contents of the memorial, and then began to congratulate him. Why is the minister speaking up for us all of a sudden? The credit of digging the river is also counted as mine? Zhao Xiang could not believe what he heard. He just felt better, but now he was trembling again. He understood that if he had another credit, the position of county magistrate would be stable. No one could take it away from him. Otherwise, where would he be arranged to be? He was also a registrar, and he was so familiar with Sanshui County. The position of county magistrate could only be him. Brother Ji Fong, calm down. Now you know how powerful the Zhang family is. They pushed Brother Ji Fong to the position with 2 hands. I did not expect that they still have the energy to take care of us when they are so busy. But how can the minister help us? He came here to play. Zhang Mingsheng was now sure that he was the registrar. He asked others to calm down, but when he spoke, his voice was trembling. The Yamen runner explained. The Zhang family said that no one can touch the silt dug out from the river. The minister has written a memorial to retire and return to his hometown. He is going to buy some wasteland here and keep the silt for the old registrar. I see. Zhang Mingsheng and Zhao Xiang understood. So much silt had been used to return the favor, but the silt did not belong to them. It belonged to the Zhang family. It seemed that the Zhang family had paid a price. That's great. Let's submit the two booklets together. Zhang Mingxing smiled, reporting, "Good news, I have good news." Just as he finished speaking, another bailiff ran in and said to Zhao Xiang, "County magistrate, I have good news." Again, Zhao Xiang stood up and supported himself with the back of the chair. He looked at the bailiff and waited for him to continue. Your Excellency, and the county magistrate felt that there were many commoners in the county who had nothing to do after the spring plowing. As such, they asked the Zhang family to build 3 workshops so that the commoners could earn money during their free time. They also set up 3 workshops to teach the commoners survival skills. Your Excellency, quickly write the memorial. The Yamen runner winked and said. Zhao Xiang knew that there were 3 workshops and 3 schools, but weren't they built by the little prince? Why did he take the credit for this? Did the little prince agree to it? Zhang Mingsheng asked directly. Reporting to Your Excellency, the little prince seemed to be building a dock with the Zhang family recently. Unfortunately, the dock isn't here. Otherwise, the river here seems to be smaller. I think it's because of this. The Yamen runner changed the way he addressed Zhang Mingsheng and began to explain. If that's the case, what did the Zhang family use to exchange with the little prince again? Could it be that they were still worried after having those 2 hands and wanted to use a 3rd hand to settle this matter and stabilize their own promotion? Zhang Mingsheng said to Zhao Xiang. Zhao Xiang nodded. Sigh. The Zhang family really put in a lot of effort this time. They used 3 hands in a row. Let's see who else dares to take this position. Reporting. Your Excellency, good news, there's good news. Another bailiff ran in from outside. Zhang Mingxing and Zhao Xiang felt numb at this time. They sat back in their chairs and waited. What was going to happen would happen. What was the Zhang family doing? They came one after another. Did they still think that the position of county magistrate was unstable? The bailiff who came in seemed to be in a hurry. He panted heavily and couldn't speak. Take a rest first. There's no hurry. Brother Anren, what do you think the master of the Zhang family plans to do? Zhao Xiang asked Zhang Mingsheng as he gestured for the bailiff to drink water. I don't know. That expert is amazing. He always does things one after another. How can we guess? If we can guess it, won't we also be experts? No wonder the little prince stayed there and didn't go home. He wants to learn something. Zhang Mingxing said with emotion. He was now full of admiration for the master of the Zhangjia Zhuangzi. After he finished talking with Zhao Xiang, he said to the bailiff who finished drinking water, Tell me, what's the news? Your Excellency thinks that the river in Sanshui County is unstable due to the river being repaired. Therefore, they ordered people to build 40 boats in half a year to patrol the river and occasionally help to transport some overstocked goods. Such a good deed should be passed down by erecting a stone tablet at the Xiaoyuashui Pier. Your Excellency, congratulations. In the future, all the people who were saved and helped in the river will remember your kindness and pass it down from generation to generation. The bailiff told them the news about the establishment of the fleet. It's the 4th hand. What does the Zhang family want? Logically speaking, those 2 are enough. Why do they have to push it down? The 2 of them became excited again. Unlike the previous 3 pieces of news, if this matter was done well, the 2 of them would be able to show off in the future. Why don't we go and ask in person? At least we have to figure it out. This again and again will always make people think about it. Zhang Mingxing suggested. Okay, it's good to ask. I can't figure it out either. I don't know which part of the chain is this. Zhao Xiang's face was full of yearning. He also wanted to go to Zhangjia Zhuangzi to be apprenticed to the master. Even if he could learn a little, he would be better than him now. This was called a method. It made people unable to guess the meaning even if they saw it. Reporting. Good news, Your Excellency, there's good news. It came again. No need to congratulate us. If there's any news, just say it. We know. One of us is the county magistrate, and the other is the head of the government. We can't run away. Zhang Mingsheng didn't want to hear any congratulatory words and let the bailiff say it directly. The bailiff was stunned for a moment. When he saw the other bailiffs in the room who hadn't left, he said with a smile, "In order to educate the people, the two of you and the head of the government have specially set up an academy in Tuqiao village. You have also asked Master Bai, who wants to retire to be an official, to preside over everything and raise money for the construction of the academy. This will allow the people in the county who want to study to be educated and also allow the outsiders to learn the way of the sage." The two of them had been shocked by the news again and again thought that they wouldn't be so excited this time. However, they couldn't control themselves and stood up from the chair again. Their bodies couldn't stop trembling. Building an academy? How much would the status of Sanshui County rise in the future? The Zhang family was able to invite the head of the government to take care of this matter. It was a matter of the scholars. With an academy, it could be said that the common people would be educated. This credit was too big. It was so big that it was frightening. "Okay, you can all leave. I will discuss it with the head of the government." Zhang Mingsheng didn't dare to continue waiting like this. He asked them to leave. He wanted to have a good discussion with Zhao Xiang. However, Zhangjia Zhuangzi didn't seem to want to give him the chance. There was another reporting. "My lord, good news. Congratulations, my lord. In order to show the prosperity of our country, you have specially allowed some merchants to unite. You want to cover the supermarket where everything in the world can be bought and sold. Only in this market, you can buy and sell many things that are not commonly seen in the local area. My lord's public virtue is boundless." The Yamen runner was quick to talk and told them about this matter. Zhang Mingsheng and Zhao Xiang looked at each other. What supermarket? What was it for? Which merchants were involved? What kind of goods were they buying and selling? The two of them didn't know at all. The only thing they knew was that this matter was caused by the Zhang family. What did the Zhang family want to achieve? It was enough. Not to mention a county. Even if it was given to a state, these achievements would be enough to get people promoted. Moreover, it was the kind of promotion that could be given to several people at once. "Brother Ji Fong, why do I feel like I'm having some misgivings in my heart? That expert always sends people to tell us his plans. What should we do this time? No, I'm going to go to Zhangjia Zhuangzi to ask now. It's too uncomfortable to keep it in my heart like this." Zhang Mingsheng felt that there was no part of his body that wasn't numb. Even his tongue couldn't work. His eyes were in a trance. Zhao Xiang wasn't much better than him. He nodded and said, "I'll go with you. But I feel that this matter isn't over yet. There should be more. Quick, let's go out and have a look." "No need. I heard the sound of horse hooves." Zhang Mingsheng said. Sure enough, there was another shout from the other side. Reporting, "My lord, good news, really good news." The person ran and shouted. As soon as he came in, Zhang Mingsheng and Zhao Xiang said together, "Congratulations, my lord. My lord, congratulations. My lord, thank the people of the county." "What's next?" How did you know that I was going to say this? Could it be that the two of you can predict?" The Yamen runner was confused. He hadn't said anything yet. How did they know? When the surrounding Yamen runners heard the words of the two who were about to be promoted, they all laughed at the same time. The Yamen runner who came to report the news didn't know what to do. He touched his face and scratched his head. He felt that there was something wrong with him that made others laugh. My lord, you two already know?" The Yamen runner asked tentatively in a low voice. "We don't know shit. Tell me, what good thing did Registrar Zhao and I do this time?" Zhang Mingsheng asked. He felt that the things he encountered today were more than all the things he had encountered in the past. It was also puzzling. Chapter 294. The runner heard Zhang Mingsheng's words and said, "The Zhang family said that you must have doubts in your heart. You don't know why the Zhang family has pushed you so many times, so you are anxious to ask. The Zhang family said that you don't need to wait. You will know what they mean when you hear the last piece of news. The Zhang family said that some of the seeds can be brought to the Zhang family first. The Zhang family will be responsible for planting the seedlings. When the time comes, the seedlings will be distributed to various parts of the county. Based on the Zhang family's farmstead's direct planting of the seedlings last year, It should be able to increase the yield by 10%. Sirs, this humble one has finished speaking. Hiss. When Zhang Mingsheng and Zhao Xiang heard the last piece of news, they couldn't help but gasp. Increase the output by 10%? As long as they got the seeds to the Zhang family and planted the seedlings according to their method. 10% of the output. How much was the whole county? But why did they say that they knew what the Zhang family wanted to do when they heard the news? What was so different about this news? Counting from the head count, the Zhang family had already pushed them 7 times. Including the current one, it was exactly 8 times. Why? What did 8 times have to do with the purpose? The two fell into deep thought. Their thoughts were basically the same. The first thing was to push them to the position. This was already enough. If the two of them didn't insist on staying in Sanshui County, they could directly push them to the capital and become officials of the capital. When they first entered, it seemed that they could only be 7th rank officials, unless the emperor summoned them alone and they could mention it. Of course, they couldn't go. There were still many things to do here. When they heard the last piece of news, they understood why they pushed them so many times. They even knew that the two of them would go to Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Sure enough, they didn't let anything go wrong. It seemed that they knew their every move. While the two of them were thinking about it, the runners were also thinking about it. This time, they were completely relieved. No one could push the two of them down. If they occupied that position, Sanshui County would be better in the future. They wanted to say something to their colleagues, but they saw that the two of them were silent, so they also waited. I know. It's too scary. The Zhang family, they want to brother and Ran. Can you hurry up and say what you want? What does the Zhang family want? Before Zhao Xiang could figure it out, he heard Zhang Mingsheng's exclamation and urged him on. Zhang Mingsheng opened his eyes to the maximum and looked in front of him. His mouth was open, and there was an expression on his face that could not be described as either surprised or frightened. Zhao Xiang reached out and pushed him. Brother and Ran, are you trying to suffocate me to death? Tell me quickly. Brother Ji Fong, you see, there are business matters, agriculture matters, industry matters, official matters, as well as matters of merit and virtue. If you count them all, we have officials, agriculture, industry, and education. Moreover, none of them are simple. You see, Brother Ji Fong, we have business matters, agriculture matters, industry matters, and education matters, and none of them are simple. What do you think Sanshui County was like? What do you think Sanshui County is like now? Also, this river has become an important road. In the future, there will be a lot of people coming and going, right? Zhang Mingsheng explained to Zhao Xiang one by one and finally summed it up. Zhao Xiang nodded. He also knew that these matters included various aspects, but had nothing to do with Zhangjia Zhuangzi's plan. He looked at Zhang Mingsheng in confusion and said, I understand. In the future, Sanshui County will not be comparable to the original one. Although we are a middle county, we are better than some upper counties, especially when many people come from other places to settle down in our Sanshui County, as long as the number of people is a little more. Then we can report to the higher-ups and let this place become the Zhang family. It turns out that not only do they want to promote us, but they also want to promote the whole county from a middle county to an upper county. They want to promote 8 hands, including officials, agriculture, industry, and education. So it turns out that they want to promote the county. What a big plan. When the time comes, I won't be a lower 7th grade official. I will be upper 7th grade official, and you will be lower 7th grade official. Maybe with more people, I will be lower 6th grade official, and you will be upper 7th grade official. It's crazy. Either we are crazy, or the Zhang family is crazy. Using the power of Zhuangzi to promote the county to an upper county? 8 hands in a row. This is the first time I've heard of this in my life. It's also the first time I've seen it. Which Zhuangzi has this kind of plan? Which Zhuangzi has this kind of ability? Zhangjia Zhuangzi can and dare to. He is the best Zhuangzi in the world. When he said these words, Zhao Xiang's hands were already cramping. He wanted to clench his fists, but he couldn't. He wanted to open his hands, but he couldn't. His eyes were also wide open. Zhang Mingxing's hands trembled as he picked up the teacup on the table. He wanted to drink a mouthful of water, but the edge of the teacup hit his teeth. No matter what, he couldn't drink it. He just held it and said, "Honestly, using the power of a zhuangzi to promote a county, this is unheard of. If they were given a county, wouldn't they dare to promote a province? If they were given a province, would they promote a country?" "Someone, come here and feed me some water." After saying so much, Zhang Mingsheng still couldn't drink any water. He shouted at the bailiffs. No bailiff came over. They were also trembling. It was too scary. Zhangjia Zhuangzi actually had this kind of plan. If they didn't hear it clearly and saw it with their own eyes, they would definitely slap the person who told them this. It was just like a dream. Sir, I can't go over. Sir, are you telling the truth? Our Sanshui County is going to become an upper county? A bailiff wanted to go over and feed the deputy district magistrate, but he found that he couldn't walk over. His legs were cramping. He used his hand to support himself on the wall to prevent himself from collapsing. He had a reason to do so. If it was an upper county, the bailiffs would be different from the middle county. Their monthly salary would be higher, and their equipment would be different from the previous ones. Previously, they were allowed to use knives, but in fact, it was already a violation. They used hunting bows. If it was an upper county, they could directly equip themselves with bows. They were not allowed to use them during normal times, but they could use them during critical times. What's up to them? Even if the county had to pay for it, the Zhang family would take care of it. For example, the most powerful counties, Chang and in Wanyin, could even equip themselves with crossbows. Although they were not as good as military crossbows, crossbows were still crossbows. It was already good enough for the bailiffs in the lower county to have a water and fire rod. In the future, it would be more awe-inspiring when they go out. They wouldn't have to be afraid when they encounter something. They wouldn't have to carry knives around in the middle county. They wouldn't have to worry about being questioned when they go out. If they were in the upper county, they could ride a good horse and walk around with knives. What could they do? Zhang Mingsheng could understand the feelings of the bailiffs. He sighed and stopped drinking. Trembling, he put the teacup back down. He sat there and panted heavily, waiting for the trembling to subside. He would be fine once the trembling subsided. His trembling body did not affect his speech much, but his voice was a little shaky. Since he couldn't move, he could only chat. "Brother Ji Fong, how is it? Are you convinced? In the future, Sanshui County will be more stable. The bailiffs will be able to use good bows. When the time comes, I don't know if the higher-ups will give them to us. After all, our bailiffs are a little overstaffed. It's good enough that they don't investigate. It seems that we still have to wait for Zhangjia Zhuangzi to do it. The Zhang family's continuous actions will cost a lot of money." Zhang Mingsheng said to Zhao Xiang. He was also happy. His position was promoted, and his rank was also promoted. As long as Zhangjia Zhuangzi could do it, it would be easy for him to become an upper county. Every year, he would have to pay taxes and hand in food. Who would dare to be unconvinced? Yes, there are so many things. The higher-ups will not give them. If they give them out, will they rebel? But we didn't do anything wrong. When we recruited bailiffs, we did it for this step, right? There are 40 boats patrolling in the water. Each boat has 10 people, which means there are 400 people. There are not enough people patrolling in the county. 5 people is still 200 people. When we forced Jia Shan to recruit bailiffs, we only knew that the Zhang family would not leave so many people idle. But we never expected that the Zhang family had considered this point at that time. Their plan was too big and too far, but it was so thorough. Not only did they spend the last bit of money in the Yaman's account to restrain Jia Shan, but they also made arrangements for today's events. When expert, I finally understand what it means to be intertwined. The Zhang family never makes mistakes for no reason. They even had such considerations when roping in the little duke to build Shuiyun Club. Money, it was all about money, and also reputation. Since the invention of the curved plow last year, he had been pushing it all the way. Little by little, He had finally pushed Zhongxi into Shangxian and controlled the entire Sanshui County in his hands. Yes, he had even pushed Zhang Zhong from a small family to the capital. I think Zhang Zhong must be one of the top 3. I understand now. Those who are useful to them, they will push them away. Those who are not obedient, they will push them away. They will push you until your heart is blooming with joy. They will press you until you are heartbroken. Fortunately, we are obedient. Otherwise, you will be beaten to death by your mother. I know. Zhang Mingsheng didn't wait for Zhao Xiang to finish his sentence. You won't be able to get better. Zhao Xiang said, unconvinced. You are the most rigid one. As a chief clerk, you can't get along well with others. You are the most dangerous one. Fortunately, you spoke up for the Zhang family. I am not. If the Zhang family treats me better, I am willing to listen to them. What kind of position is a deputy county magistrate? He doesn't have that ability. Zhang Mingxing mentioned what happened in the past. At that time, when they met the higher-ups, Zhao Xiang didn't speak up for the Zhang family. Instead, he spoke ill of them. What would happen to Zhao Xiang now? It was not easy for a rigid person alive for them. It was really lucky. Zhao Xiang also thought of what happened at that time. He said, what do you know? I am afraid that Zhangjia Zhuangzi will be angry and kill the cucumber sprout. My mother wants to eat it. I am doing this for my mother. I am also obedient. I listen to the Zhang family. They are very good to me. When my little sister is sick, they send ginseng to my little sister for her to use. They also give her a lot of delicious food. If anyone dares not to listen to the Zhang family, I will fall out with that person. The Yamen runner who was holding the wall also said. Chapter 295. Spring is full, the plum blossoms fall, the apricot blossoms bloom, the moon shines on people, love is always there. Half a month has passed since Zhang Mingsheng and Zhao Xiang reported the 8 matters. The river is completely connected. Some people are still there to clear the silt, and some people are left to build the embankment. Most of the craftsmen who can be used are hired by Li Sun to build the restaurant. Bai Go is still alive. He bought a piece of wasteland north of Zhuangzi. The higher-ups have agreed to his resignation, and they are arguing for a new minister. Most of his silt had been dragged to his wasteland. Once the spring plowing was done, he would quickly get someone to dig it up. He had yet to find a farmer. The new home that Zhang Xiaobao had built for him occupied a medium-sized field. No one pursued this matter, and no one reported it. The 4 Zhuangzi family's spring plowing speed was faster than other Zhuangzi. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi were naturally the fastest. Li Sun complained to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang more than once that they knew the new plow was better, but they still said that they wanted to try it first. As a result, their speed was faster than the new plow. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang tried to avoid this topic. They talked about the workshop, the docks, and the things of the workshop. The Zhang family prepared a large number of tents for the farmers to live in. While the people digging the river were idle, they built houses for the farmers. According to the original agreement, the houses were 2-story buildings. In this way, the farmers could help to build the academy after the spring plowing, and then build the 2 Zhuangzi to the appearance on Wang's blueprint. It seems that those people can't be found for a while. I raised 100,000 strings of coins to build the docks. Xiao Bao, you have to do it well. Don't lie to me anymore. Li Sun couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, thinking about the restaurant between the clouds and the water. He got up and walked around, and then found Zhang Xiaobao's place. Zhang Xiaobao and Zhao Xiang were studying. When they saw Li Sun coming, they had to stop and walk outside together. Don't worry, we won't cheat our own business. You can use the money to help us first. My family is going to build a supermarket with the money from Little Luoshui. After the imperial examination, Sanshui County must become Shang County. Zhang Xiaobao agreed, and, at the same time, he made a request. Otherwise, it would take a few months. With Li Sun's help, it would be much faster. His father also. Li Sun did not think that this matter was difficult to handle Definitely, Xiaobao. I don't understand why your family is in such a hurry to move Sanshui County to Shan County. I have to do all these things at the same time. Fortunately, there are some people who are willing to invest. Tell me, what is your family's plan? Li Sun really wanted to know. The matter of the Zhang family's manor pushing 8 hands in a row to turn Zhong Xian into Shang Xian allowed him to see the ability of the person behind the scenes. Even his father wrote a letter of praise and said that the Zhang family's manor was the #1 manor in the world. He asked him to find a way to get closer to Zhangjia Zhuangzi. He said that many people knew about this matter. Maybe people around Zhangjia Zhuangzi would move over. The reason was the same as his. Therefore, Li Sun didn't think that the Zhang family emphasized several times that they would settle this matter after the imperial examination. There must be a deeper meaning. Those who understood the situation and were a little bit smarter didn't dare to think that what the Zhang family did was too simple. Buddha said not to say. Zhang Xiaobao did have a plan, but he couldn't tell others. Even Wang Wan didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. Hearing Li Sun's question, Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the moon and replied. Li Sun curled his lips and said, "What Buddha said? Now they're dismantling the Miao and returning to the secular world. Buddha is so powerful. How can it be dismantled? The moon is full and the moon is waxing and waning. I don't know if there is a Buddha, but Buddhism is a good philosophy. You won't understand even if I tell you. Don't be depressed because of failure, and don't be arrogant because of a moment of happiness." Zhang Xiaobao finally decided to teach Li Sun well. He couldn't just ask for help without paying. Li Sun's family didn't teach him these things. They just wanted him to be a carefree marquis and a carefree prince in the future. If he knew too much, his heart would be too big, and it would easily attract trouble. He didn't have much contact with it. Now that he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he thought that it was taught by an expert. He turned to Wang Wan and asked, "Why do I feel a little uncomfortable when Xiaobao said this? Is it like this? If it is, then it is. If it isn't, then it isn't. Who can clearly say what is right and what is wrong? Everything has its own way, but it is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble. Like fog, like lightning. You should observe it like this." Wang Wan also understood Zhang Xiaobao's meaning and also taught him. Li Sun had never heard of this before. The great Tang didn't have it yet. After hearing it, he felt even more confused. "Can you say it in another way?" "Good. The Tao can be said, but it is not the Tao. The name can be named, but it is not the name. The nameless world. I know. You don't need to say any more. I'll recite the rest. Xiao Bao's meaning is that one shouldn't be happy when encountering good things, but shouldn't be sad when encountering bad things, right?" Li Sun didn't let Wang Wan continue. This kind of thing was just like the rest of the words, mysterious and wonderful. Wang Wan shook her head. Why can't one be happy when encountering good things? Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires in life. They must know how to enjoy life. When they should cry, they should cry. When they should laugh, they should laugh. When they should laugh, they should cry. If they don't have anything, are they still human? Xiaobao, what do you say? Li Sun heard that the two people had different opinions, so he asked Zhang Xiaobao. A capable person must always remember that happiness is followed by sorrow. He must also have the willpower to remain calm, even if Mount Tai collapses in front of him. Fortune is where misfortune lies, and misfortune is where fortune lies, Zhang Xiaobao replied. Cuckoo, what do you say? Li Sun asked again. When the false becomes the truth becomes false. Who knows what will happen in the future? We can only enjoy the present to the fullest. Wang Wan said to Li Sun. Xiaobao, it's your turn. Li Sun looked at Zhang Xiaobao. If one doesn't think about the future, there will be immediate worries. Cuckoo, if you always think about the future, you will neglect the present. Why don't you, Xiaobao? Li Sun followed the two of them out for a stroll in the middle of the night. Hearing the two of them say completely opposite words, she didn't know how to choose. It seemed that what they said was right, but why were they opposing each other? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan deliberately did this. In fact, real life was very simple. The daily necessities contained the philosophy of heaven and earth. The two of them wanted Li Sun to find what he should have in this contradiction and not listen to others. Li Sun didn't know the two's good intentions. He listened and felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan seemed to be full of talent. How could they teach this? It seemed that he had to work hard to learn. The three of them walked and walked until they reached the place where the houses were built. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked the workers to build the houses in a more unique way. They didn't want them to be so neat, and they had to be well arranged. In the future, there would be corridors and small canals here. An almond tree that had already bloomed swayed gently in the evening wind, and the faint fragrance of flowers could be smelled. The villagers lived in tents, and from time to time, there would be people walking by. Not only did the footsteps not wake the people in the tents, but they also made them sleep more soundly. Li Sun and Zhang Xiaobao stood under the tree and looked at the people walking by. They said, "Are these people from your family's inner courtyard? Are they keeping vigil?" "Yes, keeping vigil. We can't let the villagers keep vigil by themselves. We still have things to do tomorrow." Zhang Xiaobao knew what Li Sun wanted to say. Wasn't it just that the main family did this differently from the other Zhuangzi? In his mind, there was only the reasonable use of manpower, and he didn't care about whether someone's identity should be doing what they should do. "Yes, that's right. If the villagers can sleep well, I'll do the same later." "Xiaobao, I still don't understand. When your father changes places, your family will naturally move as well. Although the Zhuangzi here will still belong to your family, what does Sanshui County have to do with your family?" Li Sun often asked when he couldn't solve the doubts in his heart. This was the 5th time he asked. "We'll know when the time comes." Zhang Xiaobao still had the same expression. He wouldn't say. He definitely wouldn't say. "Well, I'll wait." "Xiaobao, I've written the letter. When the time comes, your father will definitely be in the top 3. As for whether or not he will be in the top 3, I'm not sure. If he isn't, don't blame me." Li Sun suddenly remembered Zhang Zhong's matter. There was only half a month left before the examination. He was also not sure if he was in the top 3. Zhang Xiaobao was full of confidence. He said, "It doesn't matter. As long as you write the letter, there won't be too much of a difference. There are other people working hard to help. Let's go over there and take a look. The child is crying at night. If it doesn't work, we'll find a doctor." While Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he heard the sound of a baby crying from one of the tents. It was very loud and penetrating. There was no need to worry about the baby crying. Zhang Xiaobao knew some ways to deal with it. In the past, he had a younger brother and sister like this. He led Wang Wan and Li Sun to the tents. Chapter 296. Zhang Zhong really wanted to write a poem about the beautiful spring scenery, but when he looked at the peach blossoms reflected by the lights in the water, he felt a little sour in his nose. He rubbed his eyes with his hands and muttered, "A cup of wine in a river, the bright moon in the sky is far away from home." Out of the door, the plum blossoms compete in the spring, the branches shine in the night, and the peach blossoms are beautiful. Across the bridge, the father returns to Yin, strategizing between the clouds and the water, bribing the officials, not sparing any expense. After the provincial capital, there's Chang'an. After Zhang Zhong finished reciting this impromptu poem, he raised his sleeve and rubbed the corner of his eyes. Without saying a word, he poured himself a cup of wine and slowly drank there. The other scholars who came with him did not know why Zhang Zhong wrote such a sad poem about such a beautiful scenery. Only County Magistrate Cheng could understand Zhang Zhong's thoughts. Zhang Xiaobao had arranged everything. He had money and people. From the moment Zhang Zhong left home, he did not suffer any grievances. These days, he arranged countless places. Except for the Imperial Palace, there was no place that he could not enter. For example, this crooked river pond. Was it a place that ordinary people could enter? For example, the hibiscus garden. Was it his own home? However, Zhang Zhong could enter. Moreover, he brought some officials or students who were also going to take the exam. How much effort did he put in? In addition to the care of the minister and the little prince, just the dried wood ears and white fungus were sent over in large bags. All kinds of fresh vegetables and soil were shipped over at the fastest speed. Countless money was thrown in, and countless things were given out. For this matter, the two best restaurants gave many officials free cards. As long as they ate there, they would not have to spend money. Not to mention other things. Just the money that flowed out from his hands was more than 26,000 strings of coins. Every small matter would give a big gift. As long as it was a sixth-ranked official or above, he would not miss out on any. That was only one aspect of it. There were also those shops. In total, there were close to 30 of them. No matter what they sold, he didn't remember much. However, he remembered clearly the mansions of some of the officials. As long as he saw people from those mansions come out to buy things, they would either give them money or not. Even the servants had to give him some benefits. That was how Zhang Zhong was able to get so much information, allowing him to live like a fish in water in Chang. Behind all this, there was Zhang Xiaobao. Even if there were people guiding him when he was doing it, he was still a child after all. He had to be busy, and it was not easy to be a messenger. Other children might not be able to remember these things, but Zhang Xiaobao had to memorize them first before making arrangements. He had never heard of that expert handling anything personally. Zhang Zhong thought more than County Magistrate Cheng. County Magistrate Cheng only thought that Zhang Xiaobao was a little tired. However, Zhang Zhong's father knew that his good son not only had to take care of money, but also think of ways to exchange benefits with others. Furthermore, he had to take care of the family. Xiao Bao had always been reluctant to let Xiao overwork herself. The letters that were written never mentioned any difficulties at home. However, the more it was like this, the more it showed that there was a lot of trouble at home. Those who came from Huayuan County to take the exam would also write letters to home. He should go and ask. Otherwise, he would not know what difficulties his family was facing. Good poem. Brother Yongshun can come up with such a good poem even on the spot. You are indeed a talent that can be spread around the surrounding prefectures. I think Brother Yongshun will definitely win the exam this time. A person next to him first applauded, and the others followed suit. Only Zhang Zhong knew that what he wrote was far from the mark. However, that was what reputation was all about. Listening to the applause of others, Zhang Zhong came to a person with a cup of wine and said, "Brother Chiyun, have you received any letters from your family?" "What do they say?" "I haven't received any letters from my family yet." This person was called Guan Feng, Guan Chiyun. He was from Huayuan County. His family was quite rich. He received a letter yesterday. Zhang Zhong knew about this, so he came to ask. Many people did not know about Zhang Zhong's identity. They only knew that he was talented and lived in Sanshui County. When Guanfeng heard Zhang Zhong's question, he immediately thought of his family situation. He said to Zhang Zhong, "Brother Yongcheng, you are too polite. In fact, there is nothing serious in my family. However, it is not entirely true that there is nothing serious. There is a Zhangjia Zhuangzi in Sanshui County. Brother Yongsheng is also surnamed Zhang. I don't know if you are related to the Zhang family. Let's not talk about this first. There are two powerful Zhuangzi in the county. They are the Han family and the Yuan family. However, they offended a marquis and were arrested. Their family sold the Zhuangzi. Guess who they sold the Zhuangzi to? They sold the Zhuangzi to Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Zhangjia Zhuangzi is really rich. He took out 50,000 strings of coins at once. The Zhang family is even more powerful than before. However, there are still people who are not afraid of them. The Chun family, which used to be next to the Yuan family, is the head of the family who is in the cloth business. When the Zhang family took over Zhuangzi, it was just in time for the spring plowing when the Chun family cut off the water supply. The river flows from the Chun family. Not only did they cut off the water supply, but they also cut off the road leading to the river and planted thorns. I heard that many people have been taken advantage of by the Zhang family, but the Chun family still dare to do this. They are really bold. What? Cut off the water supply? Then how can the spring plowing in Zhuangzi continue? Zhang Zhong's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He immediately thought of the consequences of this matter. Without water, they could not plow the land. What happened to Xiao Bao and Xiao Er? They must be very worried. Where would they get water? Guanfeng deliberately paused for a moment. He picked up his bowl and took a sip of wine. Then, he picked up a piece of cucumber and garlic and looked at the eager eyes of the people around him before he said, I heard that the Zhang family's housekeeper went to look for them twice in a row. In the end, the Chun family made things difficult for him both times. They said that it was useless. The Chun family even mocked the Zhang family, saying that they did not dare to have anything to do with them. Guess what happened after that? What happened? A few people who liked to hear about this kind of thing asked in unison. Zhang Zhong did not ask. He was already clenching his fists. He was thinking that after he passed the exam, he would definitely let the Chun family know how powerful they were. He would not let them off so easily for bullying Xiao Er and Xiao Bao while the head of the family was not at home. After that, those who wanted to watch the show once again witnessed the power of the Zhang family. The Chun family cut off the water supply in their area, and the Zhang family changed the most critical part of the river. The next morning, after the Chun family finished planting the thorns, the Zhang family set up everything in a single night. The Chun family was dumbfounded this time, and they went to beg the Zhang family's housekeeper again. What karma? Oh, you might not know what happened to the river over there. Let me tell you, that river. Guanfeng spoke excitedly as if he was a member of the Zhang family. He also introduced the terrain of the area to those who did not know the situation. Zhang Zhong did not need to listen to this introduction. How could he not know where his family was? He was angry and worried just now, but now he smiled. He knew that this must be the work of his son, Xiao Bao. Other than Xiao Bao, there was no other person who could do things this way. Zhang Zhong could not help but laugh when he thought of the Chun family's reaction when there was no water. County Magistrate Chung came over and said to Zhang Zhong, Brother Yongsheng, don't worry about your family. Do you think your family is afraid of this kind of thing? It's just Zhuangzi from the Chun family. It's too easy to deal with them. Yes, County Magistrate Chung is right. Zhuangzi is quite safe. Did County Magistrate Chung receive a letter from Sanshui County? I received one the day before yesterday. It didn't say anything except that the flowers had bloomed and the farmers were working fast. Zhang Zhong did not expect to receive a letter from his family that he needed to think about. If he wanted to know, he could only ask someone else. County Magistrate Chung hesitated for a moment and said, Well, to be honest, I did receive a letter. If Brother Yongsheng wants to know, I will tell you. But you must not miss the important matter. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me. Tell me, let's see what it is. Zhang Zhong was not so worried now. He just felt sorry for his son. The Zhang family's business was very big. His son and daughter-in-law had to manage people, settle accounts, and study at the same time. There were also 1 or 2 troublemakers. They were busy from morning to night. They were still children. When County Magistrate Chung was about to speak, he suddenly trembled. He took a deep breath and said to Zhang Zhong, I can tell you, but you can't get too excited. This time, your family is determined to arrange people for the county magistrate of Sanshui County. They gave the new plow, the expansion of the river, the construction of the workshop, all these benefits to Zhang Mingsheng and Zhao Xiang there. County Magistrate Chung said those things one by one. As he spoke, he drank and was afraid that he could not control his trembling. Zhang Zhong was also stunned. He did not expect that Xiao Bao had done so many things after leaving home for such a long time. However, he did not understand and asked, What do they want to do? Yes, Zhang Mingsheng and Zhao Xiang also thought of this. What does the Zhang family want to do? The result is, your family not only wants to promote them, but also wants to change Sanshui County from Zhongxian to Shan County. This big thing has been reported. I think it will not take long before Sanshui County becomes a Shan County. As long as County Magistrate Chung thought of this, he could not control himself. He held the chopsticks tightly in his hand. Zhang Zhong was also excited. He did not expect his son to be so capable. He could not tell what he was feeling. Zhangjia Zhuangzi was famous now. In this big world, which Zhuangzi could promote a county? His Zhangjia Zhuangzi could. His precious son had this ability. Perhaps he was used to his son's power, so Zhang Zhong did not tremble. He just stood there and laughed. He thought about how his manor would be in a county in the future. He did not know that he could no longer return to Sanshui County to be an official. Chapter 297. Zhang Xiaobao naturally didn't know that his father was also thinking about him. He, Wang Wan, and Li Sun went to the tent where the child was crying and said, "Can we take a look?" The sudden voice made the child stop crying. After a few breaths, the crying sounded again, louder than before. The farmer inside didn't know who was talking outside, but he knew that there were people patrolling outside, so it couldn't be bad people. He opened the tent and looked up, then immediately greeted, "So it's the young master and young lady. You came so late, come in and rest." After all, Zhang Xiaobao's identity was different, so the farmers were very respectful when they saw him. The three of them entered the tent one after another. Zhang Xiaobao sniffed and found that there was no unpleasant smell. There was a brazier lit with smokeless charcoal, so it wasn't cold either. The child was placed on a thick cushion. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both remembered that the child was only 9 months old, and he was crying with his mouth open. The man at home had a helpless expression. "Come, Xiaobao baby, let me hold you. Tell me, why are you crying?" Wang Wan went over first and stretched out 2 hands, preparing to put one hand on the child's back and the other hand on the child's leg. Zhang Xiaobao quickly pulled Wang Wan away. "You can't hold a child like this. The child's waist is soft, and this will make him cry even more. Watch me." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao half knelt on the ground. His right hand passed under the child's arm and placed under the child's armpit. His left hand arched and supported the child's buttocks. He placed the child on his lap and said to Li Sun, "Go outside and get a lantern." Li Sun didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was going to do, so he turned and went out. He called a patrolling person and asked for a lantern, then returned to the tent. "Hold it above the child's head. Cuckoo, come over and sit with me. Tilt your body slightly outward. We'll block his back together and use our bodies to block the places he can see from the corner of his eyes." Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Sun, then arranged for Cuckoo. Wang Wan curiously followed Zhang Xiaobao's instructions. "You two sit next to me and Cuckoo, not on both sides, but in front. Make space for one person on both sides of the child. You two block there, but don't worry about the front of the child's eyes." Zhang Xiaobao continued to instruct the couple. The two of them sat in the wrong place at first, but they quickly corrected themselves. If it were anyone else doing this, they would have been angry. But when the young master of the main family carried their son, they felt happy instead. After the arrangements were made, the crying child suddenly stopped crying. Her mouth was slightly open, and she allowed her saliva to flow out. Blinking her big eyes, she looked in front of her, then turned her head to look around. She giggled and placed her 2 small hands on one of Zhang Xiaobao's arms and the other on his chest. "Xiaobao, why did he stop crying? I thought he was crying because he peed or pooped, or because he was hungry. What's wrong with you?" Wang Wan felt that this was too strange, so she asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao put his head next to the child's head, gently nudged it, and kissed the child. The child laughed even louder and tilted his head to nudge Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao moved closer and nudged him. The child laughed and tilted his head to Wang Wan again. This time, Zhang Xiaobao explained, "In fact, it's very simple. Just like in our Zhuangzi, there are people on night watch and patrol. Everyone knows that there are people around to protect them, so they can sleep soundly. It's the same principle to arrange people to patrol here. Adults know that they will think of ways to hint to themselves, but children don't. As long as they find that their living environment has changed and the temperature has changed, they will feel uncomfortable, or more accurately, fear. Especially when there are no more people around them and no bright lights. They will cry to seek what they want. The position we are in is just enough to block the child's left, right, and back. He knows that there are people around, but he doesn't need to be in front. If we narrow his field of vision, he will feel that he can deal with the threat from the front. This is an instinct. If there are only one person in the house, then we have to put a thick cushion in the corner and let the child's back lean against the cushion. Then we have to pull up 2 pieces of cloth or curtains that can block the child's view. The child can see the front and lean against the back. With the light on, he won't cry unless he is hungry or needs to pee. After Zhang Xiaobao finished mouthing these words to Wang Wan, he kissed the child, and the child also laughed. Wang Wan had never heard of such a thing. After thinking for a while, she said, "Then why do children stop crying when they are breastfed?" The reason why children stop crying is not because they are hungry and can drink milk, but because of the mother's body temperature and the mother's embrace. Many children don't drink milk at that time. They just want a kind of warmth and a feeling of being protected. If the child is not too afraid of emptiness, as long as he is in the arms and kisses, he will feel that he is not lonely, and the child will stop crying. But sometimes just hugging is not enough. We have to create a big atmosphere, just like now. Li Sun is standing there. We may not be able to see it, but the child can feel it. It is very magical. When people grow up, they will hide this instinct or deliberately change it. Zhang Xiaobao was very experienced in this aspect. After he became famous, he specially studied it, just to make the children in the orphanage better. Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao say, so mysteriously. She shivered and said, "That is to say, the adults are not like this? But why do the adults feel empty?" That shows that the sixth sense is inherited from the genes. The oldest primitive people will not deliberately change this feeling, so they have a unique perception of danger. We have to cultivate this feeling again after we grow up. Isn't it a bit sad? Why are the children willing to play in the passage we make with straw? Why do adults like to decorate their own homes? This is because they can't eliminate the information from the genes. They want to protect themselves and hide themselves. Think about it carefully. We always hope that there is a high wall behind us in an empty place. If you still don't understand, look at animals. For example, when a dog is raised in a house, as long as the temperature drops and there are fewer people in the house, it will run to the corner of the wall and stay there, so that the surrounding scene can be seen in its own vision. When Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he had been using his left hand to cover the baby's navel. He mouthed a few words to Wang Wan. The baby closed his eyes and fell asleep, one hand on Zhang Xiaobao's left hand, the other hand clenched into a small fist. Wang Wan looked at the baby and then looked at Zhang Xiaobao. She felt very strange. It was so simple, but the baby stopped crying. It turned out that loneliness and not being able to control were the most difficult things to bear. The parents of the 2 children saw that the children were asleep, so they were relieved. When they heard the children cry but couldn't do anything, they were worried. Little young master is amazing. The master is the master, and we farmers can't compare to him. The child's father looked at his son who was sleeping soundly and praised him. Zhang Xiaobao carefully handed the child to the child's mother and said, "Sleep with the child tonight." Zhang Xiaobao was a little tired. When he held the child just now, his whole body was relaxed. That way, the child would be comfortable. He was still young. When he held the child, he started from the age of 5. Under the grateful eyes of the couple, the 3 people walked out of the tent. Li Sun was still holding the lantern in his hand. He shook it and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You are amazing. The child stopped crying when he was in your hands. What kind of ability is this? I will learn in the future. This is everyone's credit. When you have a child and cry, come to me. I will teach you." Zhang Xiaobao felt that he could come up with a teaching material on baby care. Otherwise, if the villagers saw that he and Wang Wan were easy to follow, how could they learn? He and Wang Wan could feel what was happening to their bodies. They could adjust and exercise reasonably. Other children couldn't. What do they know? The reason for the high mortality rate of children here was that they didn't take good care of themselves. There was no systematic discipline. Even if the children didn't know how to speak, their every move was actually to express their thoughts. Wang Wan walked next to them and thought about what had just happened. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Do you have something to do? Otherwise, why did you tell me so much? I don't understand." "It's nothing. It's just nonsense. Don't take it to heart," Zhang Xiaobao replied very naturally. It's nothing. People like you have to be watched carefully. If others say it's nothing, I will believe them. You, hurry up and tell me. What are you going to do? Wang Wan certainly didn't believe Zhang Xiaobao's deliberately relaxed appearance. You will know in the future. It's the same as turning Sanshui County into Shang County. It's directly related to the development of civilization. Zhang Xiaobao only revealed this sentence. Wang Wan lowered her head and began to ponder. No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't think of a reason. Li Sun stood at the side and did not say a word. She recalled what she had just seen. That child could not even be coaxed by her own parents. Zhang Xiaobao had arranged for her, and she immediately laughed. It was too strange. Could it be that the expert even taught her this? After thinking for a while, Li Sun thought about the matter of the dock and asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Xiaobao, the dock over there will start construction tomorrow. Don't you want to go with me to take a look? No, it's too far. It's in the provincial capital. It will take at least half a month from here to there, right? Zhang Xiaobao estimated the distance. His father went there to take the provincial capital examination. It took half a month to walk there. Chapter 298. Li Sun left under the protection of the guards, while Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan strolled back slowly. They didn't need to have someone protecting them all the time, at least not on the surface. In Zhuangzi, it was too difficult for ordinary people to hurt them, unless there was a legendary master who could fly and pick leaves. If that was the case, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would accept it. When others came to Zhuangzi, they had to be searched first. Last time, when housekeeper Qin came, he was not allowed to bring anything dangerous. If he felt that it was unfair, he could not come, or he could go to the Yamen of Sanshui County to complain. Xiaobao, why didn't you tell me your plan? You always hide things from me, Wang Wan said unhappily as she held Zhang Xiaobao's hand and walked home. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said, It's not that I want to hide it from you, but we know different things. My plan has always been very big, and it contains too much information. If I tell you, you'll think about how to perfect it, and it will delay your plan. You also said that international swindlers are not ordinary, and it's true. The things they think about are very complicated. Every step they take needs to be adjusted and connected with the previous step. It's not easy, and it's tiring. When my father has an official position, he will probably be the county magistrate of Huayuan County. When that time comes, when you train the army, when it's the yamen or people in the government, I won't care. There are specialties in every field. I believe in you, and, at the same time, I hope you will believe in me. This was the first time that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a serious conversation, and they dissected their ideas. Before, they cooperated with each other, but they also concealed their ideas. Wang Wan was also facing this kind of thing for the first time. She thought for a while and said, This is the independence of personality, right? What you and I discussed were the small things and the big part. I really didn't expect that you would set up such a big scheme and push Sanshui County up. I've never thought of setting up such a big scheme. I've always rushed things out one after another. You know me. What I used to do was to link up some information and then operate it. People without abilities will always do things independently. I've been practicing for so many years. The first thing I think of when I encounter a problem is to join forces. When Li Sun confirmed that those people in the dock were swindlers, I thought of pushing Sanshui County up. Then I began to connect it with my father's imperial examination, and then other arrangements appeared. In fact, it's not strange at all. It's a matter of habit. Zhang Xiaobao told her what he thought, including some of his operation process. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao again. After a while, she said, Don't make it sound so easy. If I really listen to you and think it's simple, then I'm a fool. Well, I don't care how you operate. It's still what we agreed at the beginning. You can't just go and help ordinary people. Ordinary people refers to the people who come to help dig the river, not including Zhuangzi of the Chen family. When your father really has real power, I will train some people to help you. I believe that you will arrange it reasonably. What else do you need me to do? Yes. Compose some nursery rhymes and dance routines. That's your forte. I'll write some nursery rhymes and dance routines for young children. I've read some books on this subject and have experienced it myself. The thing I can't stand the most is to watch a sick child die in front of me. Zhang Xiaobao had always liked children very much. Unfortunately, he didn't have his own children, so he could only be a little better to other people's children. Wang Wan could also understand Zhang Xiaobao's character. Whether he was sick or not was not important. What was important was that this obsession allowed Zhang Xiaobao to achieve such a great career and benefit many children. It was just like how they made Li Sun have contradictions in his thoughts. The ability of human existence was contradictory. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao said so, Wang Wan promised, I will make that children's song. It's simple. First, I will write down what you said at that time, which is the words of West Wind. Then I will write something like planting the sun. What do you think? Good. Planting the sun is good. This children's song can make children with a kind heart to harm others. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly laughed. How is it harming? Wang Wan was puzzled. Zhang Xiaobao suppressed the idea of continuing to laugh and said, This song has been circulating for more than 100 years. What are the lyrics? The general meaning is that if you plant the sun and hang it in the Antarctic and Arctic oceans, it will shine regardless of day or night. The result is that the ice and snow will melt and the sea level will rise. Do you get what I'm saying? How many people in Japan will be drowned? According to the current saying, Lingnan Province, Hunan Province, Huainan Province, and Jiangnan Province are all gone. It's okay if those places are gone. People can move to the mainland, but what about the surrounding islands? Where will they run to? When Zhang Xiaobao said so, Wang Wan couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have a nationality. He only had the thoughts of a nation, but he also came back to deceive people. Wang Wan was different. She was educated like that. When she thought about planting the sun, she turned her eyes to the east and covered her mouth to laugh. After laughing for a while, she asked, Xiaobao, Li Sun will come to find us tomorrow. Do you want to go to the shipyard over there? It's fine if you want to go, but it's also fine if you don't want to go. If you want to go, we can go and take a look. It's just that we can let the people here do something. If we don't go, it's safer. With the two of us here, we don't have to worry about anything uncontrollable. Originally, Zhang Xiaobao was waiting for the children of the Zhuang family to grow up so that they could help out. There shouldn't be any problems with raising them since they were young. But now, he was a little too busy. He had to personally understand such trivial matters. Steward Zhang could be used, but Zhuangzi couldn't be without Steward Zhang. Otherwise, his mother would be tired. Song Jinggong could also be used, but Song Jinggong was in charge of the docks at Little Luoshui. He was already not simple. Then there was Ernyo. He was smart and could arrange things well. He was now in charge of contacting the Hunan circuit, which was Shandong. It was impossible for him to take time out to put his mind on other things. Shirlu, Ying Tao, and Xiao Hong were also good. Unfortunately, they were women. It was no longer the era of Wu Meinyang. Princess Taiping had died, so they could only do things at home. At this time, the two most useful people were Su Si and his assistant, Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang would be transferred to Beijing to be the supervisor. Su Si wouldn't be of much use now. Everything will be taken care of by Ergu. It's Su Si. Let's go there and play. Let Su Si take care of more things and see if he can adapt. There are three things: the restaurants between the clouds and the water, the closure of the river behind the river, and the layout of the cloister in Zhuangzi. After doing it well, he can take charge of it alone. If he can't do it well, he will continue to follow orders obediently. Zhang Xiaobao mentioned Su Si to Wang Wan. He wanted to test him. Wang Wan wasn't worried that Su Si would mess up. She trusted Zhang Xiaobao. She believed that in the face of such economic matters, Zhang Xiaobao could handle it very easily. If Su Si did something wrong, how much could he compensate? If there really was someone who dared to cheat Su Si, then it would be even better. Zhang Xiaobao would have something to do. Xiao Bao. Then do we need to prepare some information about the ships? Wang Wan also wanted to go out and take a look. The furthest place they had been to was Little Luo Shui. If the road was better, it would take less than an hour to reach that place by car. No, I don't know how to build a ship at all. Unless you want me to cheat, don't even think about it. The ships here are different from ours. Find more old and new shipwrights. The old shipwrights are more experienced, and the new shipwrights are more courageous. We are not afraid of failure, but we are afraid of losing the courage to challenge. Zhang Xiaobao knew his place and advised Wang Wan. Well, as long as there is one person who can guide the intelligent people, they will be able to show their wisdom. I will listen to you. Wang Wan also didn't know how to build a ship. She originally wanted to draw some ship diagrams. The two of them talked all the way back to their own courtyard hand in hand. The moon shone on their slanted shadows. Except for the people in the inner courtyard, outsiders would never think that the owners of these two shadows were the people who completed Shangxian in Sanshui County. They each had their own strengths, 2 swords and 2 walls. Li Sun came over the next morning. He didn't eat. As long as he had a reason to come over, he wouldn't eat. The food in his house was not as good as the food in other people's house. The place that was similar to Beijing restaurant was the first restaurant in Linshui. The place that was better than the first restaurant in Linshui was between the clouds and the water. If he felt that between the clouds and the water was not good, then he would go to the courtyard of Zhang Xiaobao, the head of the Zhang family. This was Li Sun's idea. The food made in the restaurant was not the same as the food made in Zhang Xiaobao's courtyard. There was always a lack of freshness. Only Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao had hidden a kind of seasoning, chicken essence. The Real chicken essence was better than MSG, but it was a bit of a waste of chicken. A chicken essence could be made a little bit. The thing that was used to deceive people was like the method of growing vegetables in winter. Now, it didn't cost a lot of money. Another reason was that Zhang Xiaobao had requested for the chefs in the courtyard to make home-cooked dishes, such as steamed eggplant with sauce, small root cabbage box, and the soup of the mao, or plant. When it entered the mouth, it did not have the taste of the restaurant that everyone would think was acceptable. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, the best taste of food was the taste of home. It didn't need to be too fresh or too fragrant. As long as it made people feel like they were at home, it was the best thing, even if it was shallots mixed with tofu. Li Sun was attracted by this taste. After eating a meal, he couldn't forget it. Even the methods of the imperial chef in the palace couldn't compare to the food in Zhang Xiaobao's courtyard. Therefore, as soon as Li Sun entered the place where Zhang Xiaobao was eating, he said, "Are you eating? What are you eating? Is it delicious?" Chapter 299. After chatting with Li Sun for a while, the three of them finished their meal and prepared to leave. There wasn't anything big at home. If there was something that couldn't be solved, he would ask housekeeper Zhang to look for minister by who had retired. Don't think that he didn't care about this kind of person who took the initiative to retire. Even the emperor wouldn't dare to ignore him. If he presented a memorial to the emperor, no one would stop him. Before leaving, Zhang Xiaobao found Su Si and said to him, "Su Si, I have seen some of the things you have done recently. My family has decided that you will no longer be in charge of the market and the grocery store. Ergu is enough." Su Si felt that his head was buzzing. When he heard this, the first thing that came to his mind was that the master felt that Ergu was better and didn't want him anymore. "What? From now on, you will have new things to do. The end of the river, the arrangement of the restaurant between the clouds and the water, and the design of the cloister between my family and the Wang families. You will be in charge of all of these. If something happens, don't blame the master for not giving you face." Zhang Xiaobao didn't wait for Su Si to start crying and gave him the job. Su Si had signed a death contract, so he didn't need to use his previous methods to suppress him. Su Si called out again, but his tone was a little different. He thought that the master didn't want him anymore. He didn't expect that he would be given a job with more power. What I want to tell you now is that when you do something, don't do it casually if you don't have confidence. If you don't understand something, ask someone who knows. Don't worry, no matter who you ask, as long as the job is done well, the credit will go to you. If I find out that you deliberately suppressed some people, you'll find a better job. Zhang Xiaobao warned Su Si. There were many cases of supervisors bullying their subordinates and denying the suggestions of their subordinates. Those people would rather the company not develop well than to use the better methods of their subordinates. Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't allow such a thing to happen to his subordinates. Su Si nodded vigorously. He knew that this little ancestor had taken a liking to him, so he had to listen to her. If he made the main house unhappy, his monthly allowance might be deducted. If he made the little ancestor unhappy, no one would say anything if he lost his life. He hurriedly agreed. Only when the three of them were seated in the carriage did he let out a sigh of relief. He muttered, "If you don't understand, just ask. Tell the person who came up with the idea to the young master and young lady. I will also be rewarded. I can't go and suppress others. I will die." Xiaobao, if someone comes up with a better idea, how do you plan to deal with Su Si? Li Sun sat beside Zhang Xiaobao and thought of what Zhang Xiaobao had just said. Arrange for him to go out and let him take care of things on his own. Zhang Xiaobao said without thinking. Li Sun didn't understand. Then what about the person who came up with a better idea? Keep him by your side and see if he can be like Su Si. If he can, arrange for him to go out. If he can't, just do what you were doing before, Zhang Xiaobao said again. Why? If he can come up with a better idea, won't he be better than Su Si? Li Sun asked. There are many good people. As long as you are willing to spend money, you can find them. What the Zhang family wants is not this. What we want is a kind of unity. For the Zhang family, talent is not the most important thing. Knowledge and experience can be cultivated, but character is not. Our family doesn't care about talent. What we want is character. Zhang Xiaobao almost said that he didn't care about talent. He really didn't care. It wasn't like he was making an atomic bomb. It was just a small business. At most, he would do it himself. It was better than finding someone with bad character to worry about all day. If he had the energy to worry about it, he would rather do it himself. Li Sun couldn't figure out why Zhang Xiaobao would say that. He could only keep it in his heart for the time being. He could slowly think about it himself or ask someone else. The car wasn't slow. It was shaking. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's willpower was stronger than a scream. It didn't vomit. Li Sun's car was really worse than his. There were some bent pieces of bamboo between the carriage and the axle to act as a buffer. The car shook as it moved. When it was time to eat, they had to look around to see if there were any small wine shops. Li Sun was not like Zhang Xiaobao's father, who carried a bunch of things when he went out. In the past, he might have been able to do so. Now, he felt that he was the best person. Even if there were no wine shops around, he felt that he and Zhang Xiaobao would be able to reach their destination alive. After surviving in the wild, he was now full of confidence. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to persist like this. The two of them didn't think that surviving in the wild was good. They had already suffered enough. At this time, they were sitting in a roadside shop and eating. There was only one dish, fried with beans and meat. There were a lot of beans and very little meat. When they looked at the plate, they saw that it was all lean meat. This wasn't because the people in the shop knew that the three of them didn't like to eat fatty meat. It was because there was very little fatty meat. Everyone else liked to eat it, so they didn't use it to cook. The food in this shop is good. Look, how is this shredded meat? It's obviously a steak, the medium rare kind. If you don't have the ability to cook, can't you first blanch the meat with water? It's eaten together with beans. Zhang Xiaobao picked up some meat. As soon as it entered his mouth, he spat it out. When he looked carefully, there were still traces of blood in the meat. If it was just fried meat, he would eat it. However, if it was fried together with beans, it would be easy to become laxative after eating it. It was just right for people with indigestion. Wang Wan only picked beans to eat. Fortunately, the beans were cooked. She asked someone to bring her a spoon. She ate with the steamed buns that she didn't know. Li Sun glanced at the meat that Zhang Xiaobao spat out. After thinking for a while, he said, "If I had known, I would have brought my own chef or used their ingredients in kitchen. I think that eating insects is better than eating this meat. Isn't it easy to eat this meat? Shopkeeper, bring me some garlic and some salt." Zhang Xiaobao naturally had a way to deal with it. He waited for the only shopkeeper, waiter, and owner to bring the garlic and salt. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a piece of meat, dipped it in the salt, and stuffed it into his mouth. He also asked for a mouthful of garlic. He ate it very happily. Li Sun also learned. He found that he couldn't eat the fishy taste of the meat, only the saltiness of the salt and the spiciness of the garlic. He said with admiration, "Zhang Xiaobao, I have seen it. You are really not ordinary. You can even eat this thing. Okay, I will remember it. I will eat it like this when I see it next time." Well, there is actually another way. Let them make soup with the vegetables. When we go back and boil it, the meat may be a little bit worse, but it will definitely be cooked. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to find more trouble. If it wasn't cooked, then eat it. What else could he do? The three of them made do and finished eating. They decided that if they came across this kind of restaurant in the future, they would only order salted vegetables and pancakes. They wouldn't eat anything else. The carriage didn't travel slowly. It only took 6.5 days to reach their destination. If Li Sun wanted to, he could directly enter the manor. That was his home. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to see a prince so early. It was difficult to talk to him, so they pretended to be ignorant children. In fact, the other party already knew that the two of them had learned a lot. But if they said too much, then it would cause trouble. If they didn't do well, then there would be many talented people fighting to teach the two of them. The three of them directly walked towards the dock. The river here was not something that the river in Zhuangzi of the Wang family and Zhuangzi of the Ge family could compare to. It was also not something that the small river in front of the Zhang family could compare to. The surging river water was vast and mighty. From time to time, the waves in the river would splash onto the shore. The location of the dock hadn't changed. It was still the location chosen by those people. Those people had good foresight. The ground here was flat, the water was deep enough, and it wasn't as turbulent as it was just now. The general framework of the dock had already been built. Half of it was on the shore, while the other half extended into the river, making it convenient for boats to enter the water. At this time, there were already people making small boats. This was easy to make. As long as the current wasn't too fast and there were some reefs, then it would be unimpeded. Moreover, there were fewer places to enter the water. When there was no sail, the boat's speed would be faster. Li Sun, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan looked around. As they looked, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan discovered a problem. To be precise, it was the technology. This boat was beautifully made. It was 2 zhang long, 6 feet wide, and about 6 feet tall. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that there was not a single nail in the entire place. All of the connections between the pieces of wood were made using the method of riveting. This method was not too unusual, and many of the furniture in the Zhang and Wang families' farmsteads were also made using this method. However, it did not seem to be very reliable when used in shipbuilding, especially when building boats in the future. If they still used this technology, the advantage was that when the waves hit, the connected parts could borrow the force of each other and disperse the force. There was no need to talk about the disadvantages. If a part was damaged slightly, it was easy for other parts to be damaged as well. Zhang Xiaobao asked a person who was building a boat there, "Master, why don't you use nails here?" "Little guy, you don't know. Nails are easy to rust. When a boat is built, it won't be used for more than a few years. As long as it is hit by water, the place with nails will rot. It won't be used for long." The worker smiled at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao really didn't know how to build a boat. He turned to Wang Wan and asked, "You really don't use nails on the boat? What about the iron boat?" "The anti-rust technology is different. A layer of paint is applied here. It has a function, but the paint will always fall off. For a boat that is soaked in water all day, the protection is not so good." Wang Wan felt that this should be the reason. Zhang Xiaobao estimated the time when the boat was in use. He found Li Sun and said to him, "When we build a big boat, We will add another layer of nails. It won't be long if the boat is in use. 3 or 4 years is enough. It can't be like building a small boat now. Using nails? Xiao Bao, what do you want these big boats to go in the future? Li Sun was already used to it. He probably found these skilled people. Chapter 300. Li Sun didn't know where Zhang Xiaobao was referring to. He thought he was referring to Japan, where there were also people coming over and even officials in the imperial court. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao's idea was really good, so he agreed. Well, we'll do as you say. I think before you came here, your family has already told you. Yes, that person at home has already told me. Zhang Xiaobao was willing to keep this misunderstanding. He and Wang Wan had already thought about it. They didn't know how long it would take to wait for others to come over, so it was better to go over themselves. As long as they could get some things back, such as tomatoes, potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, and so on, then they could plant them. Of course, the most important thing was the chili. The chili sauce they were eating now didn't taste so good, so with chili, there would be more varieties. As for the potatoes, they also liked them. They could make some mashed potatoes, or roast some potato slices, or even directly steam them and mix them with eggplant, put some chopped green onions, and stir in the sauce. After eating a big bowl, they would be full and wouldn't need to eat anything else. These things could only be thought about in their hearts, and that day was still far away. The three of them walked around the dock, and only Zhang Xiaobao proposed to use nails. Li Sun and Wang Wan didn't find any problems, and they didn't know how to find problems. At noon, Li Sun asked Zhang Xiaobao, Xiaobao, do you really not want to go to the mansion to have a look? No, your family has a lot of rules, and you can't eat peacefully. It's nothing more than the people sitting here asking you a question and then praising me and Cuckoo. When they are happy, they will reward me and Cuckoo. If you want to go back, you can go back by yourself. Cuckoo and I will find a restaurant to eat. Zhang Xiaobao very straightforwardly pointed out the things that he could encounter, and no matter what, he wouldn't go. Wang Wan was also annoyed by this kind of thing, so she didn't say anything which could be considered as tacitly agreeing with Zhang Xiaobao's words. Li Sun sighed. His mission today was to bring Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan back home. However, Zhang Xiaobao was right. Once they were back at the residence, there was nothing new. Seeing that the two of them were determined not to go, and it was not easy to force them, he thought about it and decided not to go home. It was better to follow the two of them. Under the protection of a group of guards, the three of them arrived at the restaurant that Zhang Xiaobao had someone buy. The 3-story restaurant had already been painted, but it still could not hide the vicissitudes of life within. When they arrived, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already prepared themselves. They didn't expect to see a fiery scene, but when they arrived, they discovered that there would always be differences between imagination and reality. At this time, the first floor of the restaurant was already filled with people, and all the windows on the second floor had been pushed open from the inside. It was unknown whether those people were not afraid of the cold, or were deliberately doing so. On the third floor, there was only one room with its windows tightly shut, right in the middle. There were actually people waiting outside the restaurant. From time to time, they would ask the waiter if there was anyone who had finished eating and left so that they could go over. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other, but couldn't figure out the reason. They walked to the door of the restaurant and saw that the signboard was not painted at all. The 3 words Wang Jun Restaurant faintly appeared on the signboard. It was unknown whether it was a name given by a woman who longed for the person in her heart, or by a person who yearned to see a real gentleman. It was not wrong to say that a man thought of a woman and gave this name. The waiter's eyes were sharp. He stood at the door and chatted with those who were anxiously waiting. Then, he smiled at those who had just arrived. Almost all the people who came were under his control. His ability was not small. Zhang Xiaobao also remembered this waiter. Don't underestimate this matter. Many times, it was precisely because of this kind of person that a business deal could be negotiated. Isn't this steward's son? You also came. Now all the places are occupied. If you want to go to the third floor, wait a little longer. When the time comes, there will be people coming down. They will definitely serve you your favorite home-cooked tofu. At this time, the waiter saw another person come over. He trotted over and respectfully said. When steward's son heard that there was no place, his face became ugly. However, when he heard the following words, he revealed a smile and said, I only came here once half a month ago and said that the home-cooked tofu was good. How did you know? Steward's son, you're testing this little one. This little one dares to forget others, but how can this little one not remember you? The last time you came here, this little one will never forget your elegant demeanor. The waiter was clever and immediately said there. This made steward's son's face light up. He said to the people who came with him, let's eat here. The food here is delicious. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw this scene and nodded. They had already approved of this waiter and were ready to put him in an important position. Half a month ago, he was able to recognize them immediately and remember what they liked to eat. It was a pity that such a person was a waiter. Li Sun saw that the place was full and did not pay much attention to the waiter. He frowned and asked someone to go over and ask. That person directly found the waiter who was still flattering others. My family's young master came from afar. Give him a place. The guard said to the waiter without any trace of politeness. The waiter immediately turned his smiling face and said to the guard, This big brother, you also saw that the place is full. If your family's young master wants to eat, then please wait here for a while. The guard did not buy it. He stared and said, Do you know who my family's young master is? I don't know. How would this little one know? If you remind me, this little one will be very grateful. The waiter's eyes swept around, wanting to find this person's young master so as not to offend him. Humph! Who is he? The young master of this prefecture's King's Manor. Who do you think he is? The guard coldly snorted and said. The waiter slapped his thigh. Oh, so it's young Master Li. Look at this little one's memory. Someone had already reserved a place on the third floor. Unfortunately, you can't see this side. It's on the other side. Hurry up. This little one is finished. I actually forgot about this important matter. Li Sun heard clearly and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, How is it? When you heard that this young master is coming, you got a room on the third floor. Although you can't see this side, it's not easy. As he spoke, he stuck out his chest and raised his head. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Sun in confusion and asked, You don't know what's going on with this restaurant? Who said that I don't know? This year's village tribute, the top 10 people all stayed in this restaurant, including your father. Your father doesn't count, but the other 9 people are here. It's just in time for the release of the results. It's very lively. When people know about this place, they all say that it's a blessed place. Otherwise, why would so many people come here? Li Sun explained to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan understood that all 10 people were here, and they were the top 10. No wonder the business was good. However, Li Sun did not seem to know who owned this restaurant. At this time, the waiter came over and said to Li Sun with a smile, Young Master Li, the place has been arranged. Would you like to go up now? Is there anyone who wants to finish eating here? Li Sun still wanted to see this place. It was spacious and bright. In reply to young master, there is no more. The third floor is also empty. It was specially set aside. Fortunately, it was not given to others. Otherwise, if young Master Li had to wait here, my head would be gone. At this time, the waiter lowered his voice, but Li Sun and the other 2 could still hear. Xiao Bao, come with me. This is the benefit of authority. Li Sun said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and took out a small rolled-up flag from his chest. He slowly unfolded it and showed it to the waiter. There were 2 cute seedlings on it. After the little flag was completely unfolded, the waiter's eyes suddenly straightened. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and then at Wang Wan. He suddenly knelt down and saluted. Young master, young miss, I didn't expect you 2 to come here. This little one kowtows to you 2. As he spoke, he kowtowed again and again. Don't quickly get up. Is there a place upstairs? Zhang Xiaobao reached out to help him up, and asked at the same time. Yes, young master is here. How can there not be a place? Do you see the room with the closed window on the third floor? It is there. You can see it clearly from here. There is also a staircase in that room that can go up to the roof. If young master is willing to eat on the roof, this little one can send the food up to you. The waiter stood up and pointed to the room with the closed window and said to Zhang Xiaobao very respectfully. Li Sun was stunned. The waiter just said that there was no place. In the blink of an eye, there was a place. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and just happened to see Zhang Xiaobao's indifferent gaze. He felt his face burning. He asked the waiter, "Didn't you say that there was no place? If young master doesn't come, then there is no place. If young master comes, then there is naturally a place. That room is where master used to stay. It has never been used by outsiders." This time, the waiter had no intention of compromising. The young master was above everything else. No one could come here. Don't make things difficult for the waiter. Let's go up to the roof and eat. After we finish eating, I have decided to go to the capital with Cuckoo. When we arrive, my father will also be taking the exam. Zhang Xiaobao helped the waiter. This kind of waiter was good. He had a good memory, was clever, and was loyal to the young master. You want to go to the capital? Then I will go too. When the three people entered, Li Sun seemed to have found something interesting and said at the side. When the people who were waiting heard the waiter and Zhang Xiaobao's words, they didn't have any thoughts of getting angry, especially when they knew that the best room was occupied. How could the young master's house not have a place? Zhang Xiaobao's group of 3 ate a meal on the roof and ate a stomachful of wind. They didn't plan to rest here and directly went to the dock. Chapter 301. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had never been to the capital before. They only knew that it was very big. Only when they saw the road that could allow more than a dozen carriages to run side by side did they know how big it was. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the road in front of him and the trees planted on both sides of the road and muttered, "It's really beautiful and grand. It really is the capital of a country. When we go back, we should also make a road like this between the two newly bought zhuangzi. We don't need to farm anymore." Wang Wan didn't say anything. She kept looking at the capital city that had left behind many stories and legends. The streets were more lively than the docks of Sanshui County. There were people wearing all kinds of clothes. From time to time, they could see people who were obviously from a foreign country walking by. Li Sun didn't find this place strange. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan standing there looking around, he said, "We're here. Do you two want to go to the palace with me, or go to your family's restaurant?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. "We're not going to the palace. I don't know where my father is. I won't meet with him today. I'll wait until after the exam tomorrow." Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to disturb his father now. He asked the people around him to ask around. He and Wang Wan strolled slowly on the streets. Li Sun didn't force him. He left with the guards and found a place by himself. He didn't want to go to the palace. It didn't take long for the people here to find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Little young master, little miss, master is now resting in Savant's restaurant. Do you two want to go to Savant's restaurant? Or?" The person in charge respectfully stood in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and asked, "Then we'll go to Savant's restaurant. Don't let my father know that we're here." "Okay, let's go to Savant's restaurant," Zhang Xiaobao ordered and pulled Wang Wan and prepared to go there. The steward hurriedly found a car and invited the two of them in. From here to Pleasure House, there would be a long way to go. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat in the carriage. They lifted the curtains and looked out. At this time, there were residences on both sides. At first glance, they saw that the houses were lined up. There was a special ditch between the houses and the road. There were also elm and locust trees planted beside it. "Xiaobao, this place is indeed not bad." Perhaps because of this, the later generations have always remembered this dynasty and treated it as a spiritual symbol. It's a pity that when they accepted so many people, they didn't think of keeping some of the technology a secret and letting others learn it. Wang Wan thought of something and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and then shook his head. Actually, maybe these people thought that in the future, their future generations would also have a bright future. To be able to maintain this prosperity is a kind of confidence. Confidence in themselves, confidence in their future generations. Unfortunately, success is because of Xianzong. Failure is because of Xianzong. He pushed the Kaiyuan dynasty to a new high in history and made Tianbao a precursor to the destruction of the Tang dynasty. The advantages and disadvantages of the imperial system are perfectly reflected in him. When it's time to delegate power, you have to delegate power. You can't treat the entire country as a game. Then shouldn't we do something? We can't just watch a powerful dynasty disappear, right? Wang Wan asked a little unwillingly. There's no hurry. We haven't reached the peak of Shengshi dynasty yet. We have time, so let's take it one step at a time. Tomorrow's exam will depend on my father. As long as he can do what needs to be done, the rest will be easy. He will be an official outside the capital and may stay in the capital and scheme against others all day long. And it shouldn't be a problem. Your father has a solid foundation and came here to experience it in advance. Moreover, in these days, he has been writing poems from time to time. He has already practiced it. Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao was a little nervous, so she softly persuaded him. The two of them chatted as they walked along the road. They wanted to get a good feel of the atmosphere here. As they walked, they arrived at the West Market. At this time, they could see many shops standing on both sides of the road. There were even some foreign merchants hawking their wares. Xiaobao, look at the things they are selling. There are a lot of different things. When your father is done with the exam tomorrow, let's walk around here and buy some small things back. We can't go out without bringing anything. Wang Wan looked at the people hawking and bargaining and said excitedly, "And we should buy some. We can also give prizes to children who study well. Look over there, they are selling flowers. Some have bloomed, and some are just bare branches. Especially that one. It doesn't look like it's going to bloom at all. That thing. Stop the car." Zhang Xiaobao also said, pointing to a place where flowers were sold in pots. As he spoke, he shouted. The carriage immediately stopped. "Xiaobao, what flower did you see? Why are you in such a hurry?" Wang Wan asked when Zhang Xiaobao pulled her out of the carriage. "Good flower, cotton, I finally found it. I'm convinced. They actually put cotton in a pot. Our quilt is stuffed with cotton. How can it be compared to cotton?" Zhang Xiaobao said happily. With cotton, things would be easier. In the future, there would be more things to do. The convenience of life came from cotton. Wang Wan was also happy. She had been thinking about looking for watermelon and cotton. She didn't expect to see them here. She said, they originally planted cotton as flowers. It seems that it was only in the Song dynasty that it had other uses. This thing doesn't seem to be called cotton. What is it called? Just ask and you will know. Flower seller, how much are you selling these flowers? Zhang Xiaobao stood in front of the cotton that was about the same height as him and asked, Young master, are you asking about the white foldsy? If you only want to buy flowers, you can take 2 coins and I will also give you some mountain soil. If you want to buy it together with the pot, then it will be 12 coins. The flower seller turned his head and saw 2 children. He lowered his voice and said so as not to scare them. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan was also thinking and said, Flower seller, where did you find the white foldsy? We want to buy more. Can you still get it? Yes, no matter how much you want to buy, I will find it for you. The price is even cheaper. But will your parents agree? The flower seller felt that a big deal was coming, but he was afraid that the 2 children were just talking and couldn't take out the money. Zhang Xiaobao calculated and said, We want to buy 10,000 plants. How much do you think it will be? While talking, he gave a look to the steward who got off another car and walked over. The steward immediately said, Flower seller, don't worry about the money. As long as the young master and the young lady want to buy it, we will naturally give you 1 coin less. With his words, the flower seller was relieved and showed a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. If you want to buy 10,000 plants, We will have to wait a few days. If I can't find so many today, I will have to go to other people to get them. It may be possible if several families work together. If you want to buy these, why don't you give me 17,000 coins? 15,000 coins. Okay, we will pay the deposit first. Zhang Xiaobao made a counteroffer. He could have lowered the price, but he felt that the flower seller didn't have it easy, so he gave a little more. The flower seller paused for a moment and immediately agreed. As for how to transport it, it was the steward's business. After finding the cotton and ordering 10,000 plants, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan happily got in the car again and went to Joy House. Xiaobao, the cotton is here. Where do we plant it? We can't plant it in the field. If someone reports it, we will be punished. With the cotton, Wang Wan began to worry about the planting again. Planting Grandpa Bai's field. He hasn't planted anything yet. It turned out to be a wasteland. No one will say anything. Zhang Xiaobao thought of the old man's field, which was just right. Okay, when we make the betting, give it to him first. Wang Wan said generously. As expected, no one told Zhang Zhong that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had come to the capital. The servants knew that if the master knew that the young master and young lady had come, he wouldn't be so calm. Maybe he would be absent-minded during the exam. At this time, Zhang Zhong was eating a simple and light meal. There was also a pot of warm wine. He was not going to see anyone today. A few days ago, he had seen the people he wanted to see and sent the invitations. He was just waiting to see how things would go after the exam. County Magistrate Chung sat opposite him and explained what to do during the exam. County Magistrate Chung had not taken the Jinshu exam, but he had taken other exams and knew some things about the Jinshu exam. Zhang Zhong listened carefully to County Magistrate Cheng's words. The two of them ate for a full 4 hours. When the dishes were cold, they were taken away and replaced with new ones. The wine was also kept warm at all times. In the afternoon, Zhang Zhong read for a while and then went to bed early. He still had to wake up early tomorrow. The servants began to prepare the things for tomorrow. They prepared 3 sets of the 4 treasures of the study, some food, and some things that might be useful. Early the next morning, countless high scholars were accompanied by their servants. Some of them were alone, and some of them were outside the examination hall prepared by the Ministry of Rites. Zhang Zhong brought a few servants with him. When he saw so many people waiting in front of him, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He calmed himself down and walked over. There were soldiers maintaining order over there. Many people were not sure and were whispering to each other. Some people even closed their eyes. After Zhang Zhong came to the capital, he had met many people. As he walked, he was greeted by many people. Those who were taking the Jinshu exam. Those who were taking the Jinshu exam. Those who were taking the Jinshu exam. They gathered together to guess what the exam would be. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also secretly came over and watched from afar. The servants around them surrounded them so that they wouldn't get lost in the crowd. When it was time for the exam, a few officials came over and talked about the things that they should pay attention to during the exam. They also asked the soldiers to check the things that the high scholars brought. As for the body search, they did not appear. These people also began to enter one by one. Zhang Xiaobao clenched his fists and muttered, "Dad, don't be afraid. You can do it." "Xiaobao, why are you trembling? You said that others are not afraid. Look at you being so nervous." Wang Wan grabbed Zhang Xiaobao's arm and said, Chapter 302. The entrance exam was only 1 day long. As for the other subjects, it would depend on the results of the exam. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan waited for their father to enter the examination hall. They brought their servants along with them and prepared to wait here for a day. If they want to eat, they would need someone to send them food. Zhang Zhong entered the examination hall and looked at the things he brought. The weather was still cold, so he took out a blanket and put it under his butt. He also took out the smokeless charcoal and lit it in the brazier. Only then did he start to answer the questions. Everyone else also did the same. Only the poor scholars did not have so many things. The soldiers patrolled from time to time. There were people who dared to bring their notes. They were caught and thrown out. It would be difficult for them to make a name for themselves in the future. Zhang Zhong felt that he had learned enough and did not prepare any notes. Furthermore, he was unable to prepare any notes. This time, the examination was about poetry, prose, scripture, and Laozi's essay. First, he wrote the essay. Zhang Zhong's father finished writing the essay in the morning. When it was time for lunch, the smell of various dishes floated in the examination hall. The poor scholars only drank some water and ate some dry food. The rich people naturally served all kinds of delicacies. Zhang Zhong's father opened his lunchbox. There were not many dishes in it. There were only some small steamed buns and garlic sauce. It seemed that the servants prepared for him to eat this. There was also a tightly wrapped bamboo tube with soup on top. The steamed buns were still warm. Seeing that there were only these two things, Zhang Zhong did not complain. He picked up the steamed buns and ate them. This kind of steamed buns were not sold outside. Only his family often made them. The stuffing inside the steamed buns was frozen before it was wrapped. When it was time to eat, there would be juice inside. He quickly finished the steamed buns and drank the soup. He leaned back and began to rest. After he finished writing the poems and prose, he would wait for the results. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also ate steamed buns outside. The rest of his servants also did the same. There were also people who came from other families. The entire area outside was almost full. Everyone looked at the entrance of the examination hall anxiously from time to time. When the sky gradually darkened, Zhang Zhong's figure finally appeared at the entrance of the examination hall. He carried the things he brought in. When he went out, he was stunned. "Dad, you're finally out. Quick, let's go back and celebrate. When the results are released, we'll go back and become officials with real power." Xiao Bao pulled Wang Wan and ran over from the other side. He immediately threw himself into his father's arms and said happily. Zhang Zhong touched his son's head and said, "Why are you here? Does your mother know?" "I missed you, so I came over. My mother should know by now. Originally, she only knew that we went to Zhouzhou." "Father, don't talk about it anymore. Let's go back. We only had some buns for lunch. We'll eat something good when we get back." Zhang Xiaobao held his father's hand and walked back. A servant came over to take the things. Along the way, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan kept talking to Zhang Zhong about what they saw. Zhang Zhong was originally a little worried that he would not do well in the examination this time. After listening to his son and daughter-in-law's words, his mood gradually calmed down. He did not expect to meet the person he wanted to meet right after the examination in Beijing. The three of them talked as they walked. This time, they directly went to Savant's restaurant. A table full of dishes was placed on the table. Zhang Xiaobao poured wine for his father and began to change the topic. He did not mention the imperial examination anymore. Zhang Zhong was also happy to chat with his son and daughter-in-law. He talked about the scenery here and talked about what the foreign merchants were selling. After eating for more than 2 hours, the sky was completely dark. Only then did the three of them drink some tea and go back to sleep. The next few days were waiting for the results to be released. Zhang Xiaobao did not have much to do. He dragged Wang Wan to the east and west markets all day long and bought a lot of small things. Those cotton balls had already been sent back home, and the bottom was covered with mud. When the time came, as long as one could survive, he would buy another one. After all, it was cheap. This wait lasted for more than 10 days. Seeing that a new round of official appointments was about to be released, it was finally time to release the results. Early in the morning, there were servants who went to watch. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Zhang Zhong also went to the nearest small restaurant. It was a place where ordinary people ate. It was also bought in the beginning. At this time, it was already full of people. Only a seat by the window was left for them. "Father, I've already thought about it. When you become the top scorer, we will not be an official in Beijing. Instead, we will be in Huaiyuan County. After you experience there for a few years, we will return to Beijing. Don't worry, you will definitely have achievements. Every year, during the selection, you will be in the upper middle class. You will not even be in the middle class." Zhang Xiaobao and the other two sat down. Zhang Xiaobao began to talk to his father. Zhang Zhong was still a little nervous. He did not know if he would become the top scorer. He did not expect to become the top scorer. As long as he could become the Jinsher, it would be fine. When he heard his son's words, he felt that his greatest ability in life was to have a good son. If it was someone else who said this, he would definitely think that person was stupid. But if it was his son who said it, it would definitely not be bad. He also lowered his voice and said, Xiao Bao, the matter of being in the outside world is not that simple, right? I believe in your ability. As long as you are outside, you will be able to have a good political achievement. It's simple. The arrangements for officials below the 6th rank will be made by the Ministry of Personnel. This time, the person in charge of the imperial examination is only a small 6th rank official. In the future, it might be someone with a higher status. As long as you spend the money, you will be able to do it. Zhang Xiaobao was very confident in this. Now, it all depended on his father's results. Most of the other people in the store were also waiting for news from the other side. Zhang Xiaobao thought that there would be people riding horses to various places to report the good news. In the end, after waiting for a while, there was no one who came to report the good news. The three of them placed all of their attention on the ranking board and ate the dishes one mouthful at a time. When it was difficult to endure, someone finally ran over. As soon as he entered the store, he shouted loudly toward a scholar sitting there, Young master, you won. Young master, Ming Jingyi, weight 15. Everyone in the store turned to look at that scholar. AB grade meant that there were some questions that he did not answer correctly, or he did not answer the examiner's questions properly. But after all, he had made it. His good days had come, and his family would also benefit from it. When that scholar heard that he had made it, he stopped eating. He threw some money on the table, turned around, and ran out, shouting as he ran. Zhang Xiaobao looked at this man, who was in his 40s, and shook his head. Was there a need to be like this for AB grade? Moreover, it was not for the advanced section. Just as that person ran out, another person came in. However, this person's complexion was not good. He walked to the side of a table and said to that person, Brother, your name is not on the list. Let's go back. Not there? How could it not be? The scholar was dumbfounded. He sat there and repeatedly muttered a few words. Perhaps it was because they had seen too much of this. Everyone turned their gaze elsewhere. Zhang Zhong's hand that was holding the chopsticks trembled. It was as if he was the one who did not make it. Zhang Xiaobao stood up and stepped on the stool to look outside. He did not see the person he sent out come back. After a while, just as Zhang Xiaobao was about to go and take a look himself, the person he sent out ran back in disheveled clothes. He cried and shouted at the same time, I made it. Master made it. I'm first in Jinsher grade A. Master, I'm the top scorer. Wow. Accompanied by a clamor, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Zhong. At this time, Zhang Zhong was already stunned. He sat there motionless. Zhang Xiaobao hugged Wang Wan and kissed her on the cheek. He whispered, money and connections finally worked. Wang Wan raised her hand and pushed Zhang Xiaobao's face away. She said happily, Look, it's like this. I'll ask my father to come and take the exam. After 2 more days, we can go back. Hurry up. Tell this good news to the family. Father, let's go back. You have a busy day tomorrow. How did you get your clothes? Why did you come back so late? Zhang Xiaobao said to his father. He then turned to the person who reported the news and asked. Replying to little young master, just now, this one saw that the old master had been hit, so this one shouted. As a result, many people surrounded this one and asked this one about this one. This one managed to break free with great difficulty, so this one came back late. The person who reported the news did not look unhappy at all. It was as if being surrounded by people was also a happy thing. The few of them left the store under countless envious gazes. Zhang Xiaobao immediately asked someone to send the news back to his family as fast as possible. His family was still worried about it. On this day, the Savant's restaurant and the Joy House held a banquet. Anyone who could find people came to the two restaurants. From this day on, the two restaurants became more popular and their business became more prosperous. The next day, Zhang Zhong went out. He had to report the news and go to the apricot garden to eat and drink. If he had a good idea, he could meet the emperor. After that, he went to the big wild goose pagoda. After a busy day, he was tired enough. Of course, he also had to ride a horse and parade through the streets. Zhang Zhong rode a horse with flowers. He was dressed like a bridegroom. He rode the horse around Chang and city. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also squeezed into the crowd to watch. It was a pity that there was no camera. Otherwise, they would definitely take a picture of this scene. The servants who protected them behind them also puffed out their chests and raised their heads. This time, their identities were different. They were servants of the savant's family, not ordinary servants. After this matter was over, it was time to start the official selection. Zhang Xiaobao's mediation was effective again. Zhang Zhong, who was supposed to stay in the capital, was arranged to be the county magistrate of Huayuan County. He was also given a goldfish bag to press his lapel. "Let's set sail." Zhang Xiaobao stood at the bow of the ship and shouted. Looking at the water in front of him, he felt high-spirited. This time, they did not follow the way they came. Instead, they took another waterway. It was the one that the old man's nephew had taken. From that waterway, they could directly reach the capital. Chapter 303. The boat went against the current, following the original river that would stop after a certain distance. At this time, the river was no longer the same as before. There were boats going down the river. Some were carrying goods, and some were carrying people. All of them seemed to be very happy. "Father, this river flows through Huayuan County. It's a pity that it was taken by the nephew of the minister. Otherwise, our family would have a big income." Zhang Xiaobao introduced the river to his father, who smiled from time to time. Zhang Zhong knew the reason. It was because he was the top scorer this time. After a lot of trouble, he finally got the top scorer. His family spent a lot of money for this. "Xiaobao, you are tired. You have to take care of the things at home, but you also have to worry about the things outside. Sai, you can even help me, your father, with his official career. It's all thanks to my son. If it was someone else, what would the Zhang family do?" Zhang Zhong looked at his son's chubby face and said with emotion. He had already stopped thinking about why his son was so powerful. That was not important. What was important was his son, filial and sensible. Even if his son suddenly flew in the sky one day, it was still his son. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about tiredness. He really did not do anything. It was just a small matter. As long as he took some time to think about it, he could arrange it. With this waterway, the distance from the capital to Zhangjia Zhuangzi was reduced by 2/3. The value of this waterway was reflected in this. The boat was in the front, followed by several boats. All of the things on the boats were bought by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. There were many things to eat, drink, and play. The capital was indeed the capital. It was much more prosperous than Sanshui County. There were also many kinds of goods. The two of them bought things for their family, for the villagers, and for the children. All of these things cost more than 500 strings of coins. Among them, there were many things that were not too expensive. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could imagine how happy the people in Zhuangzi would be when they returned. If they had taken a detour like before, it would have taken them half a month to reach their destination. However, now that they were going against the current, it would take them about 6 to 7 days to reach their destination. After 5 days, they entered the territory of Huayuan County. While the boat was moving, many people suddenly appeared on the shore. The man on the left bank flung a rope to which a stone was fastened to the right bank. The man on the right bank caught the rope, and with a tug on both sides, the rope was stretched out in front of the boat. Zhang Xiaobao and the others were looking forward to going home one day later, but they didn't expect that someone would block the boat. Zhang Zhong hadn't taken office yet, so he couldn't use his identity as the county magistrate to pressure them. He originally had the 3 official titles of Cloud Cavalry Officer. Maybe someone forgot or something, but they didn't take it back. Who is blocking the boat? Who was responsible for protecting Zhang Zhong on the boat, shouted to both sides. Your boat is crossing our river. Naturally, you can't do it for free. You have to pay. A boat needs to be paid. If you pay, the boat will go over. If you don't, go back the same way you came. A man on the left bank shouted at Zhang Xiaobao. The people on both banks also shouted a few times to boost their morale. Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips and said, "It seems that we still have to put in some effort. Huayuan County is not like Sanshui County. Unexpectedly, there are such unruly people. Should we use good words to educate them, or should we use violent means?" When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she carefully looked at the people on both banks and said, "I guess we have to use both." Looking at the clothes these people are wearing, they are not so poor. They actually found such a simple way to make money. They are very smart. She didn't say that they didn't work for it. After all, they threw a rope. A rope was actually nothing. If they wanted to go over, they could just go over. The key was that there was still a rope over there. If they wanted to go over, they had to break the rope. She was afraid that these people didn't throw ropes, but stones to the boat. That would be troublesome. Who shouted, naturally wouldn't give money to others. How could a river become someone else's? He immediately shouted again. The person on the boat is Cloud Cavalry Officer, who is about to take office as the county magistrate of Huayuan County. If you don't get out of the way, you will be charged with robbery. Who's words were effective. The people on the shore didn't know whether it was true or not. They could only say that they would rather believe it than not. They covered their faces with their hands, turned around, and ran away. The rope was also pulled by a person and disappeared in front of the boat. The boat continued to move forward, but Zhang Xiaobao didn't feel happy at all. If those people could think of a way to block the boat, they would definitely block other people's boats. If they didn't do something about it, who would be willing to take this road in the future? I have to talk to Grandpa Bai's nephew about this. He is in charge of the wharf. If every boat is blocked, then the wharf can't be prosperous. When my father takes office, he will start to deal with these people. I don't know what kind of resistance he will encounter. If there is someone like Zhangjia Zhuangzi here, it will be really difficult to deal with. Zhang Xiaobao planned to let Grandpa Bai's nephew test the water to see if it was deep. When the time came, he would think of a solution according to the specific situation. Wang Wan also thought of this situation. It depends on how the Yamen runners in the Yamen are. If they're like the Yamen runners in Sanshui County, then your father can't expect to do anything. He will be deceived all day long. There are also the county's deputy secretary and the county's deputy secretary. Originally, the deputy secretary also had the opportunity to be the county magistrate. Do you think he will cooperate with your father? I'm not afraid. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. Let's try peaceful means before resorting to force. When my father takes office, we will give those Yamen runners some benefits and see what they do. If they are respectful to my father and obedient, then we will treat them better. If they take the benefits and still act contrary to my father, then we will let them see what we can do. Zhang Xiaobao had already decided that as long as his father took office, he would first gather the Yamen runners. Otherwise, if he couldn't do anything, how could he build up Huayuan County? How could he make political achievements? He still had a lot of ideas that he didn't take out. He kept them for his father. Zhang Zhong was also thinking about the same thing. He didn't know what to do. When he heard the two children talking about the future, he felt that he was a little old, even if he was only in his 20s. After a short delay, the boat sped up again. Zhang Xiaobao stood at the bow and looked at the rushing water in front of him. He said to Zhang Zhong, "Father, the boat can't move at such a fast speed. When it comes to places with strong currents, it can't move anymore. We have to move bit by bit. Why don't you find some work for the people who don't have land to do after you take office?" Xiaobao, what kind of work do you think we should find? Zhang Zhong put his hand on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder and asked softly. His son was too smart. He could think of a job that could increase the income of the people in the county in the blink of an eye. Trackers. Ask them to put in some effort and arrange for trackers to be sent to those places with strong currents. It's good to send trackers over there. It's just a few coins per tracker. Along the way, we have encountered 4 trackers. There are 2 trackers in the county now. When we move forward, we can send 10 trackers to each tracker. 2 trackers can send 20 trackers. If each family sends 1 tracker, then all 20 families will benefit. If we send 8 to 10 trackers a day, each tracker will earn 10 coins. 10 coins can buy a lot of things for the people. Needless to say, how much do you earn a year? Zhang Xiaobao said to his father. However, Zhang Zhong was a little disappointed. Xiaobao, there are only 20 or so families. Even if there's another tracker ahead, there will only be 30 families. It's still too little. Father, it's not little. A small idea can solve 20 or so families. Think of a few more. Many a little makes a mickle. You can also ask those who don't have much labor at home to set up stalls by the river and sell some things. If the people on the boat want to eat and drink, or if they want to buy some trinkets for their families, they can solve some of the problems. Zhang Xiaobao knew that his father didn't have any experience in this area. Even if he learned a little from County Magistrate Cheng, it was just an armchair strategist. He didn't know how big of an effect it would be to solve the problems of a few dozen families with the poorest living conditions. He could only counsel his father slowly. When Zhang Zhong heard this idea, he felt that it was a good idea. He nodded. Xiaobao, it's a pity that you are still too young. Otherwise, you should be the top scorer. If you were in the imperial court, the people in the imperial court would be blessed. Father, it's not easy to do things in the imperial court. You can't just do whatever you want. Obviously, your idea is good, but after some debate, you still can't do it. Father, if after you take office, the deputy magistrate and registrar in the yamen are not on the same side as you, you can fight with them yourself. If you can't win, we can think of other ways. In the future, when you become an official in the capital, you can't avoid these kinds of fights. Politics is a kind of art. Isn't that right, Cuckoo? Zhang Xiaobao now decided to let his father train more, just like how he trained Wang Wan's father. Wang Wan's father was much more mature than before. After suffering a few losses, he finally learned some things. Zhang Zhong understood that his son was leaving him some face. What he meant by think of other ways if you can't win meant that if the father can't win, the son will do it himself. Sigh. I wonder who's the father? The boat continued to move forward. Sure enough, they saw a place with turbulent water. This way, they could arrange for 3 places to pull the fiber cable. Each time, they only needed to pull the cable less than 1,000 steps. The boat was small, so it was not as tiring as the boats in the Yangtze River and the Yellow River. Those who were not willing to spend this much money could slowly row there. Seeing that they were about to reach home, those who were eager to return home continued to row even when the sky was dark. They had no intention of stopping. They wanted to reach home early. When the sun rose, they could already see the restaurant between the clouds and the water from afar. The people on the boat cheered. This time, they were returning with supreme glory. Those people had already seen Zhang Xiaobao's boat. The telescope was still very useful. When the boat got closer, the sound of firecrackers began to ring out. 4 Zhuangzi villagers gathered around, wanting to welcome the top scorer. Chapter 304. Zhang Zhong, who was on the boat, was also excited. He knew what his parents were thinking. They were waiting for him to pass the exam, but he suddenly became the top scorer. The top scorer could be born every year. In the future, the Zhang family would become a big family. He was already the top scorer, so Xiaobao didn't have to worry at all. Or they could have a few more children in the future and let Xiaobao teach them. Even if they couldn't compare to Xiaobao, they wouldn't be too bad. There was also Cuckoo. When they grew up and had children, wouldn't they be even more powerful? 2 people teaching 1 child, and they could also teach 1 child. The Zhang family would no longer be the same as the Zhang family that had to sneak back when the imperial court was in chaos to get a wife. The villagers opened their eyes wide and controlled their breathing. They didn't dare to breathe too loudly, fearing that they would blow up the top scorer. The people of Zhangjia Zhuangzi were the most proud, especially the old men. They had watched Zhang Zhong grow up. They didn't expect that the naughty young master from back then would become the top scorer. The people of Zhuangzi and Zhuangzi were also happy. They didn't expect that the new master of the family would become a manor just by going around the capital. In the future, when they went out, they could say that they were the top scorers villagers. That feeling, wouldn't others die of envy? The Wang family and Zhuangzi villagers also had reason to be happy. Who didn't know the relationship between the Zhang family and the Wang family? The Zhang family was the Wang family, and the top scorer was everyone's. Under everyone's expectations, Zhang Zhong's boat sped up and stopped at the shore between the clouds and the water. Zhang Zhong didn't wait for the boat to come to a stop. He jumped onto the boat and knelt down in front of the old master without saying anything. "Father, your unfilial son is back. Father, you don't have to worry about the Zhang family being unable to make a name for themselves." The old master narrowed his eyes and smiled, but he couldn't control his eyes. Tears flowed out and down his cheeks. The old lady also wiped her tears and went forward to help Zhang Zhong up. "Zhong, get up quickly. Go back to the ancestral house and kowtow. The Zhang family has produced a capable person. All the ancestors are happy. Husband, I knew that you were very capable. Back then, when my family objected, I followed you here because I was waiting for this day. Before you came back, my family gave me hundreds of bolts of silk. Xiaobao and Cuckoo also gave me longevity locks. They finally recognized you as their son-in-law. No one said that this concubine is a fool anymore. They all praised this concubine for her good eyesight. Husband, this concubine thanks husband. In a few days, this concubine will have the status of a noble lady." At this time, the Jiangwang clan came over and spoke to Zhang Zhong with deep feelings. Her family had sent many gifts over in the past few days. At that time, the Wang family clearly knew that Zhang Zhong had gone over. After sending people to pick him up, they didn't care. They thought that even if he passed, he would only get a B grade. At that time, they would help to mediate and become an official. Then, wouldn't Zhang Zhong obediently go over? Who would have thought that Zhang Zhong would actually become the top scorer? This was not only because of his talent. Without some power, no matter how talented he was, he wouldn't be able to become the top scorer. Because of this, the Wang family was anxious. Seeing that Zhang Zhong had the ability, if they didn't go and express their goodwill, when the time came that he would ignore the Wang family, many people would laugh at the Wang family. It was just like the saying that one shouldn't bully a poor young man. In a short 5 years, Zhang Zhong was no longer the person who didn't dare to refute. He was no longer the person who had to secretly take a wife with him. It was only in the past 2 years that the Zhang clan had transformed from a manor that barely made a living into the current Zhang clan, which was rich and famous. Yes, with a scholar who was the top scorer in the Jinshi examination, the Zhang clan could be considered clan. After hearing his wife's words, Zhang Zhong's eyes turned red. The sullenness in his heart completely disappeared at this moment. Who would dare to look down on him? Zhang Zhong. Then, would the servants of the Wang family dare to say to him, "You are not worthy of my wife, give up." Letting out a long breath, Zhang Zhong said to the Jiang Wang clan, "Qiao, you have been wrong these past few years. I, Zhang Zhong, will definitely fight for a higher title for you in the future." After speaking to his wife, Zhang Zhong said to the old master and old master, "Father, mother, let's go back to worship the ancestors. At noon, I will have a good drink with the in-laws." Wang Wan's family was also watching from the side. They were also gratified by Zhang Zhong's success. Cuckoo would have a better life in the future. Knowing that they were going to worship the ancestors, they didn't say anything and just laughed at the side. Zhang Zhong's family returned to the main courtyard. After placing the incense, they began to kowtow and worship the ancestors. They talked about the unfilial descendants of the Zhang family and how they had done today. After a few words, it was considered that they had finished worshiping the ancestors. After that, they began to deliver things to the villagers. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had brought back things to be delivered. They also took out the things in the main courtyard storeroom. Everyone was happy. Even the villagers of the Li family and the Gu family in Zhuangzi received a gift. Zhang Zhong went to find Wang Wan's father to drink. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran to between the clouds and the water to see the old man. The two of them had to persuade the old man to plant cotton. When the old man saw Zhang Zhong upstairs, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he really didn't enter the top 3, he didn't know how to explain it to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He had already promised them. Grandpa Bai, did you plant the white fold seeds that we asked people to bring back? Zhang Xiaobao asked the old man when he saw him. Yes, I did. I didn't plant them in the muddy ground. I found another place. The muddy ground can't be planted this year, so I have to turn it over. Xiaobao, tell me, why are you raising so many flowers? After the old man saw the flowers that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan bought, he didn't have a place to plant them, so he put them in his nephew's field. Some of them died, but there were still more than 6,000 flowers left. It was quite a lot. Flowers? Oh yes, flowers. Grandpa Bai, those flowers are different from other flowers. We usually stuff cotton wool in the bedding. When the flowers bloom and bear fruit, they can replace cotton wool in the bedding. They can also be woven into cloth to make clothes. It's much better than cotton wool. Zhang Xiaobao explained to the old man. Wang Wan also said, when the time comes, the price of silk will drop. More people will be able to wear silk, and more people won't have to worry about not having clothes. That cotton can be plucked. Oh, it's the white fold seeds. Put in a pot and steam it. If there are wounds on the body, use that to bandage them with medicine to make the wounds heal faster. Oh, there's such a thing? I've never heard of it. I'll listen to the two of you this time. If it's really that useful, I'll submit a memorial to let the emperor know and plant it in some state capitals. The old man had never thought that the white fold seeds could be used to make clothes. In the past, he had always thought that it looked good when it bloomed. Grandpa Bai, don't worry. It will definitely be useful. It's just that it will take some time to remove the seeds. Xiaobao and I will think about it and make something to press the seeds. When the time comes, it will be convenient. The first bedding we make will be given to Grandpa Bai. Zhang Xiaobao promised the old man. The old man only thought that this was taught by someone else. He thought about using the white fold seeds as a bedding in the future, but he didn't know how it would feel. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that the old man had agreed, they bid farewell and went to find Li Sun. Li Sun also followed them back. He didn't want to stay in the capital. When he came back, he also brought some things. There were more than 100 watermelon seedlings with mud wrapped around the roots. This was his housekeeper's cold melon. It was an ornamental thing in the imperial gardens. Occasionally, people would eat it, but no one used the seeds to make melon seeds. Zhang Xiaobao had asked him what was in the gardens. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about other things. When he heard Li Sun describe the watermelon, he became interested and asked Li Sun to get some to plant. This thing was easy to raise, and it was better to put in the sand. When the time came, he would get some iced watermelon to eat. The seeds could also be used as snacks. The watermelon seeds tasted better than sunflower seeds. The layer inside the watermelon skin could also be used to cook. He could fry melon slices or eat cold. When the time came, he and Wang Wan would each hold half a watermelon and eat it with a spoon. The taste was really good. Li Sun planted these watermelon seedlings in his home. He specially chose a place with a lot of sand to plant. He didn't feel that this thing was good. It was just a little sweeter in the mouth, and he often had to spit out the seeds. It was strenuous. I planted it. It's all here. Take a look. I don't know why you are willing to eat this thing. Why don't you eat some peaches? When Li Sun saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looking for him, he knew that it was about the watermelon. He took the two people to the place and pointed to the watermelon seedlings. Well, when the time comes, I will make something good for you to eat. You must have not eaten it before. Especially when it ripens in summer, you can use it to relieve the heat. You can't eat it directly. You have to throw it in the well town. When the time comes, I will make cold melon slices for you. It's not worse than cucumber. In the future, when you have time, you can go to the garden and have a look. If you find something strange, you will find it. Zhang Xiaobao began to promise Li Sun again. He also asked him to go more often in the future. If he found something that could be used as food but was treated as ornamental plants, wouldn't it be a crime? Then I'll wait for you to make some kind of melon slices. If it's not delicious, I won't take anything out for you in the future. Li Sun said with some doubts. He didn't think that this thing could be delicious. If it wasn't from Zhang Xiaobao's mouth, he wouldn't have any hope. Well, leave it to us. There is one more thing to discuss with you. Can you lend some of your guards? Not many, 20 are enough. Lend them to my father for a few months and then return them to you. My father is a new county magistrate there, and some things may not be so easy to do. Zhang Xiaobao finished talking about the watermelon and began to ask Li Sun to get more guards. Chapter 305. Zhang Xiaobao's original plan was to bring some local yamen runners over, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. There would definitely be conflicts between the yamen runners from both sides, which would make things difficult for his father. The local yamen runners would feel that the new county magistrate looked down on them, which would make things difficult for them. After all, the local yamen runners were the ones who knew the most about the local affairs. Those from outside would need some time to adapt to the local affairs. Li Sun's bodyguards would not have such concerns. Li Sun's bodyguards had a higher status, so the yamen runners would only think that the new county magistrate was capable. As for the specific situation, there was no need to think about it now. He would think about it when he encountered something. After some preparation, Zhang Zhong was about to take office. Originally, he wanted to bring his family with him. Zhang Xiaobao considered that the yamen there would be very shabby and could not compare to Sanshui County. He planned to take a look at the situation with Wang Wan and his father first. After laying the foundation, he would let his family move there. At that time, Wang Wan's family would also move there. He couldn't possibly let Wang Wan see her family all the time, right? There were also some farmers. If possible, he could also arrange for them to leave a person in charge here. Anyway, the two counties were close to each other. It wouldn't take more than a day for them to come over and take a look. On the third day after Zhang Zhong returned to Zhuangzi, they set off. They drove a few carriages with some daily necessities on them. Most of them were gifts for the yamen runners. The population of Huayuan County was not less than that of Sanshui County. In fact, it was even more than that of Sanshui County. However, there were only 67 bailiffs in the whole yamen. No wonder someone dared to stop a boat at the river. Try it in Sanshui County. As soon as you stopped a patrol boat, you would be scared to death. Zhang Xiaobao prepared a bag of noodles, a bag of rice, a barrel of vegetable oil, 2 chickens, and some cucumbers for each of the 67 yamen runners. Now, the cucumbers in the normal fields had not come out yet. He would first send these things to the yamen runners to see their reaction. If they knew how to be grateful and know how to know their place, then he would treat them well. Next time, he would send them fungus and tremella for their family to try. If they took the things and still scolded the new county magistrate behind his back for not doing his job properly and always dragging things out, Zhang Xiaobao would let them know what it meant to be stupid. Zhang Zhong sat in the carriage and put on his official robes. He had to go to the other side to get them. This was his first time being an official, and he was already a county magistrate. It wasn't a small position. He didn't count his previous position as an official. Other than being able to provide some food for his family, he didn't use it at all. The only thing it was useful for was to let the people from the inner court go out and say, "How's my manner?" Zhang Zhong was recalling some of the things that County Magistrate Cheng had told him. County Magistrate Cheng had taught him step by step without hiding anything. He had told him everything he knew, including some techniques for solving cases and so on. It was all based on his experience. For example, if you were to encounter some cases where you couldn't find the relevant information in the law, you could only rely on a certain one. If you didn't have a good relationship with them, who would teach you such a crucial thing? This was the ability to make a living. First, you have to accept the seal. Then, you will officially be in office. After that, you'll have to solve cases in the Hall of Life. Who knows what kind of cases are waiting for you? Be careful. Brother Chung had said that sometimes when a new county magistrate is in office, there will be people who will deliberately make things difficult for him. For example, the Zhang family's melons are planted in the Li family's garden and can't be taken out after they grow up in the jar. Also, the Wang family's pigs are mixed up with the Song family's pigs and can't tell which one belongs to which one. All these can happen. Well, the former one should be soaked in salt water, and the latter one should be starved. When the time comes, they will go home to eat. Zhang Zhong sat in the carriage and muttered. He was already prepared to face what was coming. He couldn't hide from it, so he could only grit his teeth and bear with it. In fact, for officials like him who were sent out for the first time, they would start from the position of registrar official. The registrar official had fewer things to do, and he didn't need to take on too much responsibility. He would only continue to be promoted after he had figured out the ropes. But Zhang Xiaobao couldn't wait any longer. The registrar official's authority was not as high as the county magistrate's. He just needed to spend some money to get a position as a county magistrate. He was also a rank 7 official. Originally, he could be promoted to rank 6, but Zhang Xiaobao asked someone to suppress it. After all, Zhang Zhong had contributed a method to grow vegetables in winter and was also the top scorer in the imperial examinations. Giving him a rank 6 official was not high. But Zhang Xiaobao knew that there was no such thing as a rank 6 official. Except for the 2 county magistrates who were rank 6 officials, the rest were all rank 7 officials. Some county magistrates were even rank 8 officials. If they were rank 6 officials, they would not be able to go out and be a county magistrate. Rank 6 officials were usually civil servants who did some things in Beijing. Xiaobao, can you tell me your original plan now? Why did you promote San Shui County to Shang County? Why did you tell me so many things about the child? Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were also sitting in the same car. She was still thinking about that matter. Zhang Xiaobao pretended to smile reservedly. After his face was pinched by Wang Wan, he said, I promoted San Shui County for 2 reasons. First, our family's business needs more people. Second, I did it to show Huayuan County. When the time comes, my father can write a notice saying that he wants Huayuan County to be Shang County, like San Shui County. This is good. It can divert some of the people's attention. It can also give the people some hope. In the future, when my father does things in this name, the people will be willing to support him. It is like an inauguration speech. At least, it can let the people know that he is a responsible official. Also, when they know that San Shui County was promoted by Zhangjia Zhuangzi and that the new county magistrate is the head of the Zhang family, the people will naturally feel that this matter is reliable. If they can promote one county, they can promote another. At the same time, the deputy secretary, the deputy magistrate, and the bailiffs will also know the benefits of being a Shang County. It can reduce some of the pressure on my father. Of course, maybe some people are too ambitious and want the position of county magistrate. Then, they will have to rely on their own methods. Once my father makes Huayuan County a Shang County and becomes an official in the capital, how can he not be a vice minister? He can sit in the vice minister position for a few more years. He can also sit in the Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Appointments, and Ministry of Works. When he is familiar with them, he can become a minister. He can also sit in 2 different positions. My father is still young. He can't be promoted too quickly. After all these are done, he can compete for the position of prime minister. Without Li Linfu, can Lu Shan sit in that position? Even if he is lucky, with my father holding the power in the court, we don't have to be afraid of living in the abyss of suffering for the rest of our lives. Wang Wan nodded as she listened. When Zhang Xiaobao finished, she said, You are quite far-sighted. Do you think it will work? How do I know if it will work? I can't not think about it, right? When the time comes, I will deal with it as I see it. Anyway, this is how the county magistrate is now. Zhang Xiaobao was also not sure if his plan would succeed, but he had to work hard. I know. Xiao Bao, you are indeed not ordinary. What about the children? Wang Wan asked again. Children? This is simple. It is to have my father specially train a few people like this to take care of the children. For example, setting up a nursery or something. Every family's children have to be taken care of by their own people. This will reduce the time to do other things. With a fixed place, a few people can take care of a group of children. This will allow those with children to worry less. At the same time, it will also free up the labor force. We will pay for this. It won't cost too much, but we will gain many benefits. As long as it succeeds, then in the court, my father's method will be valued. This is another contribution. It will give my father an additional layer of insurance when he enters the capital in the future as an assistant minister. The problem of children has always been a serious problem since ancient times, especially in an era where children are prone to die young. Whoever can make children live better lives will be respected. Children represent hope in the future. Zhang Xiaobao said this matter in one breath. Wang Wan listened and stared at Zhang Xiaobao's face. She nodded and said, Zhang Xiaobao, I've already admired you many times, but this time, I have to admire you again. You really have a long-term plan. Then, Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, tell me about the other rings. What other rings? Zhang Xiaobao was at a loss. Don't play dumb with me. Zhang Xiaobao's actions have always been linked. I don't believe that you will do things so simply. I want to know the other plans and arrangements. Wang Wan didn't buy Zhang Xiaobao's tricks at all. A person like Zhang Xiaobao couldn't be treated as a normal person. She had to be vigilant at all times. Even if it was a small matter, she had to think about what he was planning. Since you asked, then I will tell you a little bit. In fact, it was just an idea before, but now I have decided to stick to it. Zhang Xiaobao finally said again. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao with an expression of sure enough. Well, if we gather all the children together, we will specially make some uniform clothes for them to wear. I have seen the children here. The style of the clothes they wear is monotonous. They even run back and forth naked. We will dress the children up and make them cuter. He can sell clothes in the future. Every once in a while, when others learn to imitate, we will update it. At the same time, we will promote our brand. We will brand toys, clothes, and so on. The children will be used to our things from a young age. When they grow up, as long as they see the same brand of things, they will choose first. I just thought of it because of the cotton. When the cotton comes out, we can ask the old man to plant more. When the time comes, we can make clothes for the children first. Pure cotton clothes are comfortable to wear. Before others react, we can have the advantage of time and make a lot of money in advance. Zhang Xiaobao voiced out his thoughts. Just like what he had said before, he was always able to discover things around him and then connect a few things together. He had just discovered cotton ball, so he came up with this plan. Wang Wan shook her head. I hope that Huayuan County's department registrar and county deputy magistrate know what is good for them. Otherwise, they will not know what kind of people they are facing. Chapter 306. In the spring breeze, willow catkins stick to the carriage. Half a li away from Huayuan. How many people are coming from afar? Zhang Zhong's team finally arrived at a place half a li away from the county town of Huayuan after a bumpy journey. There was also an earthen wall made of mud and grass. In this season, there was also a spring rain, so there were weeds growing on the wall. Zhang Zhong pointed the monocular clairvoyance that Zhang Xiaobao asked for at the three people standing outside the city gate. Two of them were wearing the uniform of Yamen runners, and the other one was standing with his hands behind his back. They must be the people who were here to pick him up. There were only 3 people. Compared to when Jia Shang arrived at Sanshui County, there were fewer people. Well, just a little. Zhang Zhong put down the clairvoyance and hesitated whether he should send someone to inform the 3 people or go directly to meet them. It was impossible for the three people not to see such a large team from half a li away. Why didn't they come over? Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about this kind of thing. Less than 300 meters away, he had already seen the three people. He lifted the curtain of the carriage and said to the people outside, "Continue to move forward." The team, which had already slowed down, returned to normal. This short journey only took a few dozen breaths. When the team arrived outside the city, the three people looked at each other, and under the lead of the person with his hands behind his back, came forward to welcome them. Is the person in the carriage the new county magistrate? His surname is Zhang Zhong. Lord Zhang? I'm the Huayuan County's Kangji officer. My surname is He. Due to the busy affairs in the county, I was sent by the deputy county magistrate and the chief minister to pick you up personally. Thank you for your hard work. The person with his hands behind his back came to the front of the carriage and said to the carriage with the most obvious sign. When Zhang Zhong heard this official position, he felt a little helpless. They actually sent a 7th-class Kangji officer to pick him up. Thinking of what County Magistrate Chung said, Zhang Zhong still walked out of the carriage. So it's Yitsang's plan. It doesn't matter. My home is nearby. It's just a few steps away. Since the county is busy, we should go and hand over everything first. It's faster to have more people to do things. While speaking, Zhang Zhong didn't take the carriage anymore. He directly walked forward. The 20 borrowed guards immediately surrounded Zhang Zhong, frightening the 2 Yamen runners who wanted to approach him. These 20 people were all wearing leather armor, with knives on their waists and leather bags on their backs. Without opening the bags, one could tell that they were crossbows just by looking at the outside. The 2 bailiffs were secretly shocked that He Kangji was quite knowledgeable. He smiled and said to Zhang Zhong, "Darren, the bodyguard of the Wang Mansion is really different. There are some things in the county that are not easy to deal with. With such a brave warrior, I think the county will be much more stable." Oh, could it be that there were bandits here? The Yamen runners in the county are not easy to deal with? Zhang Zhong showed a surprised expression and deliberately exaggerated his question. He Kangji quickly waved his hand. "Darren, what are you talking about? The new policy of the dynasty is peaceful. How could there be bandits near the capital? It's because there are too few Yamen runners. They can't travel fast enough. The deputy county magistrate and the secretary are discussing whether to hire more Yamen runners to listen to Darren's orders." At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also got off the carriage and squeezed beside Zhang Zhong. When they heard He Kangji say that they were hiring Yamen runners, they looked at each other and smiled. They thought of what happened when Jia Shan came here in plain clothes. The Yamen runners used one move and spent the last bit of money. Could it be that Huayuan County also wanted to learn this? Zhang Zhong also thought of this point, but he didn't care. If he had money, he would spend it according to the way he had money. If he didn't have money, everyone had no money. He wasn't like Jia Shan who relied on the Yamen's money. He had enough money at home. At this moment, Wei Wei nodded and didn't say anything about this matter. He Kangji also didn't mention it at the right time and talked about some trivial things in the county. Zhang Zhong listened as they walked and occasionally asked a few questions. He learned this from County Magistrate Chung and never talked too much about things he wasn't familiar with. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao followed with their little legs and looked at the situation in the county. The spring plowing in Sanshui County had already ended, but there were still a few people working here. Although it was not as prosperous as Sanshui County, there were still many people. There were shops and stalls on both sides of the street, and the sound of hawking could be heard from time to time. When the people in the county bought things, they bartered. Unlike in Sanshui County, they could carry a few coins with them. There was also a difference in their complexion. They were not as rosy as the people in Sanshui County. This was not only a matter of food, but more of a matter of mentality. It's not bad. It's easy to get results in this kind of place. We just need to improve a little. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao and moved her lips. Zhang Xiaobao also felt the same. What we need to solve now is the problem of team unity. It's more convenient to do things when the government is unified. It depends on what the original people want. They send a mediocre official and 2 absent-minded yamen runners to welcome us. How can such yamen runners want to do things? Maybe there are people who are willing to do things. Wang Wan looked at the bright side. Who cares? Only a fierce dragon will cross the river. Since we're here, we don't plan to start everything smoothly. We'll go to the yamen later. We'll live behind it and repair the house. As Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he saw a 7- or 8-year-old child holding a chicken. He stuck a straw stick on the chicken and left the crowd. He jumped over and asked, "How much is the chicken?" The child looked at Zhang Xiaobao first. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao's clothes, his eyes lit up and said, 70 coins. I won't sell it for less. 70 coins is a bit expensive, but this chicken seems to be able to lay eggs. Why are you selling a chicken that lays eggs? Isn't it better to keep it to lay eggs and sell them? Zhang Xiaobao was not like other rich young masters who didn't know how much things cost. In Sanshui County, he could give an accurate price according to the quality of things. A chicken like this in Sanshui County was usually 58 to 62 coins, depending on the size. Wang Wan also came over and asked, "Yes, keep it to lay eggs. Is it because this chicken doesn't lay eggs? It shouldn't be. Is it because it lays soft eggs? Don't worry. Go to the river and get some river snails for it to eat. The eggs will be hard. My mother is sick. I'll sell the chicken to buy medicine for my mother. 70 coins can buy 3 sets. I'll buy some meat for my mother with the rest of the money." The child gently touched the chicken's neck with his hand. The chicken cooed twice at its owner. Zhang Xiaobao stared at the child's eyes for a while and nodded. He told Erniu, who had been following him for a long time, give him 200 coins and cut a piece of meat from the cart. When Erniu heard the order, he turned around and went to get it. Zhang Xiaobao said to the child, "Take the chicken back. I will give you money to get the medicine. Hold on for a few months. After a few months, life will get better." After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan and turned to walk back. The child suddenly asked, "Why are you so good to me?" "No reason. I'm willing," Zhang Xiaobao said without turning his head. This scene was seen by Zhang Zhong and He Kangji. Zhang Zhong didn't do anything and let his son do whatever he wanted. He Kangji, however, asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Little young master, even if you can help him, so what? There are too many things like this in the county. Why don't we make Huayuan County like Sanshui County? The lives of the people will naturally be better. I don't understand these things. I just know that they're the people of Huayuan County. Great love helps one side. Small love helps one person. If I don't have the thought of small love, how can I say great love? I'm still young and don't have the ability to love, so I'll do small love." Zhang Xiaobao raised his head and said to He Kangji. He Kangji was shocked when he heard that. He looked at Zhang Zhong. He felt that this must be what the new county magistrate taught the child. Otherwise, how could such a child know so many things? Lord Zhang really loves the people as his own children. He actually teaches the child such words of love. I admire him. He Kangji cupped his hands and said to Zhang Zhong, "Well said, well said." Zhang Zhong laughed. He didn't teach his son such things. At this time, Erniu had already handed the money and the meat to the child. The meat weighed 5 kilograms, so it was very difficult for the child to carry it. With the addition of the money, the child had no choice but to hang the money on his shoulder and cover it with his clothes. He held the meat with both hands and let the chicken follow him. He didn't leave directly. He wanted to know who was so good to him. He squeezed forward and happened to see an official of the yamen bowing to another person. He mustered up his courage and asked the guard beside him, "Who is the child who gave me the thing?" "The young master of the new county magistrate's family. Go back quickly to get the medicine for your mother. You will have a good life in the future." The guard didn't take any precautions against the child and said casually, "Oh, I know." The child carefully looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Zhong, turned around and left. He said to the chicken, "Hua hua, let's go home. I won't sell it to you." The hen cooed and followed behind, pecking at the ground from time to time. Lord Zhang, The deputy county magistrate and the registrar shouldn't have returned to the yamen yet. Do you want to go to the restaurant to eat first, or? Hikanji asked Zhang Zhong. His tone seemed to be more respectful. There's no hurry to eat. Let's wait at the yamen and see where we will live in the future. Zhang Zhong had brought a few carriages this time. He had to distribute the meat on the carriages as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would spoil after a long time. He didn't prepare much meat. Each yamen runner could get about 20 kilograms. The rest was to be frozen and used to cook at home in the next few days. Hikanji didn't say much about this matter. He led the way and arrived at the yamen. Sure enough, it was as dilapidated as he had imagined. The beating drum was gone, and the side of the drum was cracked open. The door of the yamen was half closed and half open. Not only was the paint peeling off, the wood was almost rotting. One of the copper rings on the door was broken, and the other one was missing. People didn't want to enter this yamen. Hikanji blushed and said, "Sir, the yamen doesn't have much money. We also need to help the people in the county. Therefore, we don't have enough money to repair the yamen." Okay. Zhang Zhong grunted and looked back at his son. Zhang Xiaobao didn't seem to feel anything. He still seemed to be curious. Chapter 307. Hikanji coughed softly and said, "Sir, this way, please." Only then did Zhang Zhong turn around and follow him in. When he got closer, he realized why the door was half closed. The door had actually fallen off and was propped up by a stick. If it was opened, it would be too obvious and wouldn't look good. The group of people walked inside, passing through the lobby in the front and the courtyard used for doing things at the back. Walking further back, it was the place where Zhang Zhong and his family would live in the future. After turning a small corner, the future home appeared in front of them. Zhang Zhong was dumbfounded. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds. The roof of the dilapidated main house was full of holes. The paper on the windows had long been gone. Only the window frames were left, which were either open or closed. With a clang, a stray cat came out of a hole in the window and meowed at them. It twisted its body and ran away in the blink of an eye. From this courtyard to other courtyards, there were also houses that were too dilapidated for people to live in. It had to be said that this place was bigger than the courtyard behind the yamen in Sanchuei County. Unfortunately, most of the courtyards did not even have a house. There was only a pile of mud piled up there after the snow had melted. There were beams, doors, and windows. It seemed that someone had taken it back to use it or used it to make a fire. Zhang Zhong smacked his lips and asked Hikanji. The previous county magistrate, actually worked in such a dilapidated place. He was really a role model for us. My lord, county magistrate didn't live here in the past. He had a house outside, but it's gone now. It said that he sold it to someone else and his family moved away. Why don't you buy a house outside? Hikanji lowered his voice and said to Zhang Zhong, "No, this place is fine. My family will find an inn to stay in for the next few days. When it is repaired, we will move back. If we don't live in a yamen, it will be easy for us to get into big trouble." When Zhang Zhong came, he was already mentally prepared that the yamen would be a little dilapidated. After discussing with his son, he could repair it and not live outside. However, he did not expect it to be so dilapidated. Well, his son liked a big place and his family was not short of money. He could leave it to his son. "Sir, there doesn't seem to be enough money in the yamen's account to repair the courtyard. If you want to buy it outside, you can find a few local merchants to raise the money." Hikanji had to remind him. Zhang Zhong smiled. "You don't have to look for others. I still have some money at home. I live in my own house and pay for my own repairs." "Hitsang Ji, do you know how much money I have in my account?" "I'm not too sure either. It's true that I'm in charge of the warehouse, but there's not a single grain left in the warehouse. There's not even a single copper coin left. I heard that there's still around 30 strings of coins in the account, which is around 100 silvers. Hikanji told Zhang Zhong the truth. He wanted to tell him that he was in a deficit now. There was money in the account, but there was no money in the warehouse. He had to find a way to make up for it himself. At this moment, Zhang Zhong looked at his son. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei shook their heads. They meant that they couldn't use their own money to make up for the deficit in the warehouse. Building a house was one thing, but the Yaman's affairs were another. They didn't lack money, but they couldn't do that. Zhang Zhong understood. He said to He Kangji, "There's no hurry now. Let's wait for this year's rent and tax to be collected. By then, we can repair the Yaman too." "Sir, there's no tax this year. We collected this year's tax in advance last year." County Magistrate Wen's case has been jointly reported by the Registrar General and the Deputy Magistrate. Perhaps County Magistrate Wen has been convicted of several crimes. I don't know if he can keep his life. He Kangji brought up another matter. Before Zhang Zhong could react, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen had already understood. When they were greedy, everyone was greedy together. Now, all the blame was pushed to County Magistrate Wen. The Registrar General and the Deputy Magistrate Wen had no responsibility. Naturally, they wouldn't return the money that they had embezzled. Good calculation. I like this kind of person. Zhang Xiaobao's lips moved. Wang Wen glanced at Zhang Xiaobao. You should think about how to get money. The spring plowing has just ended. The tax that was supposed to be collected in autumn this year will be gone. You can't possibly collect it again, right? I don't know how the people are doing. They have to pay rent for 2 years a year. Can they still survive? It's a small matter. Take it slow. It's not like the higher-ups don't know what happened here. They just want to see what my father will do. We can only stay outside today. Let my father contact the Deputy Magistrate and the Registrar General first. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about this at all. He had lost a little money and collected a year's worth of rent in advance. It wasn't much. In the past, the officials he met could lose a few years' worth of rent and nothing happened to them. Zhang Zhong had seen the house and was only waiting for the Deputy Magistrate and the Registrar General to come back. He would officially take over after the handover. Before that, he still had something to do. He said to He Kangji, since the Yaman is still in deficit, I think the bailiffs are not doing well. I have brought some things. Why don't we get the bailiffs and some people from the Yaman here? We can take the things back and deal with them for a few days. Where are they again? Xiaobao, remember what you said before you came. Recite it for me. Zhang Zhong really didn't know what his son had brought. He could only let his son recite it himself. Father, are you testing me? I remember. A bag of white flour, a bag of rice, a barrel of vegetable oil, 20 kilograms of meat, 2 chickens, and some cucumbers. The bag of rice and noodles are 5 buckets each. When everyone is here, you can give them to them. Zhang Xiaobao had to support his father at this time and counted the things at the side. He Kangji and the 2 bailiffs were delighted when they heard it, especially the 2 bailiffs. Usually, they couldn't be greedy and could only bully the common people. The common people didn't have much money at home. It was good enough to get a few eggs. If they were more ruthless, they would catch and kill the chickens and eat them together. They didn't expect the new county magistrate to give them so many things. The rice was good, the noodles were good, and there was vegetable oil. What the family lacked the most was oil. If there was oil, they could eat some wild vegetables. If there was no oil, they would waste food. With the addition of meat, chickens, and cucumbers, they could make a lot of good dishes. Sir, is what you said true? Please wait. I will go and find people. I will find all 67 bailiffs and the rest of the people in the Yaman. In total, there are 13 people. When one of the 2 bailiffs heard Zhang Xiaobao's last sentence, he immediately ran out. Zhang Zhong looked at him and didn't say anything. The other 13 people were naturally people like He Kangji. The deputy county magistrate and the registrar didn't care about these things. It didn't matter whether they came or not. No one knew where they went. Otherwise, how could they not bring the bailiffs with them when they went out to do things? If they did, the bailiffs wouldn't say that they didn't bring all of them. Zhang Xiaobao originally thought that the 2 bailiffs could meet his father face to face and sound each other out. Then they would consider whether to confront or compromise. He didn't expect that they would directly use such an unpresentable method to make their intentions clear. In the future, They could only be enemies. After waiting for the other bailiffs to come back, they began to unload the things from a cart. Half of the 20 guards were divided into 2 groups to help, and the other half continued to be on guard. Some people from the Zhang family also did the work. Even Kangji and the rest of the bailiffs didn't stand aside and just watched. Zhang Zhong, on the other hand, just stood there and watched as the bags of rice and noodles were moved down and put down properly. He also watched as the barrels of vegetable oil were poured out, but he couldn't find a topic to talk about. Zhang Xiaobao had help at this time. He said to Kangji, "When my father came, he said that this is only a part of it. There will be more in the future. In Sanshui County, even the Zhang family can give the bailiffs some things they need, let alone our own people. You have to do a good job. If you don't do a good job, we won't give you anything in the future." Zhang Xiaobao deliberately said the last words that could easily offend people. Only in this way could people think that he was a child who didn't know how to behave. The bailiff who helped to move the things nodded and promised, Qida Fei, will definitely do a good job in the future. There are so many things to eat for 2 months. I will sell the cucumbers later." Haha. Kangji was also not angry. He stopped what he was doing and stood there thinking for a while. Finally, he lowered his head and came to Zhang Zhong, saying, "Sir, to be honest, I didn't go to pick you up today because of anyone's order. I didn't do a good job here at all. I heard that you're capable, so I took the risk to go there." The 2 of them also did the same. They are usually ostracized. If they can, they will try their best. When Zhang Zhong heard this, he didn't know whether to believe it or not. The main thing was that his son had used a trick. He guessed that he had arranged for people to be drawn to his side by Jiashan. What they were also the same. So he said, "It doesn't matter. It's not easy for everyone. It will be better if we work together more in the future. If we want to get some benefits, we have to let the people in the county live a good life anyway." This is the case in Sanshui County. Write a few notices tomorrow and let the people in our county know what I, the new county magistrate, am thinking. "Sir, what are you thinking about?" The bailiff threw the chicken down and asked curiously. "I am thinking that since the Zhang family can promote Sanshui County to Shang County, Huayuan County can also be promoted to Shang County. Sanshui County has a wharf. Isn't there a wharf in Huayuan County about to be built?" Zhang Zhong repeated his son's words and appeared to be very confident. Kangji and the bailiff didn't expect Zhang Zhong to have such a plan. Their eyes lit up at the same time. Zhang Zhong took this topic and continued, "As long as you do your job well, it won't take long for Huayuan County to change. At that time, the salary that should be increased will be increased, and the people who should be promoted will also be promoted. Originally, I could be a 6th grade official in the capital, but I feel that I should do some things in Huayuan County. When the things are almost done, I will come to the capital. The benefits here will be left to the next one." Chapter 308. Before all the goods were moved down, there were already many bailiffs at the entrance. One by one, they came in to look at the goods being moved down. Then, they looked at Zhang Zhong, who was their county magistrate. Zhang Zhong also looked at them one by one. Those who were looked at immediately looked away and did not dare to look at Zhang Zhong. It had nothing to do with their status. It was mainly because they did not go to welcome him today. They only came after he gave them the goods. They felt that they were in the wrong. As for the people with integrity, they could not expect to find any among them. It was impossible to find anyone with integrity among the county magistrate, registrar, and deputy magistrate. They would have thought of ways to get rid of those people. When the last few people came, all the goods were unloaded. Other than the deputy magistrate and registrar, there was still a scribe who did not come. Everyone else was present. Some of them squeezed out a smile and greeted Zhang Zhong. Some of them lowered their heads and did not dare to look at him. Kangji, just give him what my Baolang said just now. Don't forget to give me the rest. I will keep it for myself. Zhang Zhong deliberately did not say anything to those people. He also did not give them the goods himself. After telling Kangji, He went out with a group of people to find an inn. They could only come back after the building in the yamen was repaired. Ernie had already left in advance to find someone to do the work. Hikanji knew what the county magistrate meant. He repeated what Zhang Xiaobao said just now. If you do your job well, there will be more in the future. If you don't do your job well, you can just watch others take the goods home. Hikanji agreed and started to work. Those in the county who were doing other things gave the goods first. The bailiffs lined up behind and said while giving out the goods, "Today, you all did not go to welcome His Excellency. His Excellency is already angry, but he still gave you the goods. There will be more in the future, but you all have to listen to His Excellency. Otherwise, there won't be any. His Excellency is the head of Zhangjia Zhuangzi. I think you all know His Excellency. If anyone takes the goods and plays tricks behind his back, don't blame me for not warning you." "Hikanji, what do you mean? Are you not afraid of Registrar Zhan and County Deputy Xiao? The two of you are eating at Jinlai Restaurant. It's not far from here." A person who was taking something from Hikanji said to him with a cold expression, "Haha, regarding Jiang Dian, if I were you, I wouldn't have taken these things. Perhaps you haven't heard much about the Zhang family. How dare you speak like this after taking these things? Just wait for the Lord's thunderous anger. I'm just an insignificant official. I don't care if he's a county deputy supervisor or a county deputy supervisor. At most, I'll just quit." Hikanji laughed at Dianshi Jiang. His words were full of sarcasm, which made Dianshi Jiang's expression change again and again. He couldn't say anything for a while, but he was reluctant to throw away the thing in his hand. He had to turn his head to look at others, hoping to get some support. The surrounding people didn't care about Dianshi Jiang anymore. They only cared about the things that were placed there. After taking them, they could make dumplings when they went back today. The yamen runners were even more excited. They couldn't be greedy. Even if Shangwan Zhuangzi was greedy, he wouldn't give it to them. Regarding Jiang Dian, think about what Zhangjia Zhuangzi has done in the past 2 years. You're on your own. Next, Oh Chao Dao, your child is sick. Are you feeling better? I'll pick a bigger chicken for you to go back and nourish yourself. Why don't you go today? The Zhang family is sending ginseng to the yamen runners of Sanshui County. The Registrar Zhan gave you last time isn't enough to buy medicine, right? Hikanji didn't show any mercy today. He glanced at Dianshi Jiang and said some harsh words to another person. Chao Dao pursed his lips and looked at the bigger chicken that was picked out. He sighed and said, "It's my fault. I didn't expect the new county magistrate to come and give us things. I thought he would only give up after he dealt with some people. The new county magistrate is also good. But we're poor and have short ambitions. Let's talk about the future later. I'll go back and cook some meat for my son to eat." As he spoke, he directly walked out after receiving the things. He didn't take anything and needed someone to help him carry it. When the others heard his words, they also regretted it. They didn't care about the common people. Those who cared about the common people had already been cleared out. They were only here to get some benefits. The Registrar Zhan and the Deputy County Magistrate would occasionally give some benefits, but it was too little. The money they took out was less than half. No matter how rich they were, they couldn't compare to the Zhang family. Who would have thought that Zhang Zhong didn't deal with the people here first and gave them things first? They originally didn't want to take the things and force Zhang Zhong to restrain himself. Now that he had given them things and they had just met, what should they do if they still took the things from him? Zhang Zhong didn't know the nature of these people. He was still worried that someone wouldn't take the things, so he left first to avoid embarrassment. He didn't know that the rest of the people had persisted until now because they wanted to get benefits. A group of people walked without a guide. They could only stroll slowly. When they saw a good restaurant or inn, they went in to stay. After walking for a while, they came to a 3-story restaurant. They looked up at the signboard and saw the words Jinlai Restaurant written on it. This is it. It looks good. Zhang Zhong decided to stay here for a few days. As for whether the restaurant was more luxurious or spent more money, he didn't care at all. When the group of people just arrived at the door, a sharp-eyed waiter came up to them. When he saw Zhang Zhong's official uniform, he immediately said with a smile, "Sir, are you here to eat or to stay overnight? Please come in first. Someone come quickly and take these horses to feed them. Use good ingredients." Seeing this waiter, Zhang Zhong was stunned. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen were also stunned. The waiter's uniform had a picture embroidered on his chest. It was a very cartoon picture. A small rice seedling was placed there. Rice seedling? Which part is it? Wang Wan thought carefully and asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was next to her. The restaurant in the state capital. Look, there are some weeds under the rice seedling. Why did they open their business here? Or did other people also think of the picture of the rice seedling? Zhang Xiaobao also didn't understand. Some of the businesses that his family sold out had their own unique symbol. Different rice seedlings represented different identities. He didn't expect that there would be a picture of a rice seedling here without his arrangement. The two of them looked at each other and stood out from the crowd so that the waiter could see the two of them. To be precise, the picture of the two of them was on their uniforms. Zhang Zhong was wearing an official uniform, so naturally, he didn't dare to embroider a rice seedling on it. The servants were behind him, so only the guards were around to block the waiter's line of sight. Zhang Zhong was also thinking. When he saw his son and daughter-in-law stand out, he quickly moved half of his body. The waiter's eyes immediately followed them. When he saw, his mouth immediately opened wide. After taking a closer look, he quickly bowed to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It's actually the young master and young lady who came. This humble one greets the two of you. The two of you? Follow my father to take office. Zhang Xiaobao signaled with his eyes. With a putong sound, the waiter actually knelt down and said to Zhang Zhong, "This humble one didn't know it was master. I was negligent just now. Please forgive me. Who taught you the rules? Get up. Why did the restaurant open here?" Zhang Zhong was happy. His family actually had a restaurant here. He had a place to stay and didn't have to worry about being bullied. "Master, you, the young master and young lady go in first. Let this humble one slowly explain." The waiter stood up and said excitedly. He had never seen the main family's people before. He had only memorized the picture. He didn't expect to see 3 people from the main family today. Moreover, he served them. The waiter walked in front with his chest puffed out. Zhang Zhong and the others followed behind. When they entered the restaurant, everyone who saw the waiter became curious. Especially the other waiter. They didn't know what happened to Najio today. Najio wasn't like this normally. When they saw the Zhang family servants, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan coming in, their eyes widened in disbelief. The 2 little seedlings on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's chest weren't just cute in their eyes. They were status. The young master and young lady of the main family came together. The shopkeeper on the first floor was still using the abacus to pay the bill. At this time, he felt the difference in the surrounding atmosphere. He also turned his head to look. His hand suddenly stopped on the abacus and didn't move. The surrounding diners couldn't help but look over. When they saw Zhang Zhong's 7th rank official robe, they understood that an official had come. Some people in the capital curled their lips in disdain and muttered to the people beside them, "That's right, Zhang Zhong. Only officials in this place wear officials' robes to eat." No one in the capital dares to, let alone a 7th-ranked official. There are more people in the capital than cow's hair. It's embarrassing to wear it out. When the group went directly to the 3rd floor, the waiters on the 1st floor quickly looked at their robes to see if there was anything inappropriate. Even the shopkeeper arranged the account book on the counter properly. Zhang Zhong came to a room on the 3rd floor and ordered the waiter, arrange for them, and serve some home-cooked dishes. Those people were naturally the guards and the servants of the Zhang family. They were led away by another waiter on the 3rd floor. The waiter called Najio stayed and asked another waiter to tell him what to cook. He didn't ask for a menu and directly ordered 8 dishes in one breath. The waiter quickly ran down and told the chef in the kitchen behind. He didn't dare to let an ordinary chef cook. First, 4 small cold plates were served. Zhang Zhong tasted them and looked at his son. Zhang Xiaobao also took a bite. He ate shredded cucumber and dried tofu. He nodded and said, "It's okay." Remember to heat the dried tofu with hot water next time. Tell me about how you opened a restaurant here. Chapter 309. As Zhang Zhong and the others listened, the waiter, Najio, began to explain. This time, he was not as concise as usual. After a few words, Zhang Xiaobao and the others understood. The shopkeeper sent by the Zhang family could make a profit and make an investment. If he succeeded, he could continue to invest. If he failed, he would have to obediently guard the store. The one in the provincial capital was naturally a success. Zhang Zhong was the first to enter, and there were 9 people there at the same time. With the booming business, the shopkeeper surnamed Xin became active. He went to Zhangjia Zhuangzi later. His family was in Zhuangzi, and he worked alone in the provincial capital. He used to run a small store, but he fled and followed his nephew here. In Huayuan County, he had a nephew who worked as a cook. He had a lot of money, so he only handed it in once every season. Then he contacted his nephew. The original Jinlai building was run by a relative of County Magistrate 1. County Magistrate 1 was unlucky. Without a backer, his relative wanted to sell the building, so he asked his nephew to buy it. However, the place was not under his nephew's management. It was directly under his name. Then, according to the Zhang family's rules of opening a shop outside, he would teach the shop assistants well and deposit the money into the account. When the season changed, he would send the money to the main family to make the main family happy. He had signed an irrevocable contract, so if the money fell into his name, it would fall into the main family's name. The waiter, Najio, left after he finished speaking, leaving Zhang Zhong and the others in the room. Not bad. You have courage. You can seize the opportunity when you see it. That shopkeeper Xin can be trained well in the future. Father, are we going to live here? Zhang Xiaobao felt very gratified. He praised him and asked his father. Zhang Zhong was also happy. This was his son's business, and the rules were set by him. He did not expect to have his own business here. It seemed to be not small. It was a 3-story building. He nodded and said, "Let's live here. We'll move back when the yamen is repaired." At this time, the hot dishes were served one after another. There wasn't much of each dish. Zhang Xiaobao and the other 2 had been on the road for such a long time, so they were also hungry. They shook their cheeks and began to eat. While they were eating, the waiter named Jiu came in again and said to Zhang Zhong, "Master, I forgot to mention one thing. Yamen's Minister Zhan and County Magistrate Xiao are also eating on the 3rd floor. They are in the room next door. There are also some businessmen coming from outside." "Oh, did they come here to do something? Good, let's go take a look. Xiao Bao, you, and Cuckoo eat. Father will go over for a while." Zhang Zhong wanted to see what the 2 men were up to, so he got up and walked out after informing his son. The waiter pointed at the side. In the room next door, laughter could be heard from the corridor. Zhang Zhong wanted to eavesdrop, but when he just arrived there, a man came out. When he saw Zhang Zhong, he was stunned. Then he looked at Zhang Zhong's clothes, turned around, and ran back in. Zhang Zhong did not continue to eavesdrop, so he followed the man into the room. As soon as he entered, he saw the man talking to a fat man. "County Magistrate Xiao, I just saw a man wearing a level 7 official uniform at the door. Is he the new county magistrate?" "Yes, I'm the new county magistrate. I wonder who is County Magistrate Xiao and who is Minister Zhan?" Zhang Zhong looked at the waiter who reported the news and then looked at the messy table. He asked calmly. Everyone at the table looked at Zhang Zhong at the same time. The businessmen were a little uneasy, while the fat man and the thin man changed their expressions a few times. "Haha, so it's Lord Zhang." "We still have some matters to attend to here, hence the delay. Once we're done with the matters here, we will personally look for Lord Zhang to hand over the matter. By then, Lord Zhang will be the county magistrate of Huayuan County." "Haha, I'm the deputy county magistrate Xiao that Lord Zhang mentioned." The fat man smiled and said to Zhang Zhong, but he did not stand up. The thin man beside him also said, In the future, we will work together to do the things in the county. Oh, it's late now. Lord Zhang, why don't you have a rest first and go to the Yamen early tomorrow morning to take over? The businessmen who were sitting there also smiled when they heard the two talking. At the same time, they were relieved and looked at Zhang Zhong, wondering what he would say. Zhang Song understood the meaning of the county magistrate's words. You are not the county magistrate now. Wait until I take over. You are just an ordinary official now. Zhang Zhong felt uncomfortable. He hesitated and said, Well, I will go there early tomorrow morning. You wait here and do your work slowly. After saying this, Zhang Zhong turned around and walked out. Suddenly, he stopped, turned around, and carefully looked at the faces of those merchants. The merchants felt uncomfortable being looked at. They all stopped smiling and slightly lowered their heads. Zhang Zhong then said to the person who had just reported the news, Brother Zhang Zhong, I'm going to tell you something. You're the copywriter in the county, right? Good, do a good job. You didn't even take the things I brought. You must be a good copywriter who is not flattering. After saying this, Zhang Zhong walked out and went back to his original room with a sullen face. Zhang Xiaobao knew that the waiter did not give him face and drove his father out. He advised, Father, the official career is like this. You can't be straightforward. It is important to hide a knife in a smile and have a knife in the belly. What they did is actually inferior. You can take it slowly after you take over. Zhang Zhong also knew that, but he was not happy. He did not know what the two men said to so many businessmen. It might be related to Huayuan County. The two men were now doing things on behalf of the county magistrate. What if they took advantage of this opportunity and did something that should not be done? What should he do? Thinking about this, Zhang Zhong also felt uncomfortable while eating. Zhang Xiaobao also stopped. He just sat there and muttered something. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao said to his father, Father, do you have the official document and pardon from the imperial court with you? Yes, they are here. Zhang Zhong said as he took out the two envelopes from his arms. Then let's go and hand them over. Bring the guards with you. Do you think they dare to not hand them over? Zhang Xiaobao stood up and prepared to accompany his father. Zhang Zhong just remembered that he took two things. The other party could not refuse to hand them over. He just forgot about it. He looked at his son in confusion and asked, Why didn't you say it directly just now? If I said it just now, they and the businessmen have nothing to do. Now that you are here, they will definitely speed up and sign some documents and stamp some things. At this time, the documents are probably only half finished. We will know when we go and take a look. Zhang Xiaobao replied with a smile. Zhang Zhong was stunned. He touched his son's head and went out to call the guards. He brought the guards to the outside of the room and directly pushed the door open. He said to the registrar official and the deputy magistrate official who were writing something in the room, I think it's better to hand them over immediately. I feel that it's better to hand it over immediately. Since I'm already here, I can't trouble the two of you. This is the imperial court's letter for the handover. As he was speaking, Zhang Zhong put the two envelopes in front of the both of them. The registrar official and the deputy magistrate official stopped writing at the same time. They stared at Zhang Zhong and did not know what to say. They then looked down at the two envelopes on the table. Their hands trembled and a drop of ink fell on the paper. This, Lord Zhang, you don't have to be in a hurry, right? The registrar official stared into Zhang Zhong's eyes and said, Of course, don't tell me the both of you still want to do something beyond your authority. Then this official can only report today's matter as it is. Zhang Zhong was not at all polite now. His eyes also looked at the unfinished paper. The registrar official and the deputy magistrate official were nervous at the same time. They quickly rolled up the paper in front of them. The deputy magistrate Xiao smiled and said, The registrar official and I are competing to see who can write better. Since you want to hand it over, we have already done it over there. Oh, the seal seems to be in the Yamen. Registrar official, accompany His Excellency to get the seal over there. I will go back after talking to the others. No need. Let's go back together. I can wait. Zhang Zhong did not give the deputy magistrate official any chance at all. He knew that the seal was on the deputy magistrate official, and he wanted to send him away so that he could do something better. The deputy magistrate official was still smiling and said, "Lord Zhang, the registrar official and I are here for some personal matters. These people are also my old friends. It is not convenient for His Excellency to be here, right? Oh, so you two are not here for official business? Then I am here to take office, and you don't want to hand it over. Are you trying to use your personal matters to overturn official business? Where are the laws of the imperial court? Official business? Or personal matters?" Zhang Zhong finally caught the faulty wording in the two's words and interrogated them. Official business. It is definitely official business. I was just joking. Since His Excellency wants to do this, then let's go back now. The registrar official and deputy magistrate official could not say anything else at this time. As they said that they wanted to go back, they kept winking at those businessmen. Those businessmen did not expect that things would turn out like this. When they saw the two people's winks, they could only hold it in and think of a solution in the future. It seemed that it was not possible now. The 20 guards let the registrar official and deputy magistrate official go first, as if they were escorting them. Zhang Zhong said to his son angrily in a low voice, "Xiao Bao, you are right. They are indeed writing a document. They want to sell the land next to the river that connects to the capital city to those businessmen. That land is obviously fertile land, but they actually wrote it as a wasteland. It is really infuriating." When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he smiled. He had seen this kind of thing many times. So what if there was one more time? He turned around and looked at the businessmen who were standing more than 10 steps away. He said to his father in a low voice, "Arrange people to watch those businessmen. Don't let them go. In the future, they have to contribute to the business of Huayuan County." "Xiao Bao, what do you want them to do?" Zhang Zhong asked puzzledly. Chapter 310. You still want to sell it to them? Zhang Zhong looked at his son in confusion. Zhang Xiaobao nodded his head. Zhang Zhong thought for a while and didn't say anything. He knew his son's ability. He always did things in a bold and unconstrained way. Since his son said he could sell it, then he could sell it. It just depended on how he sold it. When they returned to the yamen, there were still people in the yamen who hadn't taken the things away. He Kangji was waiting there. Not only did he distribute the things to others, but he also had to look after the things that were left behind. He couldn't pick the other things like rice and noodles. He just needed to take a bag of them. However, the remaining chicken was all small. The meat was all lean. The 5 layers and the fat ones were all taken away by others. Needless to say, the 5 layers and the fat ones were all wanted. The fat ones were also not bad. They could be eaten with oil when they went back. The fat ones could be eaten with oil and could be used to make dumplings and pancakes. Ordinary people didn't want the lean ones. Zhang Xiaobao liked to eat the lean ones. It was just nice. As for the cucumbers, he picked the straight ones and took them. The rest were all crooked, and some were even rolled into balls. Even so, he still had to look after the rest. He believed that once he left, these things would all be gone. Not to mention other things. It would take at least half a month for the cucumbers to be harvested. During this period of time, whether he ate it himself or took it out to sell, it would be good. Waiting for Zhang Zhong and the others to arrive, Kangji took a small bite of the cucumbers. When the registrar and the county premier saw him, they stared at him as if they wanted to stare him to death. The clerk who followed them back was lost in thought when he saw the things that hadn't been distributed. Then he looked at Zhang Zhong, the registrar, and the county premier. Finally, he resisted the idea of going to take the things. When County Premier Xiao returned to the yamen, he directly said to Zhang Zhong, "Lord Zhang, wait for a moment. I will go to the signing room to get the seal. When I come back, we will hand it over." Zhang Zhong nodded and didn't say anything. No matter what, he had to give them a chance to take out the seal. It was useless to ask someone to search for it. If they found it, they would say that they forgot it. They were too busy. What would he do? The registrar official had also sorted out some of the matters that had been handed over to him. When the time came, he would hand them over to Zhang Zhong together. When Kangji saw his master return, he immediately approached him and said, "Your Honor, I've given all the people in the yamen what you gave them. There's still some left, but I'm just picky. The rest are not very good. The meat is lean, the cucumber is bent, and the chicken is small. Ha ha ha. It's not like you don't know what my family does. Leave the lean meat for the sauce. Xiao Bao loves to eat it. Bend some cucumbers and make them into garlic cucumbers. Roast the chicks. It's easier to hold them and eat them." Zhang Zhong was in a good mood. Just now, he had inadvertently seen the way the registrar and deputy district magistrate looked at Kangji. This was the time for him to win over people's hearts. Other county magistrates might not be able to do this when they had just taken office, but he could. He had already gotten used to some things related to his status. Occasionally, when he went out of the house, he would see a villager and chat for a while. Even if he was a 7th-rank official, just like how his son often played with the children of the villager. Who could say that the villager didn't respect the master's family? But it was different for Kangji. This was the first time he had spoken to the county magistrate like this. In the past, county magistrate one had always been cold. He said excitedly, "Your Honor, are you going to hand over immediately?" "Your Honor, the most important thing in our county now is that river. The one that connects to the capital. I forgot. You know, from your house to the river, the land on both sides of the river is worth a lot. Your Honor, you must be careful. Otherwise, the land will be sold cheaply and our yamen will have no money." When Kangji said these words, he was gritting his teeth. Even if the registrar stood there and secretly glared at him from time to time, he still said it. Zhang Zhong had seen it just now and knew this was the case. But when it came from Kangji's mouth, it gave him a different feeling. He was now more certain that this small official with the surname, he was ready to surrender. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such an important thing to gain his trust. He nodded at Kangji. "This matter is indeed important. I will remember it." While they were talking, Deputy District Magistrate Xiao walked out of the signing room with a square seal made of brass in his hand. It was heavy. He reluctantly put on the document and said to Zhang Zhong, "Your Honor, let's hand over now." Zhang Zhong took out the 2 letters. After verifying each other, he picked up the seal and the document. From this moment on, he was the county magistrate of Huayuan County. He was ready to play a game of intrigue with these 2 people. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen also came to the place where things were handed out. Each of them was holding a cucumber and gnawing on it. "Xiaobao, it seems that your father is not easy to deal with. The 2 of them are actually of the same mind. Should we try to drive a wedge between them first?" Wang Wen asked as she patted the bag of rice with one hand. Her hand was dusted. "It's fine to use it or not. It's just a deal with 2 small figures. If it's to deal with some ministers or prime ministers, I have to be well prepared." At that time, I may not be able to guarantee that it will work. But to deal with 2 people like them, it's not worth so much effort. They are not young either. One of them looks like he is almost 30, and the other is 25 or 26. If the chief secretary is 25 or 26, I will be worried. Many prime ministers started from this position when they were young. Although I have never heard of his name, it's a pity that the young one is the county magistrate. He is below the 8th rank. He has a lot of experience. The most important thing is that the 2 of them are on the same side as county magistrate one. If they didn't push all the blame to county magistrate one, they would be fine. The people above have long been used to this kind of thing. It's county magistrate one who is dealing with them. They still have to help stabilize Huayuan County. But they refused. They are too cowardly. People like them can't expect to be promoted in the future unless they meet a noble. Otherwise, no one dares to promote them. If they are promoted, what if they commit a crime? Will they continue to push the blame to themselves? Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the situation for Wang Wan. Wang Wan also agreed. Sometimes, Things in the officialdom were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. No one would hire someone who would hit a senior official when he was down at a critical moment. Then what are you going to do next? You have already watched the businessmen. You can't just watch them like that, right? Wang Wan asked again. Of course we can't do that. They are here to invest. We have to treat them well. Let Ernie lead them to the river to see the place. Tell them that they can buy the land, but they have to negotiate the price. Also, they have to tell them how to manage the land after buying it and how much tax they have to pay. Zhang Xiaobao had already come up with a good idea just now. At this time, it was just the right time to tell Wang Wan. Wang Wan thought for a while and said, they can negotiate the price and manage the land. But the amount of tax they have to pay seems to have been fixed, right? Do you dare to let your father decide the tax privately? I don't dare. There are still 2 wolves watching over there, but they want to do business. Both sides of the land are fertile land. They should pay the fine, right? As long as they occupy the land, they can be punished according to the year. After all, they have to farm every year. Is this okay? Zhang Xiaobao said another idea. Wang Wan nodded after hearing it. Good. You can even come up with this idea. That is, you're using the fine to replace the tax. How much are you going to pay? There are also rules for the fine, right? We have to see what can be planted in the land. If they say they want to plant millet, they will be fined a few strings of coins per mu. But if I say they want to plant fungus, how much do you think they will be fined per mu of land? What about vegetables in winter? Even if others know about this method, the price of vegetables will not be cheap. The cost of the vegetables is high. Then I know. It seems that we have to stop the deputy magistrate and the registrar from saying that the county magistrate agreed to occupy the land. Wang Wan could not calculate the fine for planting fungus. She still did not know the yield of each piece of wood. She had to let Pomegranate do the calculation. Don't stop them. We have to give them a chance to talk. Let them take the initiative to tell my father about occupying the land. Take it slow. Don't rush. Let's find Ernie first. I will tell him what to do. Zhang Xiaobao took another bite of the cucumber and said with a whimper. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan talked while eating. On the other side, Zhang Zhong had become the county magistrate. He had to check some of the old account books and the records of the prison warden. Now, there were more than 120 people in the county jail. He did not believe that so many people had committed crimes. Moreover, it was the kind of crimes that needed to be locked up. The previous county magistrate had set up many unjust prisons. Now, he had to clean them up bit by bit. Those who should be released would be released. Those who should be sent to higher positions would be sent to higher positions. Those who should be caught for making money would also be caught. Also, the old account books could be figured out one by one. Based on the previous county magistrate, the registrar, and the deputy magistrate's actions, the account books were in a mess. Zhang Zhong's actions made the registrar official and the district deputy feel relieved. When they reached the place where the items were placed, they took them one by one and piled them up like a small mountain. The top of the mountain was covered with dust and cobwebs. Sir, everything is here. You must take care of yourself. If you are tired, you can sleep for a while. Looking at those things, Deputy Magistrate Xiao wanted to laugh, but could not. He could only hold back his laughter and said with concern, Zhang Zhong did not touch those books. He just glanced at them and said to the registrar and the deputy magistrate, well, put them here. I will read them one by one. From tomorrow onwards, the Yamen can ask for cases. We will listen to your orders. Then we'll go back first. Will you be at home tonight? The registrar asked. No, I will stay at Jinlai Tower tonight. I will move back after the yard behind the Yamen is repaired. If you have any urgent matters at night, you can find me at Jinlai Tower. Chapter 311. After the registrar and deputy county magistrate left, Zhang Zhong and his companions returned to Jinlai building, where they had already prepared a place for them to rest. Zhang Zhong could have had the most well-protected courtyard, but no one had expected that he would choose a courtyard with a bad location. Zhang Xiaobao thought that there were 20 guards protecting the courtyard, and the environment was very good now. It was impossible to assassinate a county magistrate, so he agreed. When they were having dinner, he went to find his father. "Dad, let me have a look at that seal. I'll take a good look at it tonight and give it to you tomorrow," Zhang Xiaobao said to his father before he and Wang Wan went to rest. If it were someone else, Zhang Zhong would not give it to him. But since his son wanted to have a look, then he had to. He wrapped the seal with a silk cloth and asked his two children to take it back. That night, the lights in the courtyard where Zhang Zhong was resting were not extinguished the entire night. If one were to lean against the wall from outside, they would be able to see a figure with his back to the window, moving from time to time in the study room. In a private house in Huayuan County, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Zhan had not slept. They sat on the floor with some wine and dishes on the small table in the middle. They were eating and drinking slowly. "Brother Byong, do you think we can get rid of this new county magistrate? We know his family. They don't lack money. It's not easy to get him to be greedy or accept bribes." Registrar Zhan asked Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao picked up the wine and took a sip. He picked up the cleaned cucumber beside him and dipped it into the sauce bowl directly. He took a bite and chewed slowly. This cucumber was not bought by him, nor was it given to him by Zhang Zhong. It was given to him by two Yamen runners. They wanted to please them, so they sent the cucumber to them. Seeing that they had accepted the cucumber, the two bailiffs were quite happy. However, they didn't know that the two men had taken note of the two bailiffs and decided to find an excuse to resign. The two men's thoughts were simple. After giving them so many things, they just gave them some cucumber to fool them. If they didn't resign, who would they resign from? After finishing the cucumber, County Deputy Xiao said, "Brother Shang Yun, if you want to get rid of him, it's impossible to make him accept bribes. But we can use other means." He took those booklets back. What did we say at that time? Huh? Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao burst out laughing. Registrar Zhan was stunned for a moment before he also burst out laughing. He said, "Byong is so thoughtful. We deliberately left some flaws in those booklets. When he finds them, he will continue to look for them based on these flaws. At that time, he will offend someone he shouldn't offend." That's right. And the person he offends has nothing to do with the flaws in those booklets. What do you think that person will do to him? What a pity. With so many booklets, it will take him a while to read them. Every month, he definitely won't be able to finish reading them. Even if he reads them for a month, he will just take a quick look at them. Those booklets are accumulated over several years. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao laughed for a while and finally stopped. He took another bite of the cucumber and said, "He is also a fool. He clearly gave the recipe for the winter vegetables, but he didn't want to be an official in the capital. It's not that others don't want to be an official, but he didn't want to be an official in the capital. It's not that others don't want to be an official, so the credit for giving advice will be gone." A good top scorer ran to a county. After a while, who will remember him? If I were him, I would be a 6th grade official in the capital. My family is rich, so I can find some people to get together and recite a few poems. My reputation will spread far and wide. The emperor has also built a pear garden. At that time, the emperor will definitely pay attention to him. Maybe he will be given a higher official position. Of course, who doesn't know that the emperor likes music? As long as he writes a few more poems and the emperor sings more, it may be easy for him to be an assistant minister. Registrar Zhan also said with regret. At the same time, he was jealous. Why could a fool be the top scorer in the exam and come here to be a county magistrate? Wasn't this cutting off the road for him and others? The two people chatted while eating. They ate slowly. There were no hot dishes on the table, so there was no need to heat them up. It didn't matter if the wine was cold. They ate until it was almost midnight, but they still hadn't finished eating. They were still in high spirits. After eating for a while, there was a knock on the window. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao went to open the door. A man in gray lowered his head and said, "Zhang Zhong hasn't gone to sleep yet. He has been reading the booklet." "Okay, go back quickly and see when he goes to sleep." When he falls asleep, come and tell us. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao ordered and closed the door. He went back to the place where he was sitting and sat cross-legged. Brother Byong, how is it? Registrar Jean didn't hear the conversation between the two people, so he asked. Okay, he hasn't gone to sleep yet. It seems that he is really a newcomer who doesn't know anything. Let's go and see. We will arrange something for him tomorrow. Let's see if he can still read at night. It's best if we can give him some refreshing medicine. At that time, we don't need to do anything else, and he will be exhausted to death. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao smiled sinisterly. He picked up another beef tendon and threw it into his mouth. He chewed hard and said angrily, I didn't expect that Jinlai restaurant is also owned by their family. In the past, when we ate there, no one dared to charge us. But they are good. They charge us nothing. I only found out today that there's an embroidery pattern of rice seedlings on their clothes. I don't know who drew the rice seedlings. It is so ugly. The waiter of Jinlai restaurant has such rice seedlings on his clothes. Zhang Zhong's son and that little girl also have the same pattern on their clothes. Yes, I only found out about it today. It's just that the picture doesn't look too ugly. It's quite interesting. It looks like a person. There are even eyes. Well, it's not that ugly. Let's do what we thought of yesterday tomorrow. Registrar Jean originally wanted to praise the cartoon rice seedlings, but when he found Deputy County Magistrate Zhao's expression was not good, he quickly changed his words and talked about other things. Well, let's do that. Don't let him be idle all day. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was very satisfied with Registrar Jean's attitude. Originally, he should be in a lower position, but Registrar Jean was a little stupid and always listened to him. The next day, when Zhang Zhong woke up and saw that it was almost time to do something, he walked out of the courtyard of Jinlai restaurant with a pair of red eyes. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's work and rest schedule had always been relatively stable, so they also woke up and skipped around for a while to do morning exercises. After freshening up and having breakfast, they also followed their father to the yamen. They were still holding the silk cloth package with the seal yesterday. When they saw their father, they gave it to him. Xiao Bao, you two take some guards and walk around this county. I have to deal with something in the yamen. Zhang Zhong saw that the two children wanted to follow him, so he said to Zhang Xiaobao, Father, I have never been to the hall of the yamen. I don't know how they saw the case. I want to go and have a look. Xiaobao knew that the two silly playthings were going to play tricks on his father today. Of course, he couldn't go anywhere else. He wasn't a child. He didn't have any thoughts and only thought about playing all day. At that time, the yamen runner asked you and Cuckoo to go and have a look at the hall, but you didn't go. Now you remember. Besides, there may not be a hall today. How can there be so many things? Speaking of this, Zhang Zhong didn't know whether to be proud or laugh. The yamen in Sanshui County was no different from his own. When the yamen runners had nothing to do, they would ask his son and daughter-in-law to go there to play. However, the two children wouldn't go no matter what. The emperor's nephew also asked his son and daughter-in-law to go there and have a look, but the two children also refused. Now, the two children wanted to go with him. They were not ordinary people. It was not easy to go to the court, but it was easy to go to the court. When they returned to Sanshui County, they would go to the court from time to time. Presumably, Na Xiangxiang would not refuse, and the people would not say anything. Couldn't the children of the Zhang family go to the court to play once? Zhang Xiaobao could guess his father's thoughts, so he said, In fact, I have been waiting for this day. When you get a hall, I want to see your majestic appearance. Then let's go. Zhang Zhong didn't want to drive his son and daughter-in-law away, and the two children wouldn't make trouble. Under the protection of the guards, the three of them arrived at the yamen. As soon as they arrived, before they could go to the signing room at the back to take a look, there was a person wearing mourning clothes pounding on the silent drum. The pounding sound was ear-piercing. Sir, you are finally here. Someone has been beating the drum since dawn. The yamen runner tried to persuade him several times, but it was useless. They didn't dare to do anything to him, so they had to let him continue. Fortunately, the drum is not loud. Otherwise, the people around would be awakened. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao came earlier. As soon as he saw Zhang Zhong, he trotted over and said to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong looked at the broken drum and naturally knew that it was not loud. He yawned and asked, "Do you know what happened?" "Sir, I have asked. His father is dead. He said that he was killed. He wants to come here and ask you to help find the murderer." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao told the case. He didn't write a complaint, but just said it with his mouth. This man was called Zhang Matzi. He came to Huayuan County with his father 5 days ago. As a result, they met a group of criminals on the mountain in the east of Huayuan County. They were attacked by the criminals. As a result, his father died. Zhang Matzi was lucky, but he didn't want to give up, so he secretly followed the mass criminals. He followed them to Yushu village in Huayuan County and found that one of the criminals entered a yard. He waited there for 3 days. Then he knew that the criminal was Tian Guzi, a villager of Yushu village. Chapter 312. Zhang Zhong looked at pockmarked Zhang, who was kneeling on the ground. This person was crying so miserably that people felt that he would cry his last breath if he continued crying. He was wearing a white linen robe, which was not bright white. The robe was not dyed. It was just the original color of the linen thread. It was white, but it was a little gray. At this time, many people had gathered around. They all heard the man's crying and heard County Deputy Zhao's words. In the future, they all wanted to help Mr. Zhang seek justice. Zhang Zhong carefully looked at Mr. Wang, who was kneeling there but couldn't find anything. He yawned again and said, "Is there a witness?" "My lord, I came here with my father." "How could there be a witness?" "If there was a witness, my father might not have been harmed." "My lord, you have to give me justice. I haven't taken good care of my father yet." Mr. Wang, whose voice had gradually become softer, started crying again at this time. He knelt there and hugged Zhang Zhong's leg, refusing to let go no matter what. Before Zhang Zhong could say anything, Zhang Xiaobao rushed over, grabbed one of the man's arms, and tried to lift him up. He said while lifting, "My father is a good official. He will help you. Get up, get up." It was naturally impossible for a child to lift one arm. Zhang Xiaobao ran to Mr. Wang's back and put his hands on both sides. He wanted to hold Mr. Wang from behind and lift him up. He tried several times, but it didn't work, so he had to stand aside. Zhang Zhong yawned again and rubbed his eyes. His eyes were redder, and tears were about to flow out. County Deputy Xiao, who was watching at the side, said, "Sir, what's wrong with you? Did you not sleep well last night?" While speaking, he couldn't help yawning. Registrar Official Zhan also covered his mouth, and tears appeared in his eyes. "It doesn't matter. Let's get down to business first. Men, go to Elm Tree Village and bring that dog Tian here. Let me ask him why he did such a thing." Zhang Zhong forcefully shook his head and ordered a Yamen runner who was standing there with his head tilted. Seeing the Yamen runner look over and open his mouth to speak, he remembered that he hadn't given the Yamen runner the stick. He quickly walked into the hall. "My lord, you can't let the bailiffs arrest him first. You have to take a look at the corpse first. If this incident is fake, my lord, arresting Tian Guzi of Elm Tree Village and delaying his normal business, he will definitely be dissatisfied. The life of a commoner is not easy." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said at this time. The person kneeling on the ground also said, "Sir, my father's bones are still outside. I don't know if they were eaten by the wolves. Sir, you'd better go and see my father first." Well, then let's go to the mountain and see your father first. We'll make plans after we come back." Zhang Zhong narrowed his eyes and said, "Some related people here took the cart and went all the way to the mountain in the east." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat opposite Zhang Zhong. Feeling the shaking of the cart, they said, "This road really needs to be repaired properly. So does the cart. Can't we use some bamboo boards to dampen the shock?" "Then let's make a cart with bamboo dampening. Let's see the effect. Should we make circles of bamboo and then put our cart on them?" Wang Wan asked beside him. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said, "What you said might work. At that time, even if the cart doesn't move, we will shake back and forth in the cart. Dampening requires toughness and strength in addition to elasticity. To dampen the cart, we should start with the wheels. When the cotton comes out, we can wrap the wheels and then think of other places. Zhang Zhong listened to his son and future daughter-in-law talking about something he didn't understand. He decided not to listen and simply looked outside. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said to him, "Father, later you pretend to be sleepy. When the time comes, they will be happy. I'm afraid that people are always so happy. When they are happy, it is easy to make mistakes. Let's wait. Father, I have to say that your idea is really good. What's so good about it? Isn't it just a paper doll facing the back of the window, lit the lamp, and let the guards who take turns to keep watch use a rope to pull it? Then apply some garlic juice on the eyes. County Magistrate Chung has already told me about it. This idea is just so. Zhang Zhong said modestly, but he couldn't hide the proud expression on his face. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to continue to flatter his father and make him happier, but he really felt that flattery was a little false. This little trick was nothing. When he was hesitating, Wang Wan suddenly pinched him secretly and moved her lips to say white lies. Father, I don't think it's simple. I think that all tricks are simple. If it can deceive people, this needs to be grasped. If it were someone else, even if they were told such a trick, they might not be able to do it. Not to mention, Father, you did it so well. Father, that pockmarked Zhang's hem clothes are actually new. They cost at least 20 copper coins. He didn't bring a bag with him. Where did he get the money to buy hemp clothes? Also, the flesh on his body was hard. His son had pinched him when he helped him up. How could this kind of person watch his father be harmed and run away alone? If that dog Tian was an ordinary person, how could he beat him? Even if there were several people, it wouldn't work. At that time, people would risk their lives regardless of their own safety. If he didn't risk his life, he wouldn't care about his father. If that dog Tian was not an ordinary person, but a strong and powerful person, the first person he would deal with would definitely not be pockmarked Zhang's father. If he traveled normally, who would take the money? Dog Tian wouldn't kill people for fun, right? In any family, money should be taken by the strongest person. Money is also heavy. Zhang Xiaobao first said a sentence of kindness. Yes, that lie. Then, he told his father his analysis. Zhang Zhong was also confused just now. Pockmarked Zhang had waited for 3 days to find out who killed his father. He had waited for such a long time, but when it was time for him to arrest Dog Tian, he couldn't wait anymore. Then, why didn't he find his father's body at night and drag it to the Yamen? Wasn't he afraid that the surrounding people who knew Dog Tian would report to him? At this moment, after hearing his son's words, he was sure that pockmarked Zhang was lying. He must be with County Deputy Xiao. Xiaobao, how should we deal with this matter? Do we have to be involved in this matter to become a father? Zhang Zhong thought it through, but he didn't know how to deal with it, so he could only ask his son. Zhang Xiaobao was about to speak, but Wang Wan pinched him again. Zhang Xiaobao hesitated for a moment, and then said, Father, when I was reading the Analects of Confucius a few days ago, I didn't understand a sentence. Didn't you finish learning the Analects of Confucius? Father Zhang asked doubtfully. Yes, but I suddenly found that there was a difference. He could use another way to understand it, Zhang Xiaobao said. Which sentence? Zhang Zhong asked. Raise one corner, but not 3 corners, and the opposite is no more. This sentence. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, Wang Wan was stunned. She didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao could say. His little brain works too fast. While listening to Zhang Xiaobao, she picked up a glass of juice and drank it. What do you think? Father Zhang didn't know what his son meant. Did he want him to draw inferences about other cases? What about the other one? Zhang Xiaobao took a deep breath and said, I think the meaning of this sentence is like this. I raised a wall to smash you. If you don't raise 3 walls to fight back, then you don't exist. In other words, you are finished. This is what it means to raise 1 corner. If you don't counter with 3 corners, then there will be no more. Wang Wan spat out a mouthful of juice and kept coughing. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao with admiration. How'd he think of this? Zhang Zhong listened to his son and thought carefully. That's not right. You can't say this sentence like that. Dad, you're right. I know the meaning of this sentence. I'm just saying it. When I think of how that Pakmar Zhang randomly found a corpse to trick us, I also feel that way. Isn't he just a corpse? Let's make 3 corpses. If he dares to hit us, we'll hit him. Zhang Xiaobao was anxious. Why didn't his father take the bait? He explained again. Father Zhang pondered for a while. After a while, he said, then find 3 people to wear hemp clothes and follow them. When they suddenly appear, they will tell their families about it and look at the corpses. Then it will be easy. Elm Village is not an ordinary village. It's not easy to go there. That's why they lured me there. Dad, you're really amazing. I didn't think of that. Zhang Xiaobao quickly followed up. Zhang Zhong frowned and reached out to touch Zhang Xiaobao's head. Xiaobao, you're my son. Blue is blue, but blue is blue. Ice water is colder than water. As a father, I'll only be happy if my son is capable. Don't talk nonsense in the future. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He didn't expect his father to not be as stupid as he thought. He just didn't say it sometimes. He nodded. Dad, I'll say whatever I want to say in the future. Dad, send someone to Elm Village to look for that dog Tion. Tell him that someone is framing him. When he comes, everything will be clear. Okay, I'll listen to Xiaobao. Xiaobao, tell me again. What about those merchants? Zhang Zhong asked again. He didn't think about why he was like this. After all, he didn't study psychology. He didn't know that he was like his son, especially caring about family. He used to listen to his parents. After he found a wife, he studied for his wife and parents' wishes. Now that he had a son, he was willing to let his son have a better life. He never felt that he would lose his position in the family. He felt that no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't dare to disobey his father. His son was the same. Zhang Xiaobao opened the car door and jumped out. As the car was moving, he fell when he landed, scaring the surrounding people. Only Wang Wan thought it was normal. If he didn't fall, he wouldn't be Zhang Xiaobao. The speed of the body rolling was just the speed of the muscles and bones that could bear the force. This was the real Zhang Xiaobao. He whispered something to the person who carried him. Zhang Xiaobao was sent to the car that had stopped. When the car started again, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, It's all arranged. I accidentally fell. I need 100-year-old ginseng to treat it. Dad, you have to buy 100-year-old ginseng at all costs. Chapter 313. The news that the county magistrate's son accidentally fell off the carriage was soon known by the surrounding people. Zhang Zhong took this opportunity to stall for time. He stopped the carriage and carried Zhang Xiaobao, who pretended to be unconscious, out of the carriage. He kept shouting to find a doctor. Only the guard who carried Zhang Xiaobao knew that the young master of the Zhang family was fine when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's order. The others who saw the scene were guessing how badly the county magistrate's son was injured. It wasn't easy to find a proper medical student in Jiayuan County. Fortunately, there was Jinlai Restaurant. According to Zhang Xiaobao's request, the restaurant would hire a few doctors or doctors like those in the capital. The people here immediately went to look for the person from Golden Descent Tower, who was slightly less skilled than a doctor. This person was still an apprentice, so he took Zhang Xiaobao's pulse. He thought of many possible scenarios, but he couldn't match them. He frowned and fell into deep thought. Zhang Zhong felt that he had wasted enough time. He said to the doctor, Doctor, how do you think my Xiaobao is? It's hard to say. He may have hurt his head when he fell. I'll give you a prescription first. Take the medicine according to the prescription and let's see. The half-baked doctor could not see what was wrong, so he tried to give a prescription. Even if he did not wake up, nothing would happen to him after taking the prescription. The guard who left just now came back at this time. He nodded to Zhang Zhong and said, Sir, do you think we should not go to the mountain this time? The young master is still unconscious. What if? Don't say more. Since I am the county magistrate, I naturally have to make decisions. I will take care of Xiao Bao along the way. We must go there. Zhang Zhong spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. His voice was not soft, and the surrounding people, including the registrar official and the deputy district magistrate, could hear him clearly. Just now, when they were in the carriage, they heard that the county magistrate's son had accidentally fallen off the carriage. They even asked the person beside the carriage. After getting confirmation, they were overjoyed. At this time, when they heard Zhang Zhong's words, they could not guess whether Zhang Zhong really cared about the situation in Huayuan County or if he was pretending to be sad. But in any case, when the people knew that the new county magistrate could continue to do things for the sake of Huayuan County, they remembered Zhang Zhong. The registrar official and the deputy county magistrate were helpless. They could not care about the people's thoughts. Looking at the people's deep eyes looking at Zhang Zhong, the two of them sighed at the same time. Brother Baiyong, this Zhang Zhong is really good. At this time, he can still bear the injury of his beloved son and continue to do things. It seems that it is not easy to do things. The registrar official said to the deputy county magistrate. Deputy county magistrate Xiao couldn't do anything about this. Seeing Zhang Zhong, the new county magistrate, trying to win people's hearts, he looked at the baby in his arms and said, Brother Shang Yun is right. Then we can only take it slow and tire him out for a few more days. It would be best if the one called Xiao Bao continues to be in a coma. After saying those words, Zhang Zhong squeezed out a few more drops of tears. He carried Zhang Xiaobao back to the carriage. A while later, the doctor was ordered to prepare the medicine and send it to Zhang Xiaobao to drink. Amidst the chaotic cries of "good official" from the people, the procession went to the mountain in the east again. At this time, Pakmar Zhang was a little scared. He adjusted his pace slowly and came to the side of the registrar official and the deputy county magistrate's carriage. He found an opportunity to get close to the deputy county magistrate's carriage and said to the inside, Officer Xiao, should I continue to follow them? If the county magistrate finds out something and his son is injured because of this, he will vent his anger on me. What should I do? What should I do? Shut up. It's too late if you don't want to do it. Let me tell you, if something happens because of you, you don't have to think about it. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said in a low voice. The more Pakmar Zhang thought about it, the more scared he became. He had no choice but to grit his teeth, look around, and continue to follow the procession. He would cry from time to time to let others see his sad face. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao, who was sitting in the carriage, also felt that this matter was a little awkward. It seemed that it was not so smooth. But after all, he did not know where the business trip was. He was obviously scheming against the county magistrate, but he felt depressed. At this time, Zhang Zhong had already let go of Zhang Xiaobao. Looking at his son sitting there as if nothing had happened, he thought of the situation when his son jumped down just now and asked, Xiaobao, are you really okay? Dad, don't worry. This carriage is not fast, and the carriage is not high from the ground. What can happen to me? Dad, don't forget what I said. After today's matter, I will put up a notice to ask people to get some 100-year-old ginseng. We can buy it with our own money, or we can agree to some conditions of the people who send the ginseng. Zhang Xiaobao was really okay. If there was something wrong, it would be that his clothes were dirty. Not to mention the potholes here, the sanitation was not good. It was not like Sanshui County, where there were special dustbins on both sides of the road in the county town. He did not know who had eaten something, but there was a big stain on Zhang Xiaobao's leg. It was oily, and it seemed that it could not be washed clean. Zhang Zhong could not figure out why his son made such an arrangement, but he did not ask too much. When the time came, his son would tell him. What he needed to do was to release the news. Seeing his son frowning from time to time to look at the stain, he said, Xiao Bao, in the future, I will make Huayuan County like Sanshui County. I will repair the roads, especially the county town. Even if we can't use long blue stones to pave the roads, we will use some stones and yellow sand to press them down. At that time, we will also put a dustbin at a certain distance on both sides of the road. I have known this for a long time. Not only can we make the streets look comfortable, but we can also gather the people. The people in Sanshui County are much better than the people in other counties. Zhang Zhong said what was on his mind. At the same time, he decided that he could not always study in the future. He still had to read books, but he had to choose the right time to see more of the outside world. Otherwise, he would become a bookworm and would be useless. After leaving the county town, the speed of the procession increased slightly. There were fewer people watching, and only a few curious people followed behind. Zhang Zhong's words had spread throughout the county town in a short time. In a few days, all the people in Huayuan County would know about it. At that time, Zhang Zhong's reputation would increase. The mountain in the east was not close to the county town. The procession did not arrive until it was almost noon. Zhang Zhong walked to the front with an uneasy heart. He said to Zhang Zhong, who got off the carriage and looked back at his son, "County Magistrate, you have to help me. My father's bones are in front of us." Zhang Zhong's face showed a trace of grief. He looked at the carriage again and walked forward resolutely. He said, "Lead the way, where's Chizhua?" The person in charge of this matter in the yamen stood up. He also received something from Zhang Zhong yesterday. He, who had a low status, could receive something from the county magistrate, so he was very grateful. He did not deliberately not go to greet him yesterday, but even if someone went to greet him, it would not be his turn. Hearing the county magistrate call, he quickly ran up from behind and said respectfully, "Sir, I am here." Later, you have to take a good look at how that person died and how long ago he died. Zhang Zhong ordered. "I understand." Chizhua was clear in his heart. Last night, he received a full amount of money. The person who came only told him what to do today, but did not mention who gave him the money. If it was in the past, he would have just listened. But the things he brought home yesterday were worth a lot, especially the cucumber. He sold it for more than 200 coins. At this time, he had already made a decision. He was going to do an honest check, not only because of the things he got yesterday, but also because the county magistrate did not care about his son's injury for the sake of Huayuan County. As a local, he felt that he should do something. Zhang Zhong did not seem to dare to look at Chizhua. He kept muttering to himself. Others could not hear him clearly. If they could hear him louder and clearer, they would know that he was saying, "Deputy County Magistrate, you have to arrange it well. Otherwise, when he does not follow what you said, I am finished." Of course, Zhang Zhong did not know how effective his words were. He followed pockmarked Zhang to the top of the mountain and asked the others to stop first. He only asked pockmarked Zhang, the deputy district magistrate, the chief registrar, and a pestle to go over, in case there were too many people. Zhang Zhong walked directly to a big tree and pointed at a corpse with torn clothes and said, "Sir, this is my father. Father, I have asked the county magistrate to come here. I will definitely avenge you." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Matzi burst into tears. As soon as his cries rang out, the same cries came from the side, even more miserable than his. Everyone looked in that direction and saw 3 people wearing mourning clothes. Their eyes were red and swollen. They rushed to the corpse, and just like Zhang Matzi, they only cried, but none of them threw themselves at the corpse. "Who are you?" Zhang Zhong asked, even though he already knew the answer. "County Magistrate, the person lying on the ground is my father. I couldn't find him a few days ago. I didn't expect him to be here." One of the 3 people shouted first. A woman beside him also said, "Sir, this is my father. He said that he went up the mountain to pick herbs, but he never came back." "Sir, this is my cousin. He left home a few days ago and did not come back. I didn't expect that he would die here." An old man also joined in the fun. Chapter 314. The sudden appearance of the three people stunned everyone except Zhang Zhong, especially the deputy county magistrate and a registrar. They looked at the situation in front of them and looked at each other. From each other's eyes, they knew that this matter was not arranged by them. Pakmar Zhang was also stunned. He knew what had happened to this corpse. It was dug out from another grave and dragged here. Did someone really come here to identify him? Then he would be exposed directly. He dared to lie about the case and let the county magistrate's son pass out on the way here. He had not woken up until now. Wouldn't the county magistrate peel off his skin? What should he do? What should he do? The more pockmarked Zhang thought about it, the more scared he was. He stopped crying and turned to look at the deputy county magistrate. At this time, the deputy county magistrate was also nervous. He was afraid that one of the three people was really a relative of the deceased. Would pockmarked Zhang tell the truth about him? At that time, Zhang Zhong would send a booklet to the county magistrate and he would be finished. He also looked at pockmarked Zhang. When they looked at each other, they saw the panic in each other's eyes. The deputy county magistrate signaled pockmarked Zhang with his eyes and shook his head. He meant to tell pockmarked Zhang that he could not tell the truth about him no matter what. Pockmarked Zhang opened his mouth slightly. He looked at the corpses on the ground, then looked at the three crying people over there. He raised his head and looked at the county magistrate who was sneering at him. With a thump, he piled up on the ground. At this time, Chuays was started to do something. He went to check the corpse one by one and stood up. He did not look at the deputy county magistrate and the registrar. He knew that the money was probably given by these two people or one of them. Therefore, he only said to Zhang Zhong, "My lord, I've finished my investigation." The wounds on the victim's body were inflicted a few days after he died. There was no thick blood flowing out at all. It was all blood from his body. There was also a hole in his clothes. It was made with the same knife. There was a gap on the knife. Since pockmarked Zhang said that several people besieged him, it was impossible that there was only the same knife. Besides a knife wound, there were no other wounds. "I have finished." When Zhang Zhong heard this, he didn't say anything. He just nodded and looked at pockmarked Zhang. He just stared at him, unblinking. Zhang Mozi's eyes were filled with fear. He looked at the county magistrate and then at the county deputy. He couldn't say a word. "Zhang Mozi, how dare you make a false report? I think you don't want to live anymore." The deputy district magistrate couldn't hold it in anymore. He glared at Zhang Zhua fiercely and rushed towards Zhang Zhua. He kicked him and shouted at the same time. "County Deputy Xiao, what do you mean by this? This official hasn't even said anything yet, and you're already acting on this official's behalf?" Zhang Zhong watched from the side and didn't stop him. He simply said a few words. County Deputy Xiao deliberately turned his back to Zhang Zhong and kicked Zhang Mozi while blinking his eyes. Zhang Mozi used both of his hands to block back and forth. Suddenly, he couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed County Deputy Zhao's leg and flipped him over. Pockmarked Zhang rolled and crawled to the front of Zhang Zhong. He said to Zhang Zhong, "Sir, County Magistrate, I know my mistake. I deliberately went to the Yamen to report to the officials and deceived you. But I had no choice. I had committed some small crimes and should have been locked up. But I was released after I gave them some money. Sir, 2 days ago, County Deputy Xiao found me and asked me to do this. Otherwise, he said that he would continue to lock me up. I had no choice." "Sir, please have mercy on me. I know my mistake." Pockmarked Zhang Mozi was ready to risk everything this time. Even if he took the blame, he didn't believe that County Deputy Xiao would help him. He told the truth with the thought that if he couldn't get out of this, County Deputy Xiao wouldn't help him. Nonsense. Zhang Zhong, County Deputy Xiao, and the registrar official shouted at the same time. It was still acceptable for County Deputy Xiao and the registrar official to shout, but Zhang Zhong also shouted, so the two people didn't know what to say. Zhang Zhong gave County Deputy Xiao a reassuring look. Then he said to pockmarked Zhang, "Wicked person, you not only deceived us to come here, but also dared to frame County Deputy Xiao. Where are the Yamen runners?" "Here." Several Yamen runners ran over. "Come on, tie pockmarked Zhang up. We'll punish him when we go back." Zhang Zhong shouted. Several Yamen runners took out ropes and started to tie pockmarked Zhang Matzi up. Pockmarked Zhang Matzi naturally didn't want to be tied up. He struggled while telling County Deputy Xiao how to arrange this, which made County Deputy Xiao panic. Fortunately, when he looked at Zhang Zhong, he found that Zhang Zhong was calm all the time. It seemed that he didn't believe what pockmarked Zhang Matzi said. Zhang Zhong obviously knew what was going on. If he wanted to get County Deputy Xiao involved, it was very easy. He just needed to send pockmarked Zhang to the capital together with him. There would naturally be a way to find out the truth. But he couldn't do that now. He had to make use of the registrar official and County Deputy Xiao. Pockmarked Zhang Matzi struggled for a while, but he still couldn't get rid of those Yamen runners. Finally, he was tied up and his mouth was stuffed, which made County Deputy Xiao feel much better. Lord Zhang, since you know that pockmarked Zhang Matzi is lying, should we go back? County Deputy Xiao didn't want to stay here any longer. It was more important to go back and lock up pockmarked Zhang Matzi. But Zhang Zhong didn't want to go back now. Guzi Tian from Elm Village hadn't come yet. He had to know why County Deputy Xiao and the registrar official wanted him to go there. What exactly was there? After hearing County Deputy Zhao's words, he said, "Don't be in a hurry. There are 3 people here to identify the body. Let them identify it carefully. You 3 come here and see if it's your relatives." The 3 people originally came here to help. They were the people who did odd jobs behind Jinlai restaurant. At this time, when they heard the master's words, they understood that he wanted them to stall for time. The woman came close first and looked carefully. Then she walked slowly around the body. She didn't say anything until she felt that it was enough. Then she shook her head. "Sir, this is not my father. I came to the wrong place. I'll go back now. Sir, I won't be arrested, will I?" "Of course not. You didn't report it to the officials. You just came here to take a look. Then go back." Next one. How could Zhang Zhong punish his own people? He called the old man over there. The old man also came over to take a look. Then he looked at the road where they came from. Seeing a figure running towards here, he said to Zhang Zhong, "He's not my cousin either." "Sir, I'll go back too." The other guy was more straightforward. "I just saw that my father doesn't look like this. Maybe he has already gone home. I'll go too." At this time, the person who was running towards them had also arrived in front of them. This young man was very sturdy, more than 6 feet tall. According to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he was more than 8 meters tall. This guy ran to the place, looked at the people around, and asked, "Who is the county magistrate?" "I'm here." "You're Guzi Tian?" As soon as Zhang Zhong saw this young man, he felt happy. This young man's name was not very pleasant to hear, but he looked upright and honest. Moreover, he gave off a simple and honest feeling. "Sir, I am. I didn't kill anyone. I've been staying at home. The house over there is going to collapse again. I have to fix it." Guzi Tian said honestly, "I know you didn't kill anyone. You were framed by someone. This person is called Zhang Matzi. He said you brought people here to kill people. Do you have a grudge against him?" Zhang Zhong pointed at Zhang Matzi and asked Guzi Tian. Guzi Tian looked at Zhang Matzi carefully and shook his head. "I don't know him. How can I have a grudge against him? Why does he want to frame me?" At this time, the gag in Zhang Matzi's mouth was taken out. He took a deep breath and immediately said, "It's not me. I didn't frame you. It's County Magistrate Xiao. He asked me to say so." Guzi Tian, if you want to find someone, go to County Magistrate Xiao. When Guzi Tian heard this, he looked at County Magistrate Xiao. County Magistrate Xiao took 2 steps back and said, "I didn't say it. It's not me. It's him. It's Zhang Matzi. I didn't go to your place to collect taxes. It's exempted. It's already exempted." Zhang Zhong watched from the side and understood some things. Perhaps County Magistrate Wen and the others had gone to Elm Village to collect more taxes. Since they did not want to pay, they did not seem to dare to use force. That was why they wanted to send him over. When the time came, not only could they capture Guzi Tian, but they could also mention the matter of collecting taxes. At that time, the people they couldn't deal with would be handed over to him. It didn't matter whether he could deal with them or not. After this, he wouldn't be able to do anything else. Zhang Zhong wanted to know about the matter in Elm Village, but he wouldn't ask now. He said to Guzi Tian, "I'll go back and investigate this matter. You go back with me now. I have something to ask you." "Sir, you didn't wrong me. You're a good official. I'll go with you." Guzi Tian glared at the registrar official and county magistrate Xiao. Then he followed behind Zhang Zhong and went down. Zhang Zhong deliberately yawned again. When the registrar official and county magistrate Xiao saw it, they felt better. They planned to continue to make trouble and not let Zhang Zhong have a good rest. Zhang Zhong brought Guzi Tian to the side of the carriage. Thinking that his son was still pretending to be sick, he said to Guzi Tian, "My son fell when he came here. When we go in later, you will sit beside me." After saying this, he opened the carriage door. Zhang Xiaobao was already lying there. His head was resting on Wang Wan's lap. He was motionless. Guzi Tian glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and sat beside Zhang Zhong obediently. Fortunately, the carriage was high enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sit down. "Guzi Tian, how are the days in Elm Village?" Zhang Zhong wanted to understand the situation there, so he started to ask about it. Guzi Tian shook his head. "Sir, it's not good at all. As long as it rains, there will be black water rushing into the fields. There isn't much food growing in the fields. Sir, look, there's a lot of black mud on my shoes." Chapter 315. Wang Wan looked at the sticky stuff on Guzi Tian's clothes. Even though he said it was coal, he had to clean it thoroughly. She reached out her hand and wiped it off. She put it in front of her eyes and looked at it carefully. She asked, "Brother Tian, didn't anyone dig this coal in your village?" "No. Who would dig this thing? It's useless." Guzi Tian looked at the little girl in front of him and didn't dare not to answer. The person who could sit in the county magistrate's car would not be so simple. Wang Wan couldn't understand. According to the records, it seemed that coal had been used since the Western Zhou Dynasty. In the Tang Dynasty, it was used to make cokes. Why didn't anyone use it? Was the output not high? Was the quality of the coal not good? She wanted to ask Zhang Xiaobao, but Zhang Xiaobao was pretending to be unconscious. Just now, when she was talking about the coal, Zhang Xiaobao didn't move at all. He was quite calm. "Cuckoo, what's the use of this thing?" Zhang Zhong looked at his daughter-in-law, who was lost in thought, and asked. "It's faster to make rice bloom." Wang Wan could only think of this use now. As for smelting iron, she and Zhang Xiaobao had tried, but they didn't succeed. They would try again in the future after thinking about it. "Is this thing good?" Zhang Zhong asked again. Wang Wan couldn't say how good the coal was at this time. She just said, "It's okay. Let's talk about it later." Zhang Zhong turned his head and continued to ask Guzi Tian, "How much grain can you harvest in a year?" "1 mu of land." "Less than one, sure. Some of them only have grass." The original county magistrate was there at that time. Last year, when there was a drought, he still wanted to collect the original rent. It still took 2 years. The 300 people in our village were ready to fight. Later, they were afraid and didn't dare to come and collect the rent. Once Guzi Tian mentioned this matter, he clenched his fists and his voice grew louder. It was so loud that even the people outside could hear it. The chief secretary and the deputy district magistrate's car was not far away. Both of them also heard it. They sat there with different expressions. The Yamen runners who followed them also heard it. They sighed almost at the same time. There was no other way. They had no choice but to go. It was all according to County Magistrate Wen's words. Who would dare to not go? Fortunately, the new county magistrate's family was rich. They did not know how much money they had. They only knew that on the first day he came, he gave more than 100 strings of coins. Now, he did not have to worry about collecting rent from Elm Village. 100 strings of coins was not something that could be collected even after 10 years in that shabby village. Zhang Zhong didn't expect County Magistrate Wen to be so greedy. He said angrily, "This is not just greed. This is murder." My lord, you are right. If we really hand over the rest of the food, we will starve to death. My lord, will you go and collect rent? Guzi Tian had always felt that this county magistrate was quite nice. He actually allowed him to sit in the carriage that only county magistrates could sit in. He could even speak so amiably. Therefore, he felt that this county magistrate would not collect rent. Zhang Zhong did not directly say that he would not go. Instead, he said, that will depend on how your village is doing in the future. If there is a lot of food, I will naturally go. If there is little food, there is no need. I will not take the rent even if I collect it. Oh, then there probably won't be a lot. If the land is not good, my lord, is it because you don't have much to spend in your daily life? Do you have few people in your family? Guzi Tian asked again. Yes, few. There are only about 2,000 people. They usually don't go to other places to eat. They just eat casually at Jinlai restaurant. Do you think I will be greedy for that little bit of rent? Zhang Zhong felt that Guzi Tian was simple and honest, so he deliberately teased him. Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Zhong's words, Guzi Tian was shocked. He opened his mouth wide and his throat moved. He said, My lord, why are there so many people in your family? There are 3 farmers in Zhuangzi. That's all I have. And that Jinlai restaurant is also owned by my servant. Zhang Zhong wanted Guzi Tian to go back and tell this matter. When he went to Elm Village, the people there would not have to worry about him collecting rent. Guzi Tian looked at Wang Wan opposite him. Wang Wan nodded and admitted this fact. My lord, then you must not be short of money or food. My lord, I want to get off the car. I want to go back and tell the people in the village that they don't have to be afraid of the new county magistrate coming to collect rent for 2 years. No matter how much we pay the rent, it is not as much as the Jinlai restaurant owned by your servant. My lord, you still have Zhuangzi at home. There are 3 of them. You don't have to worry about food anymore. My lord, let me get off quickly. I will kowtow to you first. You are a good official. A good official who is not greedy for money is a good official. Guzi Tian spoke excitedly and insisted on getting off the car. Zhang Zhong thought for a moment and asked someone to stop the car. He asked, Then do you still have food now? Yes, my lord. It is spring now, and the wild vegetables are all out. As long as you get some wild vegetables and mix them together, you can eat them. Our place is Elm Village. We can eat elm money and elm leaves, as long as there are no insects on them. Guzi Tian seemed to think that eating some wild vegetables and elm money was a good day. He happily gestured to Zhang Zhong and even told him a few ways to eat them. Wang Wan looked at Guzi Tian, who was happy to eat wild vegetables because of the arrival of spring. She closed her eyes and lowered her head to look at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao's mouth actually curled up. He seemed to be very happy. Wang Wan pinched Zhang Xiaobao's lips hard. Only then did Zhang Xiaobao's lips move. Elm tree money is really delicious. First, I'll ask my father to send them some food. After we're done with those 2 people and get rid of them, we'll go over there to dig coal and give them some compensation. We can also ask them to help dig. Their lives will be better than other places. Wang Wan thought about it and agreed. There was no need to be sad. They could send some food, oil, meat, and other things now. The past could not be chased. It was fine as long as they lived a good life now. Brother Tian, in fact, you can ask for some food back. My father-in-law will give you some in the future. Wang Wan finally spoke. She was still too embarrassed to call him father-in-law directly. She was not as thick-skinned as Zhang Xiaobao, who kept calling his father father-in-law. Zhang Zhong understood. His son and daughter-in-law must have discussed and prepared to give food and other things to Elm Village. He also said, Guzi Tian, give me a number first. How much do you need for the entire village? When the time comes, I will get Zhuangzi to give it to you. Sir, we work and eat our own food. We can't take other people's things for free. We don't have anything to return. Guzi Tian actually did not want it. He clearly knew that with one sentence, the people in the village would have enough food, but he did not ask for it. Zhang Zhong now understood why County Magistrate Wen did not dare to send people to forcefully take it. It was the custom of the people. When they saw that others did not want it, they could only look to Wang Wan. Wang Wan also secretly praised. This was what it meant to have a backbone. It seemed that the entire village was like this. This village was going to be successful. She advised, Brother Tian, it's not for free. In a few days, you will have to help out with work. When the time comes, it will be calculated from your wages. It's quite tiring work. Really? You're not lying to us? Guzi Tian also wanted to eat better, but he could not take other people's things for free. The people in the village would not agree. Now that he heard that he could exchange it with work, he asked hopefully, Really? How much does Brother Tian want? Wang Wan asked again. Guzi Tian started counting with his fingers. How much? How much do you want? If one person eats 1 kilogram of food a day, how much food do 322 people eat a day? 200 kilograms of food? No, it's more. 250 kilograms of food. Wang Wan listened to Guzi Tian's counting and finally understood the importance of education. She had to say, Brother Tian, do you only eat food? Of course, it's expensive to only eat food. You can also eat some meat and fry some wild vegetables with oil. That day, about half a kilogram of food will be enough for adults and children. 322 people. Each person will eat half a kilogram of food a day. First, give 1 kilogram of food for 30 days a month, for 1,830 kilograms. Let's give 1 kilogram of meat a day. That's 966 kilograms of meat. No, it's 603 kilograms of meat and 12 kilograms of meat. Let's give 1 kilogram of meat first. Let's have a good meal of dumplings first. We can't give the meat all at once, or it will spoil. What do you need? Wang Wan listed the quantity of all kinds of things in one breath. They only gave 1 month's worth. They could go there to dig coal before the next month. At that time, they would be paid directly. Those who were willing to ask for money would give them money. Those who were willing to ask for things would give them things. Guzi Tian listened to Wang Wan's counting and didn't know how she got it. He nodded in agreement because he wanted to have meat. Then let's have these first. With the oil and water, we don't need to eat so much food. You have to work for us quickly. Otherwise, we have to find a way to pay you back. At this time, Zhang Zhong knew that his son and daughter-in-law were going to do something there. He said, Well, we'll definitely work for you. If there's no work, we'll find people from your village to be government runners. We'll deduct from there and transport the food there tomorrow. Guzi Tian got off the carriage happily. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he turned around and knelt down. He kowtowed to the carriage and said, Sir, you're a good official. We, the people of Elm Tree Village, won't forget you. In the future, you can go to Elm Tree Village and have a look. We'll carry you all the way. We won't let your feet touch anything black. After saying this, he kowtowed 9 times. He stood up, looked up at the sky, and strode back. The government runners didn't know what was said in the carriage just now. When they saw Guzi Tian kowtowing to the new county magistrate and saying that he would carry him all the way, they felt as if they had seen something incredible. When did the people of Elm Tree Village become so easy to talk to? Looking at the county magistrate's carriage, there was an unusual feeling in their eyes. The registrar and the county magistrate also heard what Guzi Tian said. They were even more jealous of Zhang Zhong, who didn't know how to conquer a village. Chapter 3:16. After Guzi Tian left, they wandered around for half a day before returning to the yamen at night. Before resting, Zhang Zhong wrote a notice. He wrote that he needed a lot of ginseng that was more than 100 years old. They could come over to sell it or exchange it for something that could be fulfilled. When a notice was posted, many people were anxious. They heard that the new county magistrate had put his son's matter aside to deal with the case. Now, he was going to get ginseng for his son. Everyone was asking around. Some people even wanted to go to the mountains to see if they could find ginseng. Some did it for money, some wanted to ask the county magistrate for help, and some just wanted to help the county magistrate's son get better. The registrar and the deputy were very happy. Now, there was one more thing for Zhang Zhong to think about. They could not do anything else. The registrar, Zhang Kaijin, originally wanted to find something to do tomorrow and send Zhang Zhong to a faraway place to work. However, he was stopped by the deputy, Xiaoqi, Brother Shangyun. We can't do this. What if that person says that it was us who ordered him to do this? Zhang Zhong will be angry and send both Zhang Zhong and that person to the capital. If the people there really find out something from the interrogation, we can't think it through. His son has not woken up yet. Let's wait until nighttime to see if he is still reading those books. If he is still reading them, he will not have much energy tomorrow. Brother Byong is right. We can't continue to take risks. Doesn't he want ginseng now? Why don't we find some ginseng for him? Those businessmen who came over are still being detained by him. When the time comes, the fertile land can be turned into a wasteland. Then, we can reap the benefits. The registrar finally thought of the best idea. The deputy listened with a smile on his face. However, he was a little unwilling. Zhang Kaijin had thought of a good idea. If he could not think of it, it would mean that he was not as good as Zhang Kaijin. Hence, he said, "This is not right. We can't do this. We should tell those businessmen. They know a lot of things. You have to learn more in the future. Otherwise, it will be easy for you to get into trouble." Brother Byong is right. We should let those businessmen take care of this. We have to be quick. Otherwise, when the weather gets hotter and it rains a few more times, someone else will think about it. Chief Secretary Zhang Kaijin was easy to talk to. If someone pointed it out, he would listen. After that, he said, "Brother Byong, that Zhang Matzi is just locked up now. He hasn't been interrogated yet. Do we need to do that?" Speaking of this, he gestured around his neck with his hand. The county deputy hurriedly waved his hand and said, "You can't do that. Didn't you see that we left 4 guards behind tonight? Even the food that the prisoners ate was prepared by Jinlai Tower. If we want to make a move, it'll be easy for him to get hold of our weakness. We need a plan for the long term." That's fine. Let's take the long term into consideration. Fortunately, the food was delivered from Jinlai restaurant. Those people who were locked up seemed to have been starving for 3 days. Let's take away the money and food in the account. If we don't give them something to eat, they will starve to death. Chief Secretary Zhang Kaijin said with a lingering fear. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao also just thought of this matter. In the past 2 days, he was so focused on how to deal with County Magistrate Zhang Zhong that he forgot about the people in the prison. The Yamen runners didn't go there either. Today was the 3rd day. While they were thinking about the prisoners in the prison, Zhang Xiaobao was also thinking about it. There were more than 120 prisoners in the prison. From the files, it seemed that they didn't commit any serious crimes. Some of them didn't pay the rent and tax. Some of them snatched the steam buns to buy steam buns, and some of them stole money from others on the street. What was even more ridiculous was that one of them ordered 6 dishes in Jinlai Tower and ate all of them by himself. Then he didn't have money to pay the bill, so he was locked up. Jinlai Tower was originally owned by County Magistrate Wen's relatives. The test papers of more than 120 prisoners were directly drawn out. There was no time to care about the rest. Zhang Zhong put 2 cucumber slices on his eyes. After reading them one by one, he said to the guard next to him, "Tomorrow, you protect Erniu and take those merchants to the riverside to have a look. Also, take a walk around the wharf. I'll ask the county deputy and the chief secretary to follow them. They must walk around for a day so that I can handle the case and release them." Yes, the guards carefully trained by the prince's mansion were indeed different. They answered directly. Zhang Zhong closed the papers and lay down to rest. Naturally, someone would turn on the lamp and put the dummies in place. When it was that person's turn to keep watch, he would pull the rope every once in a while. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan brought back some things they wanted to learn, so they rested in one of the rooms. They would only wake up after a while. The two of them lay on the bed, thinking about the coal. They couldn't fall asleep, so they could only chat. Cuckoo, there must be a lot of coal yellow, which is amber. We can dig it out and make jewelry for you. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan. I don't want that. I want diamonds. You'd better think about how to use the coal. We can't just put it there. Wang Wan was not interested in those things. How else can we use it? Of course, we'll burn it. First, we'll find blacksmiths and ask them to help us melt the molten iron. Then, we'll make something like a furnace. Then, we'll continue to burn it in the furnace. Then, we'll make all kinds of blast furnaces, open hearth furnaces, and converters. Then, we'll start to use those to make guns. After that, we'll make cannons. After that, we'll make cannons. Just keep dreaming. Seriously, Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao. She moved the pillow and turned sideways comfortably. Seriously? Look at Li Sun's bodyguards. They all have crossbows. We can make our own. A fully metal crossbow, the kind that you have to step on to load. When the time comes, we can use it to shoot birds for fun. If not, we can make knives. We can make fewer of them. When we have nothing to do, we could just take one and hide it. In case something happens, we can use it to protect the seedlings. As for the rest, we'll make some daily necessities, such as kitchen knives. In the future, all the chefs in our restaurant will use steel knives and scissors. We can sell them, or we can wait and let the blacksmiths work hard to make more steel ingots. Then, we can sell them to the country. Well, we have to keep it a secret. Maybe other places are using coal to make things. Also, we can use it for heating. The simplest is honeycomb coal. We won't mix it with other things. We can use yellow mud and coal. We can also use it in the kiln. That's what we'll do. Zhang Xiaobao really could not make use of the key advantages of coal, such as gas. He could only think of ways in his daily life. He planned to store the coal first and use it to make things. The only problem was that he did not have a high-pressure water gun. It would take a lot of time and effort to decompose the coal. Then let's do that first. How much do you plan to pay the people in Elm Tree Village? Wang Wan could not think of a better idea. Let's calculate according to the amount they mine. Let's see how fast they mine. Anyway, we can't give them too little. They should become the richest village in Huayuan County. Zhang Xiaobao had long planned to make them rich. With a coal mine nearby, it would be bad for their reputation if others knew about it in the future. Wang Wan did not think too much about this. As long as the people in the village could earn more money, she would see if she could pull the people in the village to her side in the future. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Zhan still did not go to bed early at night. Yesterday was basically equivalent to staying up all night. After all, it was the first day and they wanted to see more. Today, they still ate and drank in the small house. From time to time, people would come to tell them that Zhang Zhong was still awake. When it was 5 in the morning, the two of them finally couldn't endure the torment of 2 days and 1 night. They directly fell asleep in this house. After blowing out the lights, the two of them lay down for less than a quarter of an hour before a series of gong sounds rang out. The two of them opened their hazy eyes and looked around as if someone owed them tens of thousands of strings of coins. Lord, it's not good. It's on fire. The granary in the yamen is on fire. A person who specialized in helping to keep watch at night hurried in and shouted loudly to the two of them. The two of them had not slept well. It was not as good as hugging a woman at home. Now that they had just fallen asleep, the granary was on fire. The two of them could not wait to find someone to bite. If it's on fire, go and save it. Why did you call us? Registrar Zhan was still in a daze. When he heard that the granary was on fire, he immediately shouted. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was more alert. He asked, say it again. Where is it on fire? The granary in the yamen. It's the one where the rent is kept. Lord, are we going or not? The person repeated and asked carefully. He also knew that the two of them had just fallen asleep. There was actually no food in the granary. Go, how can we not go? That Zhang Zhong is not asleep now. If he goes, how can we not go? After all, The granary is on fire. How can there be no food? It's clearly written on the account book. Brother Shang Yun, hurry up and get up. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said helplessly and began to put on his clothes. Registrar Zhan also got up and slowly put on his clothes in a daze. The two of them used a full 15 minutes to put on their clothes and ran out of the house to the granary. When the two of them reached the place, there were already many yamen runners and commoners helping to put out the fire. Zhang Zhong was also dressed neatly and was at the side giving orders. From time to time, he would ask loudly, "Why are the deputy county magistrate and registrar not here yet? Isn't their house nearby? They are receiving a salary from the imperial court. Why can't they find someone at this crucial time?" The yamen runners knew where the two of them went. They should be thinking of bad ideas again. However, the commoners did not know. When they heard Zhang Zhong's words, they also started to complain. At the same time, they praised the new county magistrate. The hearts of the people were a very mysterious thing. Now, the deputy county magistrate and registrar were gradually losing. Chapter 317. The two of them wanted to show off and change the common people's opinion. However, just as they rushed out, Zhang Zhong shouted, "Registrar Zhan, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao, don't be a hindrance. Why are you carrying an empty bucket over there? Is this how you usually do things? Is this how irresponsible you are? Now is not the time for County Magistrate one. I won't allow the people in the Yamen to be like before. They can't do anything well and don't think about the common people. Put away your previous practices. Why are you here now? If we were really waiting for you, the house would have been burned down. You can't do anything right but spoil everything." Hearing Zhang Zhong's words, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Zhan were stunned. They didn't know what to say. What Zhang Zhong said was like a slap to their faces. Especially the common people who came to help, they all looked at them with disgust. If it wasn't for the light of the fire, they wouldn't have noticed it. "Lord Zhang, you just came a little early. It's not like we didn't come here. We were sleeping. You can't just wake up every once in a while, right?" Deputy County Magistrate Xiao retorted discontentedly. "Came a little early? Do you know when I came here? I have been looking at the case files all night. As the Deputy County Magistrate, you were supposed to help the County Magistrate do things. The County Magistrate has come here first, but you, as the Deputy County Magistrate, haven't arrived yet. You sleep, but Bien Rand doesn't sleep. Look at the common people. They don't sleep. Are you a pig?" At this time, Zhang Zhong could promote his reputation, so he didn't show any mercy and said all the harsh words. No one could find fault with his words. After all, the common people saw what happened. The common people didn't know that the two of them had just slept and drank some wine. They only saw that when the fire started, the county magistrate rushed out from the courtyard behind Jinlai building and led people to put out the fire. The deputy county magistrate and the registrar didn't appear until now. They woke up later than them. No one knew who started to shout. County Magistrate Zhang is a good official. The rest of the people started to shout as well. As they shouted, they tried to put out the fire. The water buckets in the hands of the registrar official and the deputy magistrate official were also taken away. The two of them stood there and wanted to say something, but they realized that their words were suppressed by the surrounding voices. No one could hear them. Zhang Zhong was still there with a simple loudspeaker made of iron sheet, which was large in the front and small in the back. The surrounding people and yamen runners all listened to his orders. He didn't know how the fire started. Buckets of water were poured in, but it didn't have any effect. After the fire was slightly smaller, it suddenly grew bigger. When the sun was about to rise, the fire was almost done burning. Only then did it become a little smaller. However, standing here, they could still feel a wave of hot air blowing against their faces. As the sun rose, Zhang Zhong directly said, "Later on, don't rush back. Come to Jinlai building to eat something. Thank you for helping to put out the fire at night. Otherwise, the fire might have jumped into the houses. That would be a real disaster." After working for so long, The common people were already tired and were preparing to go back. When they heard the county magistrate's words, they burst into cheers. Usually, they didn't dare to eat at Jinlai Building. The food there was extremely expensive. Now, they had a chance to go there. All of this was because of the new county magistrate. Deputy Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Zhan. You two stay here and check how the fire started. You can't just occupy this place and do nothing. The rest of you, follow me. Zhang Zhong ordered 2 people with ugly expressions to stay here and investigate. Those Yamen runners and common people were called by him to go to Jinlai Building. At this time, Jinlai Building had already prepared some porridge, side dishes, and buns. The common people and Yamen runners crowded around Zhang Zhong and left, leaving Deputy Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Zhan there looking at each other. They really didn't understand what happened tonight. The past 4 hours made them feel like 2 months had passed. In the beginning, when their buckets were snatched back, they just wanted to take a look. However, they couldn't stand the disdainful looks of the common people who passed by them after getting water. They had no choice but to find a big wooden basin. They went to the well and waited for others to fill the basin with water so that they could carry it back to put out the fire. When they were working just now, they didn't notice it. Now that they stopped, they felt uncomfortable all over. They stood there with their eyelids closed and their bodies swayed back and forth. They really wanted to go back and sleep, but they didn't dare to. Only when the cold morning wind blew did they feel better. Brother Byong, what should we do? Zhang Zhong asked us to find the cause of the fire. Where should we start? Registrar Official Zhan said gloomily. Deputy Magistrate Xiao also didn't understand. What he didn't understand was not how the fire started, but why did it burn for such a long time? The warehouse was already empty. Why couldn't it be put out after burning for such a long time? Thinking of this, Deputy Magistrate Xiao said to Registrar Official Zhan, I'll go to the granary and see what's going on. After saying this, Deputy Magistrate Xiao directly walked over there. He said that he wanted to go to the granary to see. But in fact, there was no more granary here. It had already been pulled down by someone to put out the fire. Registrar Official Zhan followed behind. The 2 of them walked one after another to the place where the heat was still spreading out. When they walked, the sound of water splashing could be heard under their feet. It was obvious how much water had been poured just now. When they got closer, the 2 of them were stunned at the same time. No wonder the fire lasted for such a long time. Who brought the grain here? No, it's not grain. It looks like straw. Why did they bring so much straw here? Deputy Magistrate Xiao finally realized something. The reason why it took so long to put out the fire was that there was a lot of straw in the granary. After walking around the granary, the 2 of them found that the fire was still burning. When they were thinking about what to do, a government runner who had just returned from Jinlai Tower came over with a big steamed bun in his mouth. He was eating so happily that Deputy Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Zhan couldn't help but feel greedy. Officers, you're still here? The food over there is delicious. If you don't believe me, take a look at this steamed bun of mine. It's filled with meat. Why don't you have a taste? The government runner was concerned about the 2 of them. He gave the steamed bun to the 2 of them. You can eat it. We're not hungry. Do you know what happened to the straw in the granary? Deputy Magistrate Xiao really didn't want to eat the food with black handprints. Even if the 2 of them were hungry, they couldn't eat it. After hearing this, the man put another steamed bun into his mouth. He chewed hard and swallowed half of it. Then he said, the straw was sent here by the county magistrate in the middle of the night. He said that the government runners in the Yamen don't even have hot water to drink. With these straw, we can cook 2 meals a day for the government runners in the county. Officer, now that all the straw has been burned, what can we do in the future? It's a pity. Someone must be up to no good and doesn't want us to eat hot food and drink hot water. Deputy Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Zhan listened to the government runner's words and felt that their status had dropped a little. They looked at each other and really couldn't figure out how the fire started. These straw were only controlled now. No one knew what was going on inside. Registrar Official Jean found a pole that was used to prop up the wall just now and pulled it up among the straw. It was fine if he didn't touch it. Once he touched it, the straw with sparks inside was blown by the wind and burned again. With the help of the wind, the fire that was put out just now became bigger. The two of them had no choice but to call the government runner, who came to watch. The three of them started to put out the fire with water. The government runner had already done a lot of work. Now that he was full, he didn't have much strength when he started to work again. He walked back and forth slowly. Most of the water was poured by Registrar Official Jean and the deputy magistrate. The two of them were tired, but they didn't dare to ignore it. If a bundle of burning straw flew up and fell on other houses, their responsibility would be even greater. They were asked to stay here and guard. How could they stay like this? Fortunately, the surrounding area had been demolished and quarantined. The fire didn't spread to other houses. It only burned in that place. The two of them worked for another hour. Zhang Zhong finally came back with those people who had finished eating. Once the fire started again, Zhang Zhong first shouted for everyone to help put out the fire. Then he said to Deputy Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Zhang, "What else can the two of you do? You can also make the fire start by just watching here. Do you know how to start the fire?" The Registrar Official Zhang and the Deputy Magistrate shook their heads lightly. Now the two of them had no mood to refute. They were as tired as two dead dogs. If it wasn't for the fact that they directly collapsed here and didn't want to be seen by the people, they really wanted to sleep and didn't want to care about anything. Until now, they had not rested for 2 days and 2 nights. If they continued like this, they would be exhausted to death. After Zhang Zhong finished talking to the two of them, he started to give instructions again. After 2 hours, there were still people turning the straw over and asking people to water it. Finally, the fire was completely put out. "All right, let's start to work. We can't do nothing all day." Last night, I looked through the cases of the 120 people and found that some of them shouldn't have been sentenced. The two of you write a document to change the sentence, and I will let them go. Zhang Zhong took out the case files from nowhere and asked the two of them to change the sentence. "Your Excellency, this can't be done. This can't be changed easily. We have to look through the cases one by one," Registrar Official Jean said. Chapter 318. This man's name is Li Yuan. He owes 2 buckets of rent, but it says that he gave it to the village chief. How can this be judged directly? Someone go to Wangshan village and find the village chief and ask him clearly. Registrar Jean, let's look at the next case while we wait. This is Zhang Zhong was really talking to the registrar and deputy county magistrate one by one. This went on until noon. There were 2 cases that needed to be locked up for a few more days, and the rest had to be released. This was only 45 cases, but Zhang Zhong was still full of energy. Deputy Xiao and Registrar Jean nodded their heads from time to time. Both of them wanted to sleep, but since Zhang Zhong was standing, they could only stand. Originally, they didn't want to release these people. When they arrested these people with County Magistrate 1, it was to demonstrate their power. If it was a normal day, they would have a lot of excuses to make Zhang Zhong unable to release them. But today was different. They hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. They had also done so much work. Now, they had been standing for the whole morning. Their stomachs were already empty, so they could only drink some water from time to time. Finally, Deputy Xiao, who was the smartest, couldn't hold on any longer. He said to Zhang Zhong as if he was begging, "Sir, I think what you said this morning is right. These people should be locked up or released. You can do as you see fit." "I agree. Registrar Jean, what about you? You can't just let them go. There are some people who borrowed money from my family and can't pay it back. If you let them go, who else can pay me back? Don't you want your family's money?" Registrar Jean was already in a half-awake state. When he heard Deputy Zhao's words, he directly said what was in his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, he reacted. It was too late for him to explain anything. Zhang Zhong slammed his hand on the table and said, "As officials of the imperial court, you actually dare to release money to the people. How dare you? Let's talk about this after we finish the case files. Now, all of you, prepare the case files for me." "Sir, you don't have to do it. Just like what Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said just now, you can do whatever you want." At this moment, Registrar Zhang was completely sober. "That's good. I'll take care of these cases. You can go and write the documents." "Did you release any money?" Zhang Zhong asked again. Naturally, the two of them would not admit it. They picked up the case files and went to edit them. This matter needed to be reported when the time came. The two of them wanted to quickly edit it and go to bed. Zhang Zhong looked at the two people leaving and smiled. He asked the Yamen runners to find the scribe and said to them, "Write the notice now. It says that Registrar Zhang and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao of the Yamen were framed by someone who said that they were giving out money. There is no such thing at all. If someone used their name to give out money, there is no need to return it. Just write it like this. If you write it like this, the people won't be able to understand it. It's already noon. Hold on and write a few more pieces. After you finish, come to Jinlai restaurant for lunch. We can't let some rascals slander Registrar Zhang and Deputy County Magistrate." The scribe didn't expect the county magistrate to be so ruthless. They knew how much money the Registrar Zhang and Deputy County Magistrate had given out. If they counted carefully, it was at least 3,000 strings of coins. The money that they earned in the past few years, other than spending some on concubines, they didn't even buy land. Usually, they just ate the money or lived a carefree life. If all the money was gone, wouldn't the two of them go crazy? But the county magistrate asked them to write, who dared to not do it. In just 2 days, the county magistrate had beaten the Registrar Zhang and Deputy County Magistrate to the point that they didn't have the strength to fight back. The scribe took pleasure in their misfortune as they wrote. Who asked them to not get much of the money? All of them added up to less than 5%. The rest of the money went into the hands of County Magistrate 1 and 2 other people. Now, County Magistrate 1 was still asking people to come out, but these 2 people's money was gone in the blink of an eye. Registrar Zhang and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao didn't know that Zhang Zhong was playing tricks on them. They were still drinking tea and resisting the sleepiness. They corrected the 120 or so case files. Each of them divided half of the files. When they saw the contents, they found an excuse to acquit them. They just hoped that they could finish correcting the files as soon as possible. There were 2 guards brought by Zhang Zhong at the door of the house where the 2 of them were staying. They didn't let them sleep. There were also guards outside the yamen. Other than the people who came to complain, no other people were allowed to enter, especially those who came to look for the Registrar Zhang and Deputy County Magistrate. The 2 of them corrected the files for 3 hours in the room. After they were done, they threw their pens away and didn't go home. They directly fell asleep at the table. At this time, the 2 guards didn't care anymore. They gathered the corrected files and handed them to Zhang Zhong. After Zhang Zhong stamped his seal, they could let the prisoners go. The door of the prison cell was opened from the outside with a bang. The afternoon sun shone in. The prisoners who entered from the door couldn't help but squint their eyes to look outside. They wanted to see if there was another unlucky person who was locked up, or if there was a family member who occasionally came to take a look. Zhang Zhong personally stood at the door of the prison cell. An unpleasant smell rushed out from the inside. It made people's eyes sour and their mouths and noses tighten. After a while, the smell gradually subsided. Zhang Zhong then took out the 120 or so case files. He took out one of them and said, "Fan you, locked up for theft. It's time to release you. Go back and do your job properly. Don't ever do anything illegal again." A cheer came from the prison cell. Then it turned into wailing. A yamen runner went in and unlocked the cell. The person called Fan Yu staggered out. He didn't dare to look outside and used his hands to cover his eyes. He wanted to wait for a while before leaving. Su Yang, locked up for unpaid rent. After investigation, it was found that he didn't owe any rent and taxes. Released without charge. Zhang Zhong continued to read out another person's name. Similarly, the sound of crying came from there. Zhang Zhong's mood wasn't good either. Now that he was released, how was he going to account for the time he wasted in prison? There was one less worker in his family. How was he going to account for this? But this was all he could do. There was no other way. Zhang Lingqi, locked up for lack of money to eat. Released without charge. Zhang Zhong read out the names one by one. Every time he called out a person, that person would do something that was close to crazy. Those who were locked up were really wronged. Those whose names were called were happy. Those whose names weren't called out suddenly realized that they were going to be released today. Would they be included? Sir, is there anyone called Little 8 who is going to be released? His surname is Wang. A prisoner couldn't help but ask. What do you mean by sir? Sir is the new county magistrate of Huayuan County. Wait one by one. If you call out again, you will continue to be locked up. A yamen runner at the side reprimanded loudly. The person who was reprimanded didn't look unhappy at all. Instead, he shouted happily, God, you finally opened your eyes. It's changed, there's a new county magistrate. The other prisoners who were locked up also shouted. In the entire prison, there was only one person who wasn't happy. It was Pockmarked Zhang. He was locked up alone in a room. The four sides weren't fences but walls. He also heard the shouting outside. However, he was locked up because of this new county magistrate. Another yamen runner also took this opportunity to flatter Zhang Zhong. He shouted into the room, lower your voices. Do you know who our new county magistrate is? He is the top scholar in this imperial examination. He could have been a 6th-rank official in the capital, but he insisted on coming to our county to be a 7th-rank county magistrate. Sir is not only talented, but also loves the people. In order to solve the case, he didn't even care about his son's injury. Also, Sir has a lot of money. He won't collect more taxes and rent for himself. As the bailiff shouted, the people in the cell listened quietly. They were not in a hurry to go out. After listening to the bailiff's words, the people in the cell cheered. Zhang Zhong didn't stop them. He just let the yamen runner talk. This was a reputation. After these people went out, they would help to spread it. He read out the names one by one. When these people came out, they didn't leave immediately. They covered their eyes and waited for them to get used to it. They wanted to take a good look at the new county magistrate so that they could tell their families. When the last prisoner came out, the door of the cell was closed again. These people were almost used to it. They carefully looked at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong stood there with a righteous face and let them look at him. While they were looking, 2 servants of the Zhang family pushed a cart to Zhang Zhong. One of them said to him, Master, we have brought the money you asked us to send. You can compensate them with 3 copper coins per day based on the number of days they are innocent and the number of days they are guilty. Zhang Zhong understood when he heard this. This money was sent by his son. When the time came, the money would be deducted from the yamen. There was no such law, but there was still a way to deduct the money. He felt that in this way, these people wouldn't have no money when they go back. If there was an emergency at home, they could use the money. He said, well, good. Let me see how long they are locked up. Don't go yet. Wait for me to compensate you. Zhang Zhong agreed and said to those who were about to leave. Those people were already very happy when they came out. They didn't expect that there would be compensation money. Where did this come from? It had never happened before, especially the person who was locked up for 3 years. At this time, he couldn't tell if he was sad or happy. He could take away 3 strings of money, but no one came to visit him in 3 years. He didn't know how they were doing. Zhang Zhong flipped through the files one by one and called out a person's name. That person took the money, knelt down and kowtowed 3 times before leaving. One by one, it took an hour for all of them to receive the money and leave their fingerprints on it. Chapter 319. When it was almost night time, Registrar Jean woke up in a daze. He was hungry and saw that County Deputy Xiao was still sleeping beside him. A long line of saliva flowed out of his mouth. He gently pushed him until he woke up and said, "Brother Byong, wake up. Eat something and go back to sleep. We didn't accomplish anything today." County Magistrate Xiao opened his hazy eyes and looked around. Only then did he remember that he and Registrar Jean had fallen asleep in the room. When he thought of what they had done before he fell asleep, he felt a surge of anger and said to Registrar Jean, "We can't let go of what happened today. When the time comes, we will take revenge together. Let's go out to eat. If we don't go to Jinlai restaurant, why should we let him earn money?" Registrar Jean was also angry. He nodded and followed County Deputy Xiao out of the room. When they arrived at the entrance of the yamen, they saw that their families were waiting there anxiously. As soon as the family saw the two of them come out, they immediately ran to them and cried. The two of them were baffled by the crying. "What's the matter? Tell me slowly. What's the hurry? Is there anything that I can't solve in Huayuan County?" County Deputy Xiao asked the new concubine that he had found 2 months ago. "Master, it's bad. Our family's money is all gone." "Master, what should we do?" The concubine said while sobbing. "Why is the money gone? Where did it go? Isn't there money outside? Don't tell me you want to take it all back at once." County Deputy Xiao said again, "Old master, where's the money? The money outside isn't ours anymore. There's a notice in the yamen saying that someone is slandering Old Master and Registrar Jean for secretly releasing money. There's no such thing at all. All the money released under Old Master and Registrar Jean's name doesn't need to be returned. Old Master, we have no more money." The concubine finally explained the matter clearly. Registrar Jean's family also said it at this time. When Deputy County Magistrate Xiao heard the news, he shouted again and again, louder and louder. Registrar Jean, on the other hand, just stood there with his mouth open. He didn't say a word and just stared into the distance. "Master, what's wrong? Master, don't be like this. This concubine is scared. Master, quickly think of a way. We can't just watch our family's money disappear. Master, say something." Deputy County Magistrate Zhao's concubine was frightened when she saw her master shouting. She grabbed Deputy County Magistrate Zhao's shoulders and shook him hard. Registrar Jean's family was experienced. When they saw Registrar Jean in such a state, they immediately slapped him, waking him up from his daze. "I'll fight it out with him. He actually dares to do this." After Registrar Jean woke up, he immediately rushed into the yamen, wanting to fight with Zhang Zhong. Naturally, the guards at the door would not let him in. One of them raised his leg and kicked Registrar Jean, saying, "You're not allowed to enter the yamen." "Registrar Jean, you have to think carefully. Did you put the money away or not? If you didn't put it away, what can you say? If you put it away, then you—" The rest of the sentence was clear. Registrar Jean just remembered that this matter couldn't be said openly. If he said it out loud, not only would he lose the money, but he would also lose his clothes. He might even be locked up in jail. After being stunned for a while, he imitated what his family did to him and gave Deputy County Magistrate Xiao a slap. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao, who was slapped, stopped shouting. He touched his face with his hands, opened his mouth, and gasped for breath for a while. He then closed his eyes and stopped moving. After waiting for a full 15 minutes, he recovered and said, "Brother Shangyun, this time we admit it. Who asked us to have something on him? From now on, this is gone." Isn't it just some money? If it was in the past, it wouldn't be easy, but now it's easy. Yes, it will be soon. It seems that we have underestimated him. Isn't that so? Brother Byong, it's all my fault. If I didn't say it out loud, nothing would have happened. Registrar Jean felt that he had said something wrong. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao didn't think so. Brother Shangyun, even if he didn't say it out loud, can't he ask? As long as he inquired a little, he would know that we put the money away. He didn't expect that today would happen. He thought that with his identity, those who borrowed money wouldn't dare to ignore it. But he didn't expect that it was because of his identity that they didn't have to return the money. Do you think we dare to ask them for money again? Then he will have an excuse. This time he didn't tell us directly because he was afraid that we wouldn't admit it. He is waiting for us to ask for money. We can't give him the chance. Yes, we can't give him the chance. Let's think about it carefully. There's no hurry. We underestimated him this time, but we won't do it again. How should we find those businessmen first? Registrar Jean also thought it through and said at the side. But when he thought that his money was gone, his face didn't look good. When the two of them were about to find the businessmen, the servant left behind to look after the businessmen came and told them that those people went to the riverside today. They planned to stay at the wharf and wouldn't come back. When the two of them heard the news, they were not surprised. Instead, they were happy. Registrar Jean said, "Brother Byong, as long as they still want the land over there, they will have to give us money. We can't give them less money. We just lost some of it, but now we have more." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao also thought so. Wei Wei nodded. "That's right. But that person's place is not good. We have to think of a way. For example, the 100-year-old ginseng. At that time, we don't have to bear the responsibility." The two of them who were in a good mood didn't feel sleepy anymore. They brought their family members to eat together. Along the way, they laughed from time to time. When evening came, the sun was setting slowly like an egg yolk. There were no clouds in the sky in the west. Only some tireless birds chirped and flew past. A few trucks that were specially used to pull trucks slowly moved forward on the potholed road. Smoke could already be seen rising up in front of them. The wheels rolled past, leaving marks on the ground. There were also ruts left behind on the black coal. The driver looked up and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He shouted to the others, "Hurry up. When we reach the place, we can go back. If we can't, we can sleep there for a night." Following his shout, the team moved faster. Some people in the village also saw the people coming here. Some ran back to call for help, and some came to ask. The people who ran to the front looked at the trucks and asked, "Are they sending food and other things to us?" "Yes, Doggy Tion has told you, right? These things are all sent to you. It's enough for you to eat for a month. After a few days, people will come to you to do things. Your road is too difficult. It needs to be repaired." The leader agreed and started to complain about the road again. He was going to go back and tell the master that if he took a fancy to this place, he had to fix the road first. Otherwise, it would be too much of a waste of time going back and forth. "Yes, it needs to be repaired. When we get paid, we will find a way to repair it." The leader was a little embarrassed. There was no other way. The village was too poor. The leader drove the truck forward and said, "You don't need to pay. You just need to put in some effort. Our master will be in charge of this place. He is your county magistrate." "Yes, I know. The master is easy to manage. In the past, who would care about our place? Last time, county magistrate went sent people to rob us, but we beat them away. Now, the master won't. When he comes to our village, we will carry him all the way." The leader of the village kept saying good things. He was sincere. The county magistrate said that he would send them food, and he really did. With these food, they didn't need to eat the disgusting wild vegetables and elm tree money. At this time, Doggy Tion rushed out with the young men in the village. When they came close, they pushed and pulled. They began to move forward. After walking for another half an hour, they reached the village. At this time, the people in the village who were cooking stopped. Men and women of all ages gathered there to wait. Yesterday, when Doggy Tion came back, many of them didn't believe it. Now that they saw these things being sent, their faces were filled with cheerful smiles. The village head of Elm Tree Village was an old man. He held a stick and waited for the things to be sent. When he began to unload them, the old man spoke first. "Don't move. Listen to me." After shouting these two words, he coughed. After a while, he recovered. He looked at the villagers who were looking at him motionlessly and said, "Huayuan County has a new county magistrate." "Ah, this county magistrate sent things to our village first and then asked us to work. Don't think that you can repay this kindness by working. Even if you do work, when the county magistrate has something to do in the future, you have to rush forward. No one will be stupid enough to send things first and then ask you to work. The county magistrate can't bear to see our village not being able to eat. When the county magistrate sent things to us, he must have not thought about what to ask us to do. At that time, if anyone doesn't think that the food is earned by his own work, this old man will beat him to death with this stick. Do you hear me? The villagers listened quietly. When the old man finished, they shouted in unison, "Yes, we hear you. Get to work. Cook something delicious. Let these people who sent things to us eat. Tonight, they will stay in the village. They are all our benefactors." The old man waved the stick in his hand and coughed again. A child came over to massage his back. Those who could work began to unload things. Bags of rice and flour were unloaded, and barrels of oil were also carried down. The people in charge of cooking first came over to take some meat and oil, and then returned to the house to work. Chapter 320. While the people of Elm Tree Village were happy, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Jean ignored their tiredness and asked someone to take them to the dock. They sat in the same car and talked with their eyes closed while resting. "Brother Shan Yun, when we get there, you tell them the truth. Tell them that if they want the land, they have to talk to Zhang Zhong. If Zhang Zhong doesn't agree, they can forget about getting the land. I will give them an idea and ask them to find the ginseng. As long as they find the ginseng, it will be easy." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said to Registrar Jean. At this time, they had to arrange their own division of labor. Otherwise, when the land was taken by Zhang Zhong and the money was taken by Zhang Zhong, they would lose more than they gained. Registrar Jean also knew this and said, "When the time comes, it will be up to me. I will be responsible for reporting some of the things that the county magistrate did. As long as I report it, he won't dare to give to us. If we want to get the land, we have to give both of us benefits." "Yes, that's it. Not only that, when I do business here, we will share a part of it. No matter what kind of business it is, we can pay for it ourselves." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao found that it was impossible to continue to give out money. He had to find a way to make money continuously. He didn't believe that those businessmen would dare to disagree. The two of them discussed for a while and then lay there to sleep. They only slept for less than an afternoon and had not fully recovered. Registrar Jean kept muttering in his sleep. Occasionally, he would mention Zhang Zhong's name. It seemed that he lost a lot of money this time. The businessmen were indeed at the dock now. Ernie led them to walk around and let them see what these places were suitable for. As for the dock, they were not in charge of it. Baishu's nephew had bought this place and made it similar to the dock at Little Luoshui. The only pity was that there was no such mountain and they couldn't make a lake. The place he chose was a wasteland, and now there were some restaurants and warehouses being built. He planned to operate the restaurants and rent out the warehouses at the same time. Everything was done according to Little Luoshui's plan. In the future, the people who would be used to carry goods at the dock would also be found in Huayuan County. This could provide many jobs for Huayuan County. At this time, Ernio was talking to those masters about what kind of situation would happen when this place developed well in the future. In fact, the merchants didn't need to listen to Ernio to know that the example of Little Luo Shui was there. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here to look for Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Jean, who knew that they would come at such a coincidental time. In just a short time, they were able to occupy the fertile land as if it was a wasteland. However, they were found out by the new county magistrate. Everything was over. The businessmen also knew that Erneu was the new county magistrate's man. When they were brought out to see the place today, they thought that the new county magistrate just didn't want to give the benefits to the Registrar Jean and Deputy County Magistrate. It was not that he didn't want them to occupy the land. In the future, the boats here will not only be used to transport goods and people, they can also help people from the other side to send letters to the capital. Especially for some scholars, the things that they write will not be known by others. Our restaurants here will be in charge of spreading the news. Every few days, We will invite some scholars to various places for a gathering. Along the way, it will be all money. Ernie continued to talk. The businessmen really didn't know about this. They listened attentively. Ernie continued. Also, in the future, we will make a place like the Pear Garden. Maybe the emperor will be happy to come and take a look. Then this place will be different. You all have to think carefully about where to choose. This, Brother Ernie, if this place is also called the Pear Garden, will the emperor be unhappy? When a businessman heard this, he felt that countless money was about to be thrown at him. However, he was a little worried about the name. Then let's change the name. When the time comes, we will invite the people from the Pear Garden in the capital to come and compete. They are not ordinary people. There won't be many people willing to pay 100 copper coins for their singing, dancing, playing, etc. Right? Ernie continued to speak according to Zhang Xiaobao's words. The businessmen were all thinking about how much money they could earn when the time came, but they didn't think about how many people were here. In such a joyous atmosphere, the businessmen had forgotten about the price they had to pay. The businessman who asked just now finally couldn't help but ask directly, Brother Ernie, what does your master want us to do? If it's about money, give us a number. We will think about it. It shouldn't be too difficult. The other businessmen also thought about this matter. They looked at Ernie and waited for him to give a number. They felt that this was the reason why the new county magistrate asked Ernie to bring them here. However, Ernie shook his head. Don't you know what kind of status my master has? Zhangjia Zhuangzi belongs to my master. Little Luo Shui also belongs to my master. How much money can you take out? What you need to do is to do other things. My master doesn't have the final say on how much land to occupy. In Yamen, there is still the deputy county magistrate and the registrar, especially the registrar. He can directly report some things to them. Do you see any place that isn't fertile land? Only this pier occupies a saline alkali land. We have to think of a way. After Ernie's words, the businessmen were in a dilemma. They really didn't know what to do. If they were to give money, how much would they have to give to make the other party satisfied? At this moment, the car of Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Zhang arrived. The two of them didn't care about whether the car was bumpy or not. They slept soundly in the car. When the car stopped, they were still snoring. The servant plucked up the courage to wake the two of them up and then brought the wet towels to wipe their faces. We've arrived? What time is it now? Deputy County Magistrate Xiao wiped his face and asked. In reply to Master, we have arrived. It will be midnight in half an hour. Get out of the carriage and take a look. The brightly lit place in front of us is the pier here. The merchants should all be there. Should I go and inform them and ask them to come over, or do you want to go there personally? The servant said respectfully as he pointed in the direction of the room. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao hesitated and said, I'll go there later. We can eat something there. At this moment, Registrar Zhang didn't care anymore. He left everything to Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. The two of them tidied up their clothes and continued to head there. The businessmen were almost done drinking. They kept asking Ernie about things. For example, what did the county magistrate like? What did his family like? They started to think of a solution. Ernie, what do you think about sending a pretty concubine to your master? I heard that he only has one wife. How can one be enough? In the future, he will be in a big family. He can have as many as he wants. A businessman thought of the most commonly used method. He didn't want to send money, but people. He wanted to find a pretty woman to send to Zhangzhou. Ernie shook his head like a rattle drum. If you really dare to send a woman, don't even think about occupying any land here. Master will kick you out of Huayuan County. In the future, you won't even be able to take this route by boat. Ernie knew his master well. He wouldn't look for another woman. He usually treated his wife well. Moreover, he had a son who was protective of his mother. No other woman would dare to enter the house. This kind of thing must never happen. The businessman who came up with this idea was obviously disappointed. He carefully thought about it again. At this time, the people at the dock had already noticed the car coming from the other side. They asked from the side, "Is there anyone else?" "They're coming from that side." Everyone was eating and drinking at the pier. They looked in the direction that the man pointed. Sure enough, there were two cars coming towards them, one in front and one behind. There were lanterns in front of the cars. They were a little far away, so they couldn't see what was written. When the cars got closer, they knew who was coming. The businessmen felt that things were not going well. They originally wanted to settle the matter of the county magistrate first before looking for the registrar official and the deputy county magistrate. Now that these two people came here, they must have known that Ernie was from the county magistrate's family and brought them here. Could it be that this matter of occupying land was going to be settled? While the businessmen were thinking, the people at the pier had already sailed the boats to pick them up. Two people came down from the carriage one after another. With the help of the lanterns, who else could it be but the registrar official and the deputy county magistrate? Ernio saw the uneasiness of the merchants and persuaded them. "It's okay. I'll go to the back and take a look. You guys talk to them. It's just right. If you can convince them, then it'll be easy to talk to my master." "Thank you so much, Brother Ernio. Then I will have to trouble you. We will talk to Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Jean." A businessman saw that Ernio took the initiative to go to the back and was finally relieved. Not long after Ernio left, the registrar official and the deputy county magistrate arrived. The businessmen all stood up and complimented them. "How is it? How is it?" Deputy county magistrate Xiao asked deliberately. The businessmen who had just been relieved were worried again. They did not know why these two people came here. At this time, the businessman who talked to Ernie just now replied, "We just want to take a look. No matter which land we choose, we will need the deputy county magistrate and the registrar official. Both of you came at the right time. We have just eaten. Let's eat together." Deputy county magistrate Xiao looked at the dishes that were almost finished and did not expose them. He nodded and said, "Okay. I don't know how you will find the county magistrate after you choose the land. You should know that the county magistrate's family is not short of money." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao is right. "We are also worried about it. Please help us to smooth things over. We will definitely reward you handsomely. The 5,000 strings of coins that we agreed on before will not be less." Another businessman took the opportunity to say, Chapter 321. Xiaobao, do you think they will be fooled? What if they don't do what you want them to do? Won't our plan be in vain? On the couch, Wang Wan wasn't sure if those people would follow Zhang Xiaobao's plan and walk all the way down to improve Huayuan County's economy. Zhang Xiaobao was not worried at all. "It doesn't matter if they follow our plan or not. At most, we will continue our plan. As long as they still want to occupy this place, and as long as the county magistrate and the county magistrates still want to make more money, there will always be a plan that suits them. Today, my father is really good. He tricked them once. I guess they used a lot of loan sharks. Now they are finished. There are only two kinds of people who can borrow money. One is gamblers, and the other is people who have difficulties in life or need money to treat their illness." Well, almost. Gamblers are lucky this time. Those people who have difficulties in life must be grateful to your father. They are not fools. Of course, they know the reason. Wang Wan did not expect Zhang Xiaobao's father to do such a big thing today. Speaking of gambling, Wang Wan had a new idea. She nudged Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Can we not let them gamble like this? We can help them gamble like lottery. In this way, they can be more stable. Then, we can earn a lot of money. We can set up a name and send a part of the money to disasters. Not in our name, but in the name of your father, the county magistrate, representing the imperial court and the emperor. During this process, we can use the money to invest and make more money. Is that okay?" "Sure, why not? But this money can't be earned by us. We should directly report it to the imperial court and let His Majesty deal with it directly. When the time comes, we'll pay a large portion of it and keep a small portion, or we'll pay all of it and let them send some money back. In fact, doing this is just to amass money. There's no way to ban gambling at all. Those who like to gamble will continue to gamble while buying lottery tickets. The only way is to catch them ruthlessly. Once caught, beat them ruthlessly. You can't punish them because it's useless. After being punished, they'll think of gambling back the money they lost. Zhang Xiaobao agreed with Wang Wan's idea. It was not from the perspective of banning gambling, but to make money. As for banning gambling, the only way to catch them was to give them a few lashes or parade them through the streets. There was no such human rights here. Let everyone watch and scare those who gamble. Wang Wan also knew that this matter could never be stopped. He gambled until he lost his family fortune, and gambled until his wife and children were separated. It had never stopped. Will it work if we just catch them and beat them? What if they run to a hidden place to gamble? You'll know once you try. Increase the intensity. Unless the person is particularly addicted to gambling, no one will gamble when they can be caught at any time. You can let people report it. When the time comes, you can give them some rewards or something. As long as there are enough bailiffs, they can suppress it. Tomorrow, I'll tell my father in Sanshui County. People gamble whether they are poor or rich. Especially when there is no work to do, they will naturally gamble when they are bored. Go to sleep. Maybe there will be ginseng sent here tomorrow. As Xiaobao spoke, he felt sleepy. He turned around and fell asleep after a while. Wang Wan glanced at the candle that had not been extinguished. She muttered, "It's fine to give it a try. As long as you don't gamble like before, it's fine." She fell asleep too. Those who needed to sleep went to sleep, but some people were destined to not be able to sleep tonight. The merchants at the dock and the county magistrate talked about which piece of land they wanted. There were already people who went to buy ginseng. It was not easy to find 100-year-old ginseng, but if you wanted to buy it, there was still a chance to buy it. The county magistrate and the county magistrate were prepared to discuss with the merchants how to deal with the county magistrate. Now, they were only dealing with the land. They would think of a way to deal with Zhang Zhong himself later. The people of Yushu village could not sleep at night. They had a good meal today. Making dumplings took a lot of effort, so they made wontons. The children also ate a lot. They were all full and did not sleep at night. They came out to play. The adults were thinking about the future, so they chatted with their neighbors. Once they chatted, they did not want to sleep. Even the people from Zhangjia Zhuangzi who came to deliver things were pulled to talk to them. They asked how life was in Zhangjia Zhuangzi and what it would be like in the future. The people from Zhangjia Zhuangzi told the villagers the truth. They even told the villagers that in the future, this place would be like Zhangjia Zhuangzi. The villagers were all smiles when they heard this. There were also those who could not sleep. They were the prisoners who were released. With the money given by the county magistrate, they all ran back home like crazy. Some ran back home, and their families were all there. They hugged each other and cried bitterly. When they took out the money again, their families were happy again. They started talking in the afternoon and talked until night time. However, there were also some who ran back to their homes and found that none of their families were there. They asked their neighbors, but the neighbors said that they did not know. These people could only cry by themselves. There was also one family who had not slept well for a few days. It was the Chun family of Zhuangzi, which was next to the Yuan family. When they found out that the old master of the Zhang family came to their county to be the county magistrate, they were afraid of revenge. They were so scared that they lit all the torches and lanterns at night. When they fell asleep, they would wake up with nightmares. The head of the family did not let the brother of the original concubine be the housekeeper anymore. He arranged for him to do odd jobs. The concubine did not go there often either. The reason why he kept the original steward Zhang was so that if the Zhang family came looking for trouble one day, he could hand this person over to take care of them. When different people experienced different things, the night finally passed. After dawn, The unbearable night and fear dissipated a lot. Life still had to go on. Even if there was only one prisoner left, as long as there was still hope for them to find their families, they would go and look for them. Well, the first ray of sunlight penetrated the sky and shone down. People got up and started to do their work. After the spring plowing, people also went to the fields to take a look. As long as the head of weeds grew, it had to be uprooted. The people who did business also set up their stalls or opened their shops. Some restaurants in the county were not open in the morning. They would only open at noon when there were more people. The only exception was Jean Lai Restaurant. They opened their doors early in the morning and prepared all kinds of porridge. Even if there were very few people who could come to eat, they still persisted. According to Xiao Bao's words, this was a habit. When the time came, this kind of restaurant would not only open in these places, but would also open in other prefectural roads. With the same signboard, as long as those who were in a hurry or had special things to do found that they could not eat elsewhere in the morning and could eat in this kind of restaurant in the morning. When the restaurant opened in other places in the future, this kind of thoughtfulness would continue. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate in the courtyard. Zhang Xiaobao had to continue pretending to be sick. He could only continue to show his face outside after the merchants bought the land. Zhang Zhong, on the other hand, went to the restaurant to eat. There were already a lot of bailiffs and people working in the government office. Now, they were eating their breakfast here. It was a benefit. After all, the government office had no money. Although it wasn't cheap to buy breakfast in Jinlai restaurant, the cost was very low. Zhang Zhong didn't lack this money. It was not only the people who received the food, but also the servants who did odd jobs in the yamen. They were forgotten in the beginning and were later replaced. Now, they could also eat breakfast in the restaurant. All of this was arranged. Zhang Zhong could talk to the people in the yamen while eating, ask about things, and get closer to each other. It was better than just giving out food, especially if some people knew some gossip. "Sir, you are here. Please sit here." A bailiff was eating and talking with his colleagues. When he saw Zhang Zhong come in, he quickly stood up and pulled out an empty chair next to him. Zhang Zhong did not sit there. Instead, he pulled out a chair next to the bailiff and sat on it. He looked at the bailiff's food and said to the waiter, "A big bowl of tofu pudding and 2 side dishes. What fillings do you have for the buns today?" "Master, there are lamb, pork, onion, chives, eggs, and shrimp stuffing for the buns. There is no beef stuffing." "Which one do you want, master?" the waiter asked. The way he spoke was different from the others. He did not shout so loudly and did not count his lips. Zhang Zhong did not like to eat chives or anything else. He thought for a while and said, "Change it. No tofu pudding. Give me a big bowl of soy milk and a gene of fruit." "Master, please wait a moment. I will bring it to you right away." The waiter turned and ran away. Zhang Zhong then said to the 3 bailiffs who had already sat down at the table, "In the future, when you come here for breakfast, ask for a few more side dishes. It's not worth much. Do you think I can't even afford this?" Hearing the county magistrate call the master, the 3 bailiffs laughed. One of them said, "Sir, only you are so good to us. If we met other county bailiffs and told them, they would not believe us. Oh, except for the one from Sanchue County. Your Zhuangzi is there. What's so good about it? I am counting on you to work hard in the future. What's the big deal about eating something? Come eat. You guys eat first. My share will be here soon. No matter how many people are waiting, you have to prepare it for me first, right? Let's eat." Zhang Zhong appeared very amiable at this time. It was just like when he chatted with the villagers. When there was no official business, there was no need to keep a straight face. The bailiffs hesitated for a moment, but still ate. At this time, the waiter brought the soy milk and youtiao. He also specially prepared a portion of stinky tofu for Zhang Zhong. This was also not prepared for people. Otherwise, some people would not be willing to smell it. Since Zhang Zhong liked it, he did not care about others. Chapter 322. Sir, don't you like tofu pudding? Why did you change it to soy milk? A yamen runner asked in confusion as he recalled the exchange just now. Well, look, you can eat the steamed buns and drink the tofu pudding together. But this fruit is a little hard to chew directly. I like to drink it with this soy milk. There's no such good food now, unlike at home. At home, I drink milk. What do you think of this fruit? Zhang Zhong explained what to eat and what to eat. Then he said, actually, you should eat porridge when eating buns. I don't like porridge, so I want tofu pudding. Generally speaking, tofu pudding is eaten with flatbread. I don't put sugar in my soy milk, and I don't put chives in my tofu pudding. Your Excellency, I understand now. If I eat the steamed buns and drink the soy milk, the fragrance of the steamed buns will be gone after a sip of the soy milk. Your Excellency, this is the first time I've eaten this fruit. It's delicious. The yamen runner who asked the question nodded in agreement. As for whether it was true or not, it didn't matter. If they're said to eat it this way, then it should be eaten this way. Another yamen runner said, of course the fruit is delicious. It's fried with flour. Who can afford to eat it? It's just that we're living a good life by following my lord. My lord, don't worry. We'll listen to you in the future. We're not ingrates. My lord treats us well, so we'll help my lord get things done. My lord, what do you want to do? Let's not talk about official business. We'll talk about official business when we get to the yamen. Why don't you take the opportunity to talk about other things now? Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Tell me, who do you have in your family? As long as it's a child, I can make clothes for you. If there's anyone in your family who's about to give birth, you must tell me. I can guarantee that your child will be born smoothly. Don't hide if someone in your family is sick. I'm different from others. When a yamen runner is in trouble, he'll work hard. He can't wait until something happens to the orphan. The yamen won't care about this part of the money, so I'll pay for it. As for whether people will call me stupid, I don't care. I have money, so there's nothing I can do about it, right? Zhang Zhong began to follow Zhang Xiaobao's practice and arranged family matters for the bailiffs. Back then, Zhang Xiaobao had said that the job of a bailiff was a life and death situation. If you arrested them and they didn't resist, you should take care of them more often so that the bailiff would feel more at ease. What Zhang Zhong said was the truth, and he did not think much of it. He was used to it, but it was different in the ears of the bailiffs. These words were heartwarming. Thinking about the bailiffs of Sanshui County, no one felt that the county magistrate was joking. Some of the weak-willed ones already had red eyes. Zhang Zhong quickly said, what are you doing? When we reach the yamen later, each of you will write down a list of things that happened in your homes. Now, tell me, did you hear anything strange? I'm a person who likes to inquire. After asking around, I found out about the top scorer. I'm just asking about the top scorer. The bailiffs were amused by these words again. They were all thinking about it. Suddenly, a bailiff at the table next to them asked, Sir, how is your son? If he can't do it, let's take a break for 2 days. Everyone in the yamen will go to the mountains to dig for ginseng. Zhang Zhong did not expect the bailiffs to remember this matter. He had forgotten about it himself. He thought for a while and said, Fortunately, in a few days, you will see him alive and kicking. At that time, you'll have to lead him to play. The bailiffs expressed their knowledge one after another. Zhang Zhong listened with a smile on his face. My lord, I heard something this morning. There was a man named Zhang Chong. After he was released, his family was gone. He cried all night. It's sad to talk about it. A yamen runner suddenly said at this time, Oh, his family is gone? Then what is he doing now? Zhang Zhong did not expect such a thing. He also felt sad for the person named Zhang Chong. I don't know. Sir, if you want to know, I'll go and ask around. Sir, it's easy for such a person to get into trouble. If he takes things too hard, it's fine if he dies, but what if he implicates others? The yamen runner reminded. Oh yes, you eat first. I forgot something. I will go back and get it. Zhang Zhong did not have a good way to solve this problem. He was ready to go to his son's place. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen were eating there. When they saw their father come in and mention this matter, Zhang Xiaobao frowned and thought about it. Father, in fact, you can find something for the person named Zhang Chong to do. That's good. Let him be a postman who specializes in delivering letters. If he can write, it'll be even better. He can carry the 4 treasures of the study with him. If the family wants to send the letter to someone who can't read, they can ask him to write for them. Now, he can send the letter to the county and then send it to the surrounding counties. If he can find someone to do this, then he can send it to the whole province. It will make him famous. He can also take care of the search. As long as he meets someone, he can help to contact them. In this way, when he becomes famous as a messenger, his family may be able to find him. He will feel the pain of not having a family. In the future, when he sends letters and searches, he will be more serious. Father, what do you think? Zhang Xiaobao came up with such an idea. Well, Xiaobao, do as you say. I will go back and ask someone to find him. In the future, he will be in charge of delivering letters around here. Zhang Zhong said happily, turned around, and walked out quickly. Zhang Xiaobao continued to drink the soy milk. Wang Wan looked at him and suddenly said, Xiaobao, your mind is not so simple, right? Don't always have other intentions. I'm a very simple person. Think about it. I came up with an idea in such a short time. How can I think about other things? Zhang Xiaobao said with an aggrieved face. Yes, you can. Tell me, what follow-up have you thought of? I won't let you spread it. Wang Wan didn't care about Zhang Xiaobao's expression at all. Zhang Xiaobao drank another mouthful of soy milk. Seeing that Wang Wan was still staring at him, he finally couldn't help but say, Well, I'll say it. In fact, it's nothing. When they have more people, they will ask around when they send letters. Whether they are active or passive, they can get some seemingly insignificant news. You know the news, right? It's information. Do you still need me to say the importance of information? When they develop, we will provide them with help. When the time comes, the further they send the letters, the longer our information network will extend. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Just like you know that I have something else. Wang Wan suddenly laughed and pinched Zhang Xiaobao's face. You little brain. When you were thinking of a way for your father to settle down, one was to send letters seriously, and the other was to find his family. In the end, there was something hidden behind this matter, just for a short while. Inspiration. This is called inspiration. It can also be said to be talent. The most important thing. Hurry up and eat before it gets cold. Zhang Xiaobao felt that this matter wasn't worth exaggerating. It was just an idea, and it happened to be in such a situation. Zhang Zhong returned to the restaurant once again and told the Yamen runners about this matter. The Yamen runners expressed their approval, and some even suggested that everyone who wanted to find their family members should join in. This way, they could do things while looking for their family members. This matter was settled. The group of people ate breakfast, burped, and walked towards the Yamen. On the way, it was the first time that the commoners saw so many people from the Yamen working together. They all stopped to watch. One of the people who had eaten at Jinlai restaurant just now began to tell the story. A circle of people gathered around him, listening to him talk about how the Yamen runners didn't need to spend money to eat, how the county magistrate spoke kindly to the Yamen runners, and how he thought of a way to help a person who had just been released from prison. These were all things that the commoners were willing to listen to, especially when the county magistrate thought of a way to help a person who had just been released. Many of the commoners were moved, and they recounted this matter to everyone they met. When Deputy Xiao and Registrar Zhan, who had stayed up the whole night, came back around noon, they could hear the commoners praising the new county magistrate. Brother Byong, what exactly happened? It's only been one night. How did the commoners become like this? When Registrar Zhan heard the praises for the new county magistrate, he felt uncomfortable and worried. He was afraid that when the two of them worked together to drive the county magistrate away, the commoners wouldn't accept it. When that time came, they would send a report to the higher-ups, and the higher-ups would send people to investigate. Where could Deputy Xiao find out? He also didn't know. He was also surprised and worried. How many days had Zhang Zhong been here? Counting the days before and after, today should be the 4th day. What did he do in these 4 days? Why did the commoners praise him? Facing Registrar Jean's questioning gaze, he directly said, "How would I know? I'll know when I go back and ask later. There are many good things that the commoners have done for the officials. Those who should be dismissed have to be dismissed. Let's hurry up." Under his instructions, the carriage sped up a little. However, it didn't dare to go too fast. If it bumped into a commoner, the commoners would say anything. After a while, the carriage finally arrived at the yamen. Registrar Jean and Deputy Xiao got off one after another. The yamen runners, standing there, hurriedly greeted them. She ran. "Did something happen in the county?" Deputy Xiao asked one of the yamen runners. "Sir, nothing happened." "Sir, did you hear that something happened?" The yamen runner called Chi Ran asked doubtfully. "Yes, it's good that nothing happened. Is the county magistrate here?" Hearing the yamen runner's words, Deputy Xiao didn't ask anything else. He couldn't ask the commoners why they all praised the county magistrate. It was obvious that they were jealous. "Sir, the county magistrate has been here for a long time. He said that he was waiting for the two of you to come back and meet him. There's something important." The yamen runner replied again. Chapter 323. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Jean walked into the yamen with confused expressions. They didn't know why Zhang Zhong was looking for them. Their antagonistic relationship seemed to have been confirmed, but he still wanted to look for them. Did he want to cheat them again? Just like that, the two of them walked to the signing room. They walked around, but didn't see anyone. After encountering a bailiff, they found out that Zhang Zhong didn't do anything in front, but had run to the dilapidated area at the back. The two of them looked at each other and walked back. They knew that Zhang Zhong was going to spend his own money to repair the house behind the yamen. Including today, it should have taken him 2.5 days to repair it. They wondered if those messy things had been cleaned up. Passing through a moon gate, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Jean rubbed their eyes in disbelief. They couldn't reconcile the scene in front of them with the situation in the yamen before. All the houses behind were gone. The potholes on the ground couldn't be found, and there were no weeds. The ground was covered with yellow sand, and there were many piles of bluestone waiting to be paved. Dozens of people were digging the foundation in this yard. Since they still couldn't find Zhang Zhong here, the two of them continued to walk in another direction. The two of them knew that the residents behind the yamen in Huayuan County occupied a large area. There were 12 courtyards connected together. If it wasn't for the official who built this residence being executed, the official who took office later wouldn't have gone outside to look for a place. Ominous places were always taboo. They didn't expect that Zhang Zhong dared to live here and made a big gesture of building. Was he not afraid of this ominous house, or did he not know about it? Deputy County Magistrate Xiao laughed and walked to another courtyard. When he arrived at this courtyard, he found that it was no longer the dilapidated house. To be precise, there was no house at all. Hundreds of people were digging holes here. They didn't know how these people were doing. The hole had been dug to a depth of 10 feet, but it seemed that it was not enough. They continued to dig, which made them wonder if the people who were executed buried something valuable here. Otherwise, why would they dig such a deep hole? Following the small path beside the courtyard, the two of them arrived at another courtyard. Fortunately, there was no one here to continue digging. Instead, there were many wooden planks that had been transported here. Similarly, it was unknown what they were used for. "Brother Byong, why can't I see what kind of house the county magistrate wants to build?" Registrar Jean said loudly on purpose, not only for Deputy County Magistrate Xiao to hear, but also for the people who were walking back and forth. Otherwise, he wouldn't mention the county magistrate and just call him by his name. What he didn't expect was that those people who were working didn't seem to hear him. They were still working very quickly and seriously. Seeing that this method didn't work, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao directly asked a person who was hanging a wire there, "What do you want to fix here? Do you know us?" "Yes, Deputy District Magistrate and Registrar General. We need to build something like a house here. Both of you are busy. I can't afford to waste any time here." That person glanced at the two of them and continued with his work. The person beside him was also very serious, as if he didn't see the two of them. This made Registrar General and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao puzzled. Since when did the people in Huayuan County become so serious? They glanced around and happened to see a Yamen runner standing there. He also looked at them and waved his hand. The Yamen runner ran over and said, "Deputy County Magistrate Xiao, are you looking for me?" Hearing this address, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao felt a surge of anger. In the past, he was always called Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. Why did it become like this now? Of course, he should call him like this, but when he heard it, he didn't think it was appropriate. Not wanting to fuss over the address, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao asked the Yamen runner, "Why do the people here do things differently from what they did in the Yamen before?" That's right. In the past, they didn't get paid for their work. After 20 days of work every year, not only were they not exempted from rent and transfer, but they also didn't get paid. Now, it's different. They get paid 30 coins a day. As long as they see someone not doing something seriously, they can go home immediately. In addition to us Yamen runners, the county magistrate's servants also come here from time to time. If we see someone not doing something seriously in the same place twice in a row, not only will those two people be driven away, but we will also be considered as dereliction of duty. While the Yamen runner was talking, he didn't forget to stare at the people doing the work over there. 30 coins? One day. Haha. County Magistrate Zhang is really rich. So what if you're a derelict of duty? Will he not give you anything? Now you know that it's not easy to get things, right? Registrar General Zhang didn't expect that Zhang Zhong would give such a high salary to the people who were hired to work here. He also guessed something from the Yamen runner's words just now, so he gloated and said. The Yamen runner shook his head and said, "Registrar General Zhang, you are wrong. His Excellency won't use this to blackmail us. If we don't keep watch, we will be arranged to go to the front and be replaced by other brothers. I don't want to be replaced. I can't afford to lose face. When the brothers in front ask me how I came back, how can I tell them? The county magistrate is good to us, so we have to be more careful." Otherwise, the next time he gives us something, we won't have the face to accept it. Xiangzi, you have been moving the plank for a while. Why are you dawdling? Do you think I can't see you? While the Yamen runner was talking, he suddenly pointed at the person moving the plank and questioned him. Others had moved 3 times, but he only moved 1 time. It was very slow for him to go back and forth. "Sir, please don't chase this lowly one away. This lowly one thought of something just now. That's why this lowly one was a little slower. This lowly one was thinking, should we get someone to draw some things on the houses after the construction is done? This lowly one has a cousin's family. He has been doing this for generations, and his skills are not bad." Xiangzi was shocked. He was reluctant to give up the salary. The money he earned from a day's work was more than what he could earn in a few days. Besides, there was also food here. At noon and at night, there was at least 1 meat dish for every meal. It had been like this for 2 days. Today, he was going to eat again. If he ate more here, his family would save money. If he was driven away, he would have nothing. He explained and moved faster. "Well, I heard that someone has a relative who can draw. Which one is it?" At this time, a servant of the Zhang family came in from another small door. He heard Xiangzi's words and asked. "Him," the Yamen runner replied and pointed at Xiangzi. Xiangzi thought he was going to drive him away, but when he heard the question, he was relieved and said, "It's me. My cousin's family has been doing this for generations. His craftsmanship is good. He can draw and carve. In the whole Huayuan County, no one can compare with him." "Oh, Except for our top scorer, what can he do? The servant of the Zhang family heard Xiangzi's words. He thought for a while and said, "Well, is it far away? If it's not far away, you can go and find him now. Find all his family members who can do this. We can have lunch here at noon. If they do it well, I will give you an extra 200 coins." "Really? It's not far at all. It's just 2 streets away. I'll go there right away." "Well, can I ask if I can find such people and get more money?" Xiangzi didn't expect such a good thing. He was confident in his cousin's craftsmanship. When he was going to find him, he asked, "Yes, as long as they are useful and recommended, we will get some money at once." The servant of the Zhang family said with certainty. Xiangzi shouted happily and strode to the back door. They all came and went from the back door. The front door was the yamen, so they couldn't go back and forth. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said at this time, "You are just a servant. How dare you make decisions? Are you lying to them?" The servant of the Zhang family couldn't not know Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. He said to him, "Deputy County Magistrate, you may not know the affairs of the Zhang family. The servants of the Zhang family are different from those of other places. Those who can be brought out to do things are naturally trusted by the master. As long as they think it's good for the master, they can make decisions." "Oh, what if they make a mistake?" Registrar Official Jean asked at the side. "If you make a mistake, you should think about what you did wrong. Next time, try to do the same thing. Don't give up eating for fear of choking." The servant of the Zhang family said with a trace of pride. He was qualified to be proud. Which family's Zhuangzi could be compared with the Zhang family's? Which family's servant could be treated like the Zhang family's servant? The master believed in any servant. As long as they worked hard for the master, it was okay even if they did something wrong. According to the little child, ability was not a problem. Attitude determined everything. As long as they were not fools, they could be cultivated slowly. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Zhan couldn't say anything after hearing the words of the servant of the Zhang family. They could only think that Zhang Zhong was crazy. How could he give this kind of power to his servant? The two of them didn't want to stay in the wooden yard anymore. They walked to the next yard. They even forgot to ask the servant of the Zhang family where Zhang Zhong was. The two of them continued to look and walk. The courtyards were totally different from the ones before. They couldn't guess what was going on in one of the courtyards. When the two of them turned to the 11th courtyard, they finally found Zhang Zhong. The 11th courtyard was also the biggest one. There was also a digging pit here. The pit was bigger and deeper than the second one. Zhang Zhong stood at the edge of the pit and looked at it. He roughly looked at the courtyard. There were about 300 people. A smaller courtyard couldn't fit them all. There were 2 yamen runners and a scribe beside Zhang Zhong. They talked with him from time to time. Registrar Official Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao looked at each other and walked to the side of Zhang Zhong. Registrar Official Zhan said, "County Magistrate Zhang, are you looking for us? You're here? That's great. Yes, I'm looking for you too. You came from the front, right? How is it? Do you have any ideas on your way here? What did you think of? Tell me that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.